we'll have some awesome games to watch and stuff like that. So I'll go over it all in a sec. All right.
I'd say for
Okay.
I was anticipating, because the problem when
Rush this.
kind of bracket is they're usually going to find a way to disappoint. So this was really the expected result. On the opposite side, though, we had two European teams in a bracket that actually went to the recent major. Neither one of them qualified because Eminem were all the way in
all right.
into the playoffs. Same
Let
thing
me change up a
Wolves,
title.
and instead it's BDS and Wild who
Don't straw, you were sniping. I will cancel last game's
and
bets because we were getting
because
sniped.
both of them were at D8 last year, and now only one of them is having the opportunity to go there in the first place. There's still a chance for a team like BDS to defend their title because now G2 is being added into the G8 equation. So it's almost feels like the kind of rematch you really want to see in a context like this. Which one of those two squads is actually worthwhile enough to go all the way and have another shot at the G8 title this year?
I feel like we also have a little bit of a redemption story going on for Cyclops in Korea, Japan, because, you know, they didn't make it to the major. They didn't quite get there. And this is their opportunity to show, hey, we are good enough. We just had maybe a few dud maps. We just didn't quite make it through. And I feel like this could be their redemption story, Jesse.
Yeah, I feel like the Cyclops story is maybe my favorite of the entire tournament so far. Because
all
really
right.
Have that stage one. It's been all of like the last couple years being the team from Japan. But now the Japanese team or the league gets expanded. You get a bunch of new teams coming through. You've got Scars, you've got Vero, you got a lot of these like up and coming Japanese teams that were really hungry and made it to the major over Cyclops. And now we're starting to see Cyclops maybe change some things up. Maybe realize like, shoot, you know, we don't necessarily have an easy path to the major anymore. Japan is a whole lot tougher as a region than it was just a few months ago. We've got to kick things into high gear, and so to see them performing now here in Gamers Without Borders makes me kind of excited to see, are we maybe going to have Cyclops bounce back, get on top of Japan again, because it's kind of been a bit of a fall off for them.
Send this tweet out really quick.
Stream, you'll have seen that we do some head-to-heads in between maps, where we basically show the two best players from those two teams who are also, well, who are going against each other in that map. But let's see the best players from each region from yesterday. I've already spoken about, we had that kind of rebirth from BDS and they turned things around, but it was Usus from Eminem that really shone.
Got that out, tweets out.
I really love it when guys like
him, I gotta change my title.
Spoken of nearly as well, or when they're kind of shoved down
Change
and
my
they're
title
not
up.
considered nearly as good as some of the other players in their region. I love it when they get their comeuppance like this, and for Usus, he had that kind of performance yesterday in spite of losing. That's the big thing. He did this alongside
Nestle. What did Nestle do? Why are you guys so mad at Nestle right now?
Wasn't the one that won yesterday, so I feel like even in death, even as like a commiserations thing, it's good to see somebody like him get this kind of recognition. And then as far as Anaton is concerned, I would say this is relatively normal as far as APAC competition goes, but he and Arcoli were just insane yesterday, so I'm happy that he gets it as well.
Yeah, 23 and 5
okay.
in a 2-0. I mean, I'm hoping that
all right, so really quickly, thank you very much to Gamers Without Borders for sponsoring the stream today. So for the let me mute this for a second. So thank you very much to Gamers Without Borders for sponsoring the stream today. There's a bunch of good games going on. So we have the finals for Europe, BDS versus Wild. We have Sandbox and Cyclops, so should be some pretty good games. Gamers Without Borders is running right now from the 11th to the 14th of May for Rainbow Six Siege. The tournament is $2.5 million. All of the money goes to charity. So Gamers Without Borders is a charity tournament. All the prize pool goes to charities. The people who win each section get to pick what they want. And yeah, so Gamers Without Borders is going to act as a qualifier for the Gamers 8 LAN in the summer in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So it'll be pretty sick. It's going to be like, I think somebody was telling me it was like a $45 million prize pool, which is the biggest prize pool ever in esports history. And I'll be co-streaming all of the Rainbow Six games this weekend. So we co-streamed the one yesterday. We have today, tomorrow, and Sunday as well. So we'll be covering all the games. So yeah, just hang out. Other than that, we just hang out and watch the stream. Nestle? Well, Nestle, yeah. I've heard, like, you know. Obviously, people don't like Nestle.
And fortunes will be made. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
I have goosebumps. What was that? I haven't seen that before. I really enjoyed that. Right, let's go into our first grand final of the day.
Is the volume good for you guys? Like, you could hear me and the stream like pretty well.
Both teams showed up when they needed to yesterday, but now this is when it really matters. Jacob, we had 2-2-0s, okay, going out
Good.
semifinals. But obviously this
Some guy with the last name of Bowser was sued by Nintendo for hacking their systems for 10 years, $10 million lawsuit, tons of years imprisonment, 30% of his monthly revenue made to go to Nintendo. Oh yeah, wasn't that the guy who made Homebrew or something?
Side. That was not a close affair at all. Meanwhile, Sandbox had a much more difficult time.
The video's a little low. I'll turn it up a tiny bit.
Look at it, like, on the face,
that better?
Just say, oh, it was two fast maps. It wasn't two fast maps. I think, if anything, it proves that this is still very much a mixed bag. And I went back and I rewatched those games, and I just keep on hearing.
Why does Siege have more or less viewers? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means, really.
In both of those matchups, and I think they said, even like in the green room yesterday, that it's one of the most unpredictable, one of the most fun games of Siege that they saw yesterday. I'm just hoping that replicates itself for tonight.
Yeah, we love like a
you get the full book.
Here. It's just something that we're not as used to, and we can't wait to get into all of that. But speaking of Cyclops, they had an MVP from yesterday, a kind of jack of all trades, could you call it? Jesse, I want you to
know.
This because we've got a really cool.
It's just wild that some guy with the last name Bowser,
I would call him a jack of all trades.
like the guy with the name Bowser.
We already highlighted him in the pre-show as being the best.
Just doesn't make any sense, bro.
Korea and Japan.
Like, that's just like so ironic. It's actually just to the point of ridiculousness.
Basically every op in the book. 9 different defensive operators. The most he played of any operator was Mute with 3 picks out of the 12 rounds that they ended up playing. Then Valkyrie being played twice, and then every other operator just being brought a single time. And I think this is a really cool change of pace for Anderson, because we always think of him as being this very flex player who will bring out the
That's like wild to me.
It's more of an attack thing, right? On attack, he's always playing the shields, he's always playing, you know, the glass, what have you. But yesterday it was
Flash,
switching things up. You go back to the 6th Invitational, he had a 56% pick rate of Echo.
I till the end of time, I will be just be a Clash hater till the very end of my days. I literally hate Clash so much, dude.
Flexing instead on the defensive half, and it has been incredibly effective for him and his team. If this is kind of the new leaf, the new era of Cyclops that we are witnessing here at Gamers Without Borders, then I am all for it.
Ooh, Jacob, the difference
must have been an industry plant. Free Bowser.
$25,000 in charitable donations, and that
Bro, there's gonna be a new Nintendo game where Mario has to go through. It's like so no. Listen, there's a new Mario game coming out. I'm pitching this to Mario, okay, chat. I call this, okay? You guys are not allowed on this. I'm copywriting it right now. I'm pitching this to Nintendo, okay? New video game this summer, okay? Check this out. Saul Goodman from Better Call Saul breaks into prison with the guy from Prison Break to free the Bowser guy that got sued by Nintendo. And Mario actually becomes Bowser, dude. He actually becomes Bowser. And inside the prison, there's lava pits and stuff like that, just like an actual Mario level, okay? And Saul Goodman and the dude from Prison Break break out the Bowser guy and save him from Mario and Nintendo. Michael Scofield, dude. Yep. Stop spoiling the new Mario movie. Sorry.
Don't really know if they're able to properly convert what they have in experience.
Oh yeah, there was a guy that was named Bowser that was in charge with Nintendo. Is Chris Pratt involved? Yes, of course he is. He's playing Mario.
Something for our viewers to mull over for sure while we look at our vetoes, because we're going to get to see if our teams have done their research before coming into this. We've discussed that this region has quite an unorthodox and chaotic playstyle, so they can be quite unpredictable no matter what map they play on. But
Nobody. That movie was actually really good, yeah.
Okay, so we'll start with a Chalet pick from Sandbox. Not a super common map. They won at 7-2 over Talon, game number 3 to qualify for the Copenhagen Major. Otherwise,
is Morgan Freeman involved? Yes, he's the narrator. Honestly, I feel like this movie could be successful.
close competition. And to their credit, they had a very good record, 4-1 back then.
Why is Siege less popular than Overwatch?
Match against M&M, but again,
I don't know.
different
I don't even know if that's true or not, because neither company releases their player numbers, so it's like pretty difficult to tell. Overwatch is also free to play. I mean, that probably has something to do with it. If it even is, I don't know. Everybody tells me all the time how dead Overwatch is. Are you just basing it off Twitch numbers or something? Because I think as a whole, Overwatch is doing pretty terrible.
Point in that stage if they wanted to have a decent shot at making it to Copenhagen. So just for me, I'm pretty cool saying that both
Overwatch 2 is dead.
are probably going to end up going to the teams that picked them respectively, and then everything else from there.
The best movie trilogy was Christopher Nolan's Batman.
Do you think that this Villa pick from Cyclops,
I just can't wait for Oppenheimer, dude.
went the distance, they went 8-7 in this
Overwatch has one streamer that has 8K viewers.
on this map yesterday, but then again,
I mean, Twitch metrics are not like the only indication of a game's success. Like, it can help and it can have some like indication, but I've described this before, but every single what's it called? Every single game that is the most popular and most profitable, they're all mobile games with no Twitch presence whatsoever. So
that's the only reason why they won the map in the first place. So I feel like if we need a Villa for any particular reason, if Cyclops need a map 4, Cyclops are probably going to win a map 4. So Sandbox need to come out of the gate swinging with these first couple of maps in my book.
oh, I like that. Okay, very quick prediction.
have I had the Oreo Cakesters? Fuck yeah, I have. Those are delicious, dude.
I think Cyclops take this. I think their star player is going to lead them forward.
Battlefield 2042.
I can't really.
I don't know. That game is not well regarded. The Oreo milk straws? What is that? You know what I actually had kind of recently? I had Uncrustables, dude. I had Uncrustables. Again, those are so good, dude. By the way, you guys were talking about Nestle. Like, dude, I used to drink so much Nestle, like, milk as a kid. Well, not as a kid. When I was in high school, I used to work at a grocery store and, like, early college. And I worked at a grocery store, and I used to work in the dairy some of the time. When I worked in the dairy, I remember the milk driver used to always, like, let me have all of the old, like, Nesquik. It wasn't, like, old. It was, like, a day out of date or whatever. But when it's outdated, they take it off the shelf and stuff, right? So he would tell me, like, hey, like, you could just have, like, because I liked the strawberry milk a lot. He would just, like, strawberry and chocolate milk. He'd be like, all right, just take the strawberry and chocolate milk. He's like, I'm going to write them up. He's like, so yeah, there'd only be, like, 1 bottle or 2 bottles here or there, but it'd be pretty sick, dude.
Quite a bit of prizing to be won for our teams directly at that event as well, but also quite a bit of charitable.
It's a waffle cone straw with chocolate inside, so when you suck the milk, you got milk with a faint chocolate taste. Oh, that's cool. Waffle, dude, waffle cones are so good.
Sandbox and Cyclops will respond with their own personal attacker ban of the Dokkaebi.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jacob, but your consideration for the day has already been removed. No Monty play this morning, at least as of right now. We might get some Blitz play, might get some Clash play, might get some OSA play, sprinkled in there, but doesn't look
Whatever
like
happened to Multiverse?
Will also be off the board, and Solus will be the very next ban here.
I don't know.
So far, so good when it comes to the ban list, and honestly,
I don't think Overwatch is dead.
When it comes to what we've been seeing recently.
I'm excited for Oppenheimer, okay? Oppenheimer looks good. Uncrustables are really good, especially when you freeze them and kind of like partially let them... Honestly, if you keep Uncrustables in the fridge, that's like the perfect level. When you pull an Uncrustable out of a fridge, chef's kiss, dude.
We're going to keep in mind with these teams as well, and the fact that we have not seen either one of them make it super deep at a major-like event in the past, as there will be a relative amount of inexperience when it comes to playing.
They're shutting down Multiverse and relaunching in 2024. The Grape Uncrustable. Einstein looks crazy in that trailer. Yeah, I saw that 3-minute trailer that they released.
In 3-0 or potentially 3-1 fashion, that'll be much more better served for that squad ultimately if they are going to be running into that issue.
I mean, Cyclops should be winning this, but we'll see.
A bar hold on the first round of their personal defense.
Solid op lineup coming into this as well. You know, kind of trap oriented here, especially with the frost coming in.
An Uncrustable
High value pick,
is
especially for the window play that we see
basically it's a
from
peanut butter and
Alpha
jelly
on
sandwich
Chalet.
without the
Love top
crust.
floor
So what they do is
coming
they
in
make a
from
peanut butter and
Sandbox.
jelly
A
sandwich, and they
little
take a
fencing in,
press
but
and they
still
press
have
out the
everything
center
else
of it,
open for
and it's like
themselves
all
to,
like closed on the
try and see if
sides
they
and
can
stuff
slow
like
down
that,
Cyclops
and
going
then
in
it's
this
put in the
end.
frozen
Show
aisle.
what we're going to be paying attention to initially here from Cyclops. How do they deal with this
Yeah, it's kind of like a,
library,
it's almost like
area
a
that
like, and
Sandbox
then
has
like
set up?
they're frozen, but you
Obviously,
can put them in the
there's
fridge and
the
they're really
nades as
good.
well as the Ying coming in that we saw back
Americans are
off
so
yesterday,
lazy.
John. So good
Dude,
now.
those are
Maybe
they're
this is a
really
good
good.
moment to see a couple of executes go off earlier on here today.
Got a little bit of at least early positioning aggression being wound up by the members of Sandbox, most early, of course, by Meth as he's playing that harsh corner on the inside of Library itself. And then downstairs, you can see Demic trying to get into position to kind of counter things out from those basement rotations if they're going to try to counter their way into that one, too. He's already rotated himself. Demic, that is further up towards blue stairs. Arculling, meanwhile, sneaking on the inside of the site, taking away at least one of those defender-sided Banshees, so it removes that obstacle when it comes down to the execute time, especially if they end up in a low-time scenario here. You look at the attacker line. They don't necessarily have a whole lot of direct ways to deal with that unless they wanted to commit like one of the only two nades they have on Shibisu, so it's a good thing that they're taking that out. Now that default cam is going to evade at least.
You wish For Honor wasn't dead?
We'll be unable to capture it at this early phase of the round.
It could always make a comeback.
Line up there, but nobody wanted to
I
do
wonder if he's
that
gonna
just
heal
yet.
while he's getting burned alive
Decent delay
and
coming
sit in
out
the
on this
corner. I
top
think that's
floor
literally what he's
event
planning
here.
on doing.
No real push from Cyclops as
Look,
of
look.
now. We'll finally get the burn going, but Mephi thinking actually might have enough dock stims to get this done. He'll still
He docked too early in the beginning though.
with a big double coming through on
He should
the
be
entry
okay
here.
though.
Finally, Anaton will step up to the plate, and he is able to at least get one. It's gonna be the rest of the squad to try and pick up the pieces from the other end.
Who was the first person to do that dock play in the corner again? I forgot who did it. Who did it first? It was that invite, I want to say. Uncrustables taste like shit. Balls. You're an idiot. Selfish dock? No, it's literally a strat. You sit in the corner, and when people try to burn you out, you can just sit in the fire and keep healing.
Like they'll at least be able to keep them at bay here and going in the last minute.
He's unfortunately getting red as he tries to make that forward entry as well. Caught pretty much immediately as he tries to step forward through the doorway. So already his plans have been thwarted for the most part. He'll try to rotate back over here towards the billiards window now where the case is waiting for him sitting on the ground here, but knows that that's not going to really be a safe option ultimately at the end of the day. Just trying to...
The fact that they still got the dock upstairs, this should be GG.
The difficulty that sits around the corner here, especially with that Banshee sitting in the way. Thankfully, we'll be allowed out from the doorway to quickly take that down. Getting beyond this, taking any real further steps forward is going to be the true obstacle for Chibi. He'll be spotted out there by the default as he works his way up the stairs.
The Nutella Uncrustable?
As he needs to commit himself to a play.
Dude, how basic are you that that's something that you're interested in?
With time starting to get low, they'll try to detach this into the 2v1 and they'll succeed in doing so as Murphy finally picks up that last kill of the round, locking in the round itself.
Bro, a Nutella Uncrustable is the definition of some basic bitch shit. How are you gonna hate on the regular Uncrustable with peanut butter and jelly and then tell me about a Nutella Uncrustable? Never had Nutella? Don't worry, it's overrated. We get another Canadian op in the future? Bro, there's a ton of Canadian ops. I think, isn't Thunderbird Canadian?
Sandbox is doing a very, very, good job of being able to keep things locked up on site and making their jobs a heck of a lot easier. This time they're actually going to adopt in the Mira as well, something that we could have seen in their previous defense.
Good stuff, Sandbox.
They had set up upstairs, but still just as beneficial on this basement floor.
Yeah, more emphasis on the fallback noted there. Is what ultimately allowed for Sandbox to still.
She's from an island, not Canada. Oh, I don't know. I thought she was from Canada. My bad.
Now already going to be correcting upon that here for the basement hold itself. Obviously, we'll see those mirrors themselves played a little bit more directly onto the site. So we'll have to see if Sandbox are going to be more tuned for the task to continue excelling.
Is Siege for more mature people? I guess kinda. She's from Saskatchewan, Canada? Oh, really? Yeah, I thought she was. She's from Scatch, bro. That's where
Similar flare from
no, Gun is from Alberta.
Yesterday on Chalet, John. Have a mirror window applied inside of the dining space. It'll look out towards the fireplace hallway, so it'll be interesting to see how that actually works out. We're gonna get the hard breach down and no real prevention capable
You like
from
peanut
the
butter? You don't like
defense. You know,
jelly?
electro claws are going to be way
Dude, who
too
doesn't like
slow to
peanut
try and keep
butter?
up with the
What?
pacing.
Oh, who doesn't like
So
jelly
much
with it? Why
charges.
not?
Cyclops already starting off with the right foot forward.
I don't eat
We're gonna see
almond
if
butter.
we
I
can
eat peanut butter,
progress through
dude.
this map and potentially get a
A
different
loaf of
angle
bread is
built up for
$2.
this
Chat, it's
execution.
not
We've got some
about
top
that.
floor control
The
now. Doesn't seem
Uncrustable,
like we'll have too
you get like
many
6
Sandbox bodies
Uncrustables and they're
in
like
the way.
$6. Okay?
Potentially one upstairs
It's like
here.
$6.
Strung off. I think that's
It's
Meth
not about
going
like the
over towards
price.
Slayer. I mean, it will be
It's
indeed.
good
Blackrays
because
open
I don't know
up
why. Like,
towards Master. Some nice
I mean, you could
shots
probably
up.
make your own
The door
Uncrustables, but they're
frame getting in his
good.
way.
I feel like they
Metro
use. You know
is
why
gonna
they're so
move. He's
good,
got the
dude?
cross down low either.
You know why
He's gonna be
Uncrustables are
able
so
to
good?
back towards
No
second.
joke.
Jibby
They use that
might be in
shitty
some
peanut
trouble.
butter.
I'll take
You know
some
that
shots
like the one
as
with like all the
well for
hydrogenated fat and like no
Sandbox
oil
looking
and
to
stuff
try and
inside of
abuse
it?
this lead yet
That
again.
good shit that like normally you would never buy because you're like, that shit's fucking unhealthy. I gotta have that like oil in there. Oh, it's so good though, dude.
Nice catch being found here, and a very much needed one at this phase of the round from Chibi as well. Potential second kill still to be found, but low on ammo for the primaries. Tries to do it.
It's all chemicals. They're delicious chemicals, dude.
Danger there, keep himself alive. But Demic still potentially going to be taking some of the aggression here on the first.
Oh, they're so. I love Uncrustables, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd rather just make my own PB&J because, like, but once in a while, it's nice.
He can still really light up some problems for the attack, and indeed he's going to do that as he finds at least one connection here against Aniton. Will go for that second player up on top, but Chibi's resilience here on
Dude,
this
that
end
Ash has been
pays
chilling
off.
upstairs looking through that hatch for 2 years, catching like she caught like one rotator and tagged up another.
Too hot for Cyclops right now, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Pillsbury Pizza Pops? We have like something. I forgot what we had. It's like Pillsbury something.
Suzu is going to go for the big
American
adjustment
chocolate is
over towards
trash.
Big
It
Garage
is.
as well.
No, I actually don't have any.
Match control.
I don't have any Uncrustables.
More vertical position so far this round, but now it's down to the big entry, and obviously Sandbox know where this is coming from. The Selma's out, the Nitro Cell as well. They get caught by Arcoli. Some nice shots from
I ate a peanut butter like peanut butter and like granola like bowl the other day that I made, and my wife was like, "I'm gonna make you." She told me she was gonna make me the best peanut butter and jelly sandwich, so I'm excited for it actually. Hey, there you go. 1v1. Bomb going down.
No Nitro Cell has to try and play this out. He's able to fake it through, and he gets him to peek. Suzu can't win it out, and the defense stave off. At least the
deployable.
first round here coming from the offense.
Bit risky there in the final seconds from Arukaze.
That's like buying store-bought pre-cooked pasta noodles, pre-boiled noodles. Well, there's like you could buy fresh pasta. Why, you've never bought fresh pasta from the grocery store?
2 for 2 on their site selection. They're going to try to make it a full 3-site rotation coming up.
They sell fresh pasta at a lot of grocery stores.
It's
pretty good.
Cyclops try to trade their way onto the site, unfortunately unsuccessfully at the end.
Yeah, the saver vest. You went from 172.30 a year, and you're back into 20 trying to get back to normal size. Oh, I need to lose some weight. Yeah. Best PB&J is on white bread, butter on both sides, crisped up on a pan. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Why is white Wonder Bread like crack? My wife gets all these like artisanal like breads and stuff like that we have, but dude, I'm not gonna lie. Give me that fucking Wonder bullshit. I don't know what it is. Maybe because I grew up on that shit. We grew up on like store brand like white bread. Basically, it was made by the same company as Wonder. But yeah, so good, dude. I'm actually sponsored by G Fuel. You could use code KingGeorge if you want to buy any G Fuel and get up to 30% off and support the stream. But yeah, I love G Fuel. I've been like working with them for probably like 5 years.
Manage their time appropriately to get themselves to the site with adequate access to be able to appropriately get themselves onto the site. So hopefully now by making a return to the 3rd floor, well, they'll still have to do a little bit of that off-site clearance on the kind of 2nd floor, mainly the stairways and whatnot. They can focus, I think, a little bit more poignantly onto the site itself here and hopefully diminish those issues to try and navigate themselves finally into at least one round here for themselves in the first rotation from Sandbox's defense.
Love in these extended angles we're seeing right now for Arukaze. Oh, but it doesn't work out for him. Oh my. The quick crossfire here, the window play. as well as the long angle there from Library, able to soak up that
The
shield.
ACOG buff. Dude, they have to shave the ACOG down. It's too fat. The ACOG needs to lose weight, just like me. Your metabolism used to be impossible to gain weight, but oh yeah, man. I mean, for the amount of food that I eat, I should be like 100 pounds heavier than I am, but I just have a really fast metabolism still. Do you have a home gym? I do. I'm just like lazy and I don't use it. I have dumbbells. I have dumbbells. Oh, that nade is unlucky. This gunfight is like, yeah. If that smoke could have pulled off like a kill or two, oh no, not the double, bro. If that smoke could have pulled off like a pick or two there, like they could have made one the round, but it's looking dire.
Anitin takes them all out as well there, as he gets credit for his third kill by taking at least one of them down, of course, off the Rotero drones.
My favorite type of bread? Like a good, I don't know, dude, like a good croissant, if that even counts as bread, but like a good croissant is insane. Oh, yeah, I'm like, I have all the workout equipment, like, that I could want, basically. I mean, it's not as much as a gym, but like, I have the main stuff. I have dumbbells. A croissant is a cheat option, it's its own category. It depends, like different, like what are you talking about? Like, are you talking about like eating the bread like plain? I said sourdough 3 years ago. What do you mean? I don't know. Sourdough's delicious too. You clipped me saying sourdough? I don't fucking know. Probably I was thinking about sourdough at the time or something. But I mean, I'd rather have a croissant. But oh, I don't know, whatever. I mean, I like sourdough a lot. I would probably get like, I probably said sourdough more than likely because I think at the time I was eating a bunch of sourdough corned beef sandwiches. Oh, the breed of bread thing. Oh yeah. I was eating a bunch of corned beef sandwiches like during that time, like a ton, and I would always get sourdough or rye on that. There was like this deli by me that did it with sourdough, and it was like a rye sourdough. It was good. They closed, unfortunately, because of COVID.
Make those corrections. They do need to pick up these first two here if they want to see a complete flip, and Cyclops to ultimately try and take control of this half at a potential 4.
Honestly, garlic bread's pretty crazy too, but I feel like these are all like kind of cheating. So I feel like when you talk about like bread, you gotta like, it's gotta be like sourdough, rye, Italian, something like that, you know, white bread.
Yeah, although this is going to be a bar defense, this is going to look a heck of a lot different than the last bar defense that we saw from Sandbox. A little extension out towards the office with some rotations.
Yeah, bread is great, dude.
Upstairs,
love bread.
well a little bit of a different operator lineup.
Yeah, honestly, you can't really go wrong with like Italian or white bread too. Like if it's like fresh with butter on it, pretty nice. Why is Batman a bitch? That doesn't even make sense. What?
Around the top floor. Anitin will be the one piloting a Ying this time around, a very high-flying operator as of late, a fan favorite it seems as well, as she's been constantly.
What do you mean fuck Batman? Why do you not like Batman? He literally helps people that are like in need.
A little bit done with that. Inside of this round, also they are bringing a little buck action too. So
I've never heard anyone say "fuck Batman." What did he do to you?
This top floor, sadly no Maverick. I was hoping we'd work that in just for that single panel there for bar stock. They were able to get a little torch line on that, like we've been seeing, you know, over towards main stairs. But have to see how they try and progress through this top floor so far.
He never kills the bad people. He just throws them in jail. Oh my god, dude. Have you? He's the Jetto's the Joker. Actually, dude, hold up. Jetto, Joker. It's the same thing.
concern.
Hey!
And even inside of the major as well, you know, still a very common band to see played out.
Have you ever seen like there was a long time ago, but it was a college humor skit with Batman where he like thinks he's like putting people to sleep, but he's like actually killing everybody. Oh my god, dude, it's so funny. He's like he basically it's like Batman, and he's throwing like his like batarangs or whatever like into people's like necks, and they're like bleeding out and dying. And then he's like, and like it's like Penguin is sitting there, and he's like what? He's like, wait, what? He's like you just killed that guy, and Batman's like, no, he's sleeping. and then like Penguin's like, what do you mean? Like, that guy just died. He just bled out in front of you. And then like Batman's like, shh, he's sleeping. You'll wake him. He's like, you just killed this guy. He's dead. He does not have a pulse. He's like, what do you think happens to these people when you throw a batarang into their head? And he's like, they go to a farm. God, Sam, thank you very much for the sub. It's a funny video, bro. It's hilarious.
Some other entry point depending on the way he wants to play this, but the pressure very much is still on Black Ray, even with that low HP, to try and make something happen from the side hall. And
some of the comics have gruesome Batman.
Anything happen here, which is about 12 seconds left.
They're stalling out bad.
Where's that ignition going to boil for?
Sandbox is impressing me. I mean, they are on defense too, to be fair. So, C-Dop, they the prime sub.
And the second take now on the inside of the bar side as they continue to maintain the lead here.
My wife likes like the fancy bread. I just want my basic white bread. I do.
Through this couple of rounds here, you know, we have gotten some solid play out of Cyclops, but this last round they just tried and simply throw it at the site, John. Really nothing else past that. Really didn't like their top floor look and decided to.
Do I have a favorite Battlefield game? Yes, the one that I uninstalled from my computer.
With the smoke play around the capital bolts, and clearly was not the case.
You know, Pattinson does a better job in a second Batman. You don't like the first one?
Position for him.
We'll see.
Quite a few of the
now Battlefield's okay. It's like it's all right.
Down the spearhead of Cyclops, and now Cyclops sent reeling into round 5. They do have a potential to try and
some of the older Battlefield games are good.
At least get the minimum here, that 4-2-2.
But it's been a while, I think, since they made a game that I was like, man, that's a pretty good game. Gotta play it a lot.
From Sandbox now.
This guy's in a wingsuit. Yeah, everybody was telling me how Battlefield 20... That was the funniest, dude. There were so many people the day the Battlefield trailer dropped for 2042. People came in my chat and were spamming like crazy. They were like, Battlefield's the greatest thing to do. Battlefield 2042 is gonna be so crazy. This guy wingsuited past the tornado. Siege is dead. Halo's dead. COD is dead. Counter-Strike dead. Everything is dead. And I'm just sitting there like rocking back and forth like, oh my god, they're so stupid. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Because I had actually seen like I had early access to 2042, but I couldn't like talk about any of it. But I couldn't talk about any of it till like later. So I'm just sitting there like, oh my god, just like you're basing this whole thing off a trailer, and I have to like keep my mouth shut like the whole time because like I signed like a non-disclosure with like EA when I saw it, like that I wouldn't like say anything about it, obviously. And I'm just listening to like a bunch of like imbeciles like fucking spamming like crazy. And I'm just like, it's like a little maybe.
So very deadly when it comes to trying to get into a position quickly. You have Envy Taylor upstairs awaiting his arrival, although probably unbeknownst to him at the current moment, but will surely make his presence.
I mean, I don't think it was as horrible as people like. Okay, so here's the thing: people were overhyping it before it came out, and then I think once it actually came out, people hated on it too hard. I don't think it like it had performance issues, which is probably like, you know. But the game was not like that. Like, people were acting like, bro, they were acting like Battlefield 2042 was like literally like the worst game like in existence. And like it wasn't like, you know, the best. It's not a game that I'd probably like, you know. I actually played it when it first came out a little bit. But I you know, it was just like okay at best. Like it was just like a mid to like bottom, like not, it was like a below mid game. I would say. Like, not literally, like, unplayable shit, but also not something that you'd really, like, you know, pick up normally. They have a... I want to see what this Amaru is doing. So they're just chilling on the stairs.
Both teams as well also had very similar HPs to each other, with one player heavily injured and another one relatively close to full HP. Cyclops, because of that return to an even player count, tries to get aggressive here and attempts to swing their way back over towards the bedroom here.
Shooting.
Well, and it works out for Anaton as he gets at least one more player knocked out before being down on the counter from Demic. Demic versus Suzu is down to, but Demic just goes for the play outright, swings into the open, and shuts it down for his team instead, locking in that massive advantage for Sandbox on the halftime, regardless of what we get out of this last round here.
Yeah, it was so dumb. People do that all the time, though, man. Like, it happens all the time where people are, like, talking about how, like, oh, this is gonna be, like, the craziest, like, ever. Like, every time, every game that, like, releases.
To try and get a plant more than likely down inside of kitchen, but obviously it's not in the cards for them, as Cyclops are constantly thwarted on the entry time and time again from Sandbox. Every single body that still existed, all four of them on the map, and between these two teams, 2 versus 2 in that situation, going for the top floor. Although the site on that
You're hoping people are realistic with GTA 6. I don't think GTA 6 can ever live up to the hype, realistically. Like, that game's gonna be insane. Like, there were, like, some, like, leaked videos and stuff that came out for GTA 6, but it was pretty early on. You see people were, like, judging GTA 6, like, that early on. You can't. Like, that's so early in, like, the development cycle. GTA 6 is gonna flop. I think GTA 6 will probably be, like, one of the best-selling games of all time.
Yeah, Mephi unfortunately losing a considerable amount of HP right off the bat of things. No way to really change that up either. So we're not going to see the correct utility brought from our defenders to try and mitigate out any of that damage. Was using it back from round number 1 as we had the dock brought in, but that was kind of a selfish dock, so we could sit in the corner of library and waste out all the incendiary utility from...
Honestly, GTA 5 is a masterpiece. It really is.
The rest of Cyclops, of course, still to slow wind up even aside from that one. Cyclops
it really is a masterpiece.
Take out the wall. As we see there works its way through, and the Twitch drone actually makes it out.
He's getting good work done with this Twitch drone, dude. He's cleaning up with this thing.
First kill of the round, ultimately taking out our Cully, I believe, trying to peek out through that big window there.
Did they just trick that?
Excuse me, leaving the members of Cyclops one player further down. That's also our Cully with the nades in hand as well. No backup set for anyone else there on Cyclops.
Oh, GTA 5 is still doing great for... Like, GTA 5 is consistently still one of the best-selling games every year.
Rush coming in, but no, Chibisu makes it in past Blackray, who of course leads the charge with the shield in hand, gonna be able to overwhelm.
Not the Blitz, bro. They need to, shields need to be deleted from this game. They're an actual, like, plague.
Through the entire defensive setup, just ignoring all the fundamentals of how to breach their way past it and booming their way forward, just killing their way into.
No, GTA is like.
Halftime scoreline.
Like, GTA, like, yearly is still one of the best-selling video games. GTA 5 is the top-grossing media title of all time. Yep. It's crazy, dude. It is nuts. Let's see. I wonder where it is on the top sellers. I bet you it's still up there. They gave it away for free, too. Yeah, GTA 5 is still literally one of the top sellers on Steam. It's like maybe like 20th or so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Cyclops theoretically should have been able to collapse back upon that and shut it down pretty easily, but they didn't, as Cyclops was way too successful when it came to their entry power here. Just not enough.
It's like 20, it's like 30th roughly. The 30th most popular selling game on Steam today, and it's full price right now. Like, it's, you know, it's crazy.
They follow it through with half of the remaining rounds rounds coming up here now, then they will be able to take control of the first of 3 maps.
Absolutely wild, dude.
Top right. This is a best of 5 final, not a best of 3. So you got to go the full distance here today.
Yes,
absolutely nuts.
This morning, so
that's a 10-year-old game. It's at full price, and it's still like a top 30 selling game. And remember, that's just on Steam. They have Grand Theft Auto on Steam. They have Grand Theft Auto on Epic Games. They have Grand Theft Auto on the Rockstar launcher. They have it on Xbox, and they have it on PlayStation, as well as like other, I'm sure, other platforms and stuff as well. That game is, they're going to milk that game for like at least 5 more years, I feel like. For sure. What are my expectations for GTA 6? More shark cards.
From SBX on their defenses around this area. Nice little sledge there, yeah, and from Garage.
GTA 5 disappears for PS5. You own the digital copy, and they stole it from you. How does that even happen?
Nobody playing deep in on some of those angles.
GTA 5 is gonna be like Skyrim, dude. They're gonna release like 84 million copies.
Primed as well to go up on top. NVTel actually throws that one a little bit late to catch another player on the first floor, but it's the hold from Mephi, as well as, of course, some assistance there from Demic that picks up the opening kill. Mephi and Arukaze for the attack both get traded out, though, so Demic losing a lot of his capability to push forward as well.
You had to buy it again? Why didn't you just go through your purchase history and like put a support ticket in?
Demic is, of course, aware of it. There's not much you can do to directly challenge against it, and that player actually has fallen back now, it looks like, wrapped back around that has gone over through the lobby into the actual site. Shibisu also...
It's always so funny too, like I love seeing people copy like some of these setups that like pro teams do for Kitchen. It's like, we're playing ranked and we're solo queuing. This is not the reason these people are using these setups is for very different reasons. The Steam Deck flop? I don't know. I don't think that Valve/Steam actually cares. Dude, Steam is like Valve is like a private company, and they literally make billions of dollars a year, and they're like literally like owned by like a few people. Valve is probably like the most profitable company on earth, like per employee. They have like a few hundred employees, and they make like billions of dollars. Valve has 2 massive lawsuits going on. What are they? What lawsuits do they have? They're just stalling out over here.
From Cyclops in the defense.
Great hold there once again from Cyclops to quickly rebound.
Uncompetitive game prices. I don't know.
Nice statement made there. We get a pretty lackluster early clear from Sandbox when it comes to the way they try to handle.
No, I hope that Valve remains private for sure. There's some downsides too of them still being private. Like there is. So the thing is, when you're like a public company, like you'll have like upper level management, which will like push, you know, the company and like developers and stuff forward to make like games and stuff like that. But like at the same time too, that could also be bad. No, this is not a rerun. We're live. That could also be bad because you put out unfinished or unpolished games. There's like a fine like middle line.
Things up with round 8. Sandbox looking to finally get something on the board here after a little while's worth of time. Gonna be some big
Valve is like uncompetitive game prices. I don't know, dude. I mean, Valve, Steam, generally speaking, has pretty good prices for games, so I don't know.
It seems as people are really starting to fall in love with this
game is going for $59.99 to $69.99.
The more aggressive play style.
I think that I mean, well, there's like inflation and stuff, right?
Pretty interesting look. Hopefully we got some.
And I think one of the biggest things too with it,
prove to be a problem, but
like
looks like it's
there's, you know, honestly, like it's one of the things.
Now knowing that we do have a nook.
Oh, for them to maintain their 30% commission. Ah, I see. I don't know. I mean, Apple and Google do that too with phones, Xbox, Microsoft, PlayStation, Sony. I don't know. It's not like Valve's the only one doing that. And actually, if anything, the PC marketplace is the most open. I don't see Valve losing that court case, but you never know.
So succeeds in finding that first kill. Envy Taylor also takes a duel versus Anaton. In the process of Anaton backing away, of course. He's going to try to get a little bit of revenge for that, but right read on the angle.
Now is one of the best times to be like a gamer in terms of value. Almost every single video game is free to play nowadays, or like really cheap. That's like, there are like multiplayer games and stuff like that.
On the Nook, as well as the other players still succeeding in clearing parts of the upstairs roam.
Does CJ have good matchmaking these days? Yeah, I mean, overall, I think they just figure people that are going to pay $59.99 for a game are also going to pay $69.99. Like, development costs are up. Cost of everything is up, basically. And people,
Chibi's actually going to be the one to go down here to Meffy. That 4-17.
He's still up right now, no?
No matter what way you slice it.
Oh, that timing is crazy, dude. I would be raging. It's a pretty like golden time to be like a gamer right now. Like, think about all the games that like every popular game is like free, basically.
Get the plant here going into a 2 versus 3 now for Cyclops, both on very low HP as well. Arcoli trying to get this rotation to work for himself. He'll be able to at least muster one.
Valve. I mean, overall, yeah, I like Steam the most.
Some great impromptu play over the course of this round from Good Boy.
Right. Everything. The thing is that people don't realize is like when I was a kid, if there was a game that was free to play, it was always like pay to win. So if a game was free to play, it was pay to win. Nowadays, games are free to play and it's just cosmetics. That's it.
With some great heads-up play from Good Boy, but at the same time, CAG were bringing a little bit more to the table and nearly were able to completely retake the site because of that.
Oh, I don't know, Kiro. I'm not sure then.
We saw that retake begin, had already fully secured the site itself, and they were just barely able to get
Fortnite's are free to play with a battle pass. I mean, like Dota and League were free before Fortnite. Like Dota was always free, League was always free. Like almost every game nowadays is free. Warzone, Fortnite, PUBG. Like Siege is actually really one of the only games left that actually costs money. Warframe. They honestly need to make Rainbow Six free. Counter-Strike, Valorant. Bro, Siege is Overwatch. What game is not free to play nowadays except for Siege? I actually cannot even think of a game that's like a really huge game over many years. That's a top game that is not free to play. Maybe WoW. Yeah, WoW's one. Okay, there you go. That's one game, though. All right, I'm looking at all the different categories that are on Twitch right now, the top categories. I won't include Zelda because that's not going to be there tomorrow. But League of Legends, free. Valorant, free. World of Warcraft, okay, that costs money. Fall Guys, free. Grand Theft Auto, technically not free, but like it's been free a bunch of times, actually. Apex, free. Warzone, free. Dota, free. Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, free. Lost Ark, free. Teamfight Tactics, free. Fortnite, free. Dead by Daylight, okay, that costs money. Overwatch 2, free. Hearthstone, technically not free. Isn't Hearthstone? Hearthstone is free, but like you could buy packs and stuff. It's kind of like, it's still technically free, okay? Honkai Star Rail, free. I don't know what Darkest Dungeon is. Is that free? Tarkov is not free. FIFA is not free. Now we're getting into games that are not free. Even still, there's like PUBG, World of Tanks. Like, bro, it is like the top of Twitch is dominated by free games.
For the team on the last round, is going to be trying to do something similar here, keeping a stalwart hold on that.
R6 is free. No, but I'm talking about free. That's not free, man. Having Game Pass is not free. Rocket League is another one. I mean, it's further down the list somewhere. Destiny's free. Rocket League is free. I mean, look at all these games I'm naming. These are all like the bigger games that have more viewers right now, or like a decent like chunk of following. Like really, like I'm being serious. There's maybe like the games that are before Siege on Twitch, there's literally 1, 2, that's free. 3, 4, 5, 6. So how many are on each row?
Looks like they'll finally be able to extinguish this in a certain sense.
Here's what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22, 33. Siege is currently the 34th most watched game on Twitch right now. And of the games that are above Siege, basically there's 6 games that are not free to play at the moment.
Well, they likely heard that trap go off earlier on. Good boy now with a triple kill on the round for himself too. As Cyclops cannot catch a break. Oh, but Black Gray might just.
You need Game Pass or PS Plus to play games, but it's not that version. You need Game Pass Premium. You don't need Game Pass to play online. You just need Xbox Gold or whatever it is. Or PlayStation Plus. It's not regular PlayStation Plus. It's PlayStation Plus Premium or Xbox like Live Gold Game Pass or whatever it is.
Done by Cyclops to forge their way back into a round after it looked like Sandbox may have had the entry power built up together. You can see that slight setup they had for themselves built at the top of blue was very delicately put together, and just a few peaks here and there bring Cyclops right back into the round and right back into a kill advantageous position where they are able to shut down the round itself from and bring themselves within 1 round's grasp of a tie point yet again. 4-5, 2 to go to end for Sandbox, but Cyclops of course chasing OT at 2 points of their own and a potential theft of this map outright if they can win the next 3 outright.
I was going to say, it's really not, that outside of bounds for them to try and take this in regulation still in comparison to Sandbox. I mean, Sandbox still has to get 2 rounds just to do that themselves, and Cyclops with that 3 doesn't really seem that far-fetched. So we'll see if Cyclops can...
right. I mean, Siege should be free to play. I really think it should be, at least on console. It should be.
As for Sandbox, though, it's kind of
at least on console, Siege should be free. It's called Game Pass Ultimate, whatever. Anyway, Siege should just be straight up free. Even on PC, Siege should maybe be free. I mean, the only thing I worry about with Siege is like cheaters, but honestly, they've done a better job with cheaters lately, I will say. And I don't think the game being free to play would really affect cheating that much in Siege's current state, because the problem with Siege now is not necessarily like the accounts, because they just steal accounts. It's getting legitimate phone numbers for them to like play with to play ranked. You get a copy of Siege with a new NVIDIA GPU? I don't know, maybe, but that doesn't count. It's not free. That's requiring someone to literally buy a graphics card that is like hundreds of dollars, if not over $1,000, to get a copy of Siege. Balas! Hello, thank you for the Prime sub.
It's going to be that slow opener yet again from Sandbox. Expect 1 or 2 players to try and work their way in through that basement angle or another direct access point to begin taking map control. But as we have already seen for the previous 2 to 3 rounds now,
Siege should be free to play. It should be on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Honestly, it really should be.
Within this first minute or so, expect another about 45
hey, let me tell you something. If you buy a car from Mies, I'll give you a copy of Rainbow Six Siege for free. It's the starter edition, though. You guys remember the starter edition? Oh my god, bro. Ubersoft.
But ultimately just succeeds in scaring those players away. Chibi Soup that we're now looking at was the one taking that battle just a few seconds prior, but is backed around the corner, of course, to the relative safety of the piano area. And now Black Gray has been prompted because of those members from Sandbox being baited onto the inside of Library. One of them will be shut down as they step just a few steps too far onto the outside of it. And to the waiting arms of Black Gray is Nitro. Thankfully, there is a trade set up ready to counter that out pretty much instantaneously. Arukaze gets the better of Black Gray for the exchange and brings it back to a 4v4.
The cheating situation has not been that bad in Siege lately, honestly. It really hasn't been. Like in a while.
Still not a strong enough position to try and get this plant down.
Siege should be 100. See, chat, you guys are giving these examples. I'm talking about that Siege needs to be 100% free. You should not even need Xbox Live or PlayStation Plus to get it. You should be able to download it and play like offline Terrorist Hunt for free. And if you have whatever on PC, you should just be able to download and play the game for free.
Sandbox's next
That's
move
it.
on the top floor. So have one inside of site 2. It's going to be Chibi to strike. It's going to be a big pickup 2 onto Mephi.
Destiny 2 isn't. You need expansions. But that doesn't, like, whatever. The most of the game is free, I guess.
The majority of these rounds,
I mean, it's insane when you think about it. Rainbow Six Siege, the game itself, costs money. There's then a battle pass in the game. There's cosmetics. There's headgear, uniforms, gun skins, charms, attachment skins, operator card backgrounds. Okay. I don't know, did I mention the battle pass? The operators cost money, or you have to buy them with the battle pass, or buy them with a renown for grinding.
Play with the Nitro, chucking it back up, as more than likely Sandbox are not going to be able to commit that deep into the site. With that said, though, the Toxic Babes are potentially going to send the Planter out of Nitro range. We have to see, as there's the toss-up, but like I said before...
Only problem with Siege being free is they'd have to pay out everyone who bought the game one way or the other. Not really. Just give everybody a charm that says, like, you bought the game. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? You don't have to give people shit. Motherfuckers been playing this game for 8 years, spending $8 on the game, and they want free shit? Fuck off.
The first of 3 kills now being found, but he does not read at all into the rotation. Back down to the main metal stairs. The Chibisu takes, which reopens the pathway, of course, for Anaton to get the counter defuse and for Cyclops to tie us up at 5-5.
They don't need to give anyone shit. Literally give everybody a free, like, skin. Like, give everybody a free charm or a free skin or what, something. That's it. That's literally all you have to do. Done.
Just hold kind of a pseudo position where Sandbox didn't really.
PUBG just gave everybody a few free skins. That's literally all you have to do.
Clear out the top floor or end up breaching the wall onto site and trying to apply.
Give everybody a universal charm.
Sat on their hands there for a little while.
Something like that. Or a universal gun skin, maybe, or something.
On an entire round going the way of Cyclops instead of what should have been a Sandbox domination. Honestly, especially with their early round picks that we saw them procure, there was really no reason that they couldn't have translated that there. But Cyclops given way too much rope, and they take way more than an inch.
And so that now makes it either team's game truly here.
Yeah.
We can see either one pick up just a 1-to-1
an OG frame. I mean, yeah, like that stuff is fine. I think that to make people happy, because people will complain.
It could really go to either team at this point. It's Cyclops, unfortunately, or rather Sandbox, unfortunately, have finally lost.
Everyone bought the game of the next days? No. Just literally give everybody a charm. It's not that complicated. It's really not. Like, people are way overcomplicating things that just, it's not that hard. It's as simple as just being like, okay, the game is free now. If you had the game before, everybody gets a charm. Ta-da! Or just don't give anybody anything. Who gives a shit? Like, I don't know why people feel like they like need to get something for like free.
So may try to see some additional control being taken in that area. However, as you guys may be noticing now, as we just check things out from Suzu's POV, he's got a Nitro and quite a bit of resistance primed to this one. The Nitro not even actually going to be needed. It is still utilized. You see the explosion go off, but Good Boy going to be downed irregardless, just by a little bit of an aggressive push that comes in by Cyclops themselves.
Able to find the Ash as well, but Chibi not comfortable with pushing it any farther. Cyclops, I think that they've done some soul searching, John. They've been able to find their more aggressive tendencies, and it works out beautifully for them. Mephi goes down, and Good Boy also gone to the wind. Black Ray will be the only donation that they have to give up for this. Arcoli able to stave off elimination.
Drone is going to get spotted out there by
attachment refund? Bro, people were complaining about spending 30 renown on a silencer. Like, fuck off. Like who gives a shit? Yeah, the fucking attachment Andes. Bros, people spent 5 renown on a fucking flash hider and they like want their 5 renown back. Motherfucker, go play one ranked game. Like, fuck off. Who gives a shit?
Overall, at least a bit more palatable now that things haven't brought down to the even 3v3. Sandbox, though, still
No, people wanted refunds for attachments. Dude, a flash hider was actually like 30 renown. Like the silencer, I think was like 250. I think all the other attachments were 50. And then like the silencer was like 250, and like the, I don't know, something like that. I mean, it's good that they made all of the attachments free for everybody. It was annoying to even go through and buy all of them.
His own HP down to about half of what it originally was now as well. Demic tries to open a second pathway into wine, and Taylor is purely looking like he's going to be on.
Imagine buying the extended barrel back then. They made attachments free before the extended barrel even came out.
Positioned deeper into the site here. Hannington and the rest of Cyclops just simply waiting out the timer, waiting out that eventual play from Sandbox. And here comes a two-piece picked up by Hannington, leaving only Envy Taylor here with a bit of a late rotate, as of course he was priming those nades a few seconds ago. Not much hope for the clutch to come through here, and time is going to be expiring in just a moment. It's a safe bet here to see Cyclops indeed getting themselves to map point first.
Strong plays here from
It was 250 per attachment. I thought only the like laser sight.
Of Sandbox. Yes, they might be able to process the wall.
I thought only the laser sight was that much. And silencer.
Cyclops able to play the cross is just such a strong degree.
Let's see if I can find it.
Right there inside of that clip. No real chance for Cyclops to try and get into the site and get those big kills. You know, opening up an opportunity for them to try and get a plant down. It's been Cyclops time and time again, it seems, so far here to try and.
Oh, I found somebody's like listed it. Somebody took a picture of it. Okay, evidently I just found a, oh, evidently you could buy the extended barrel back then. No shit. Okay, so these were the exact cost. It was, with the battle pass, 63 renown, 180, so it was 10% off, so it was like probably 75 for a flash hider. It was 200 for the extended barrel, 250 for the silencer, and I think the laser sight was also 250. I literally just found a screenshot that somebody took a long time ago.
Going to make the best of what could be a bad situation here, if that is going to be the true play case for the majority of this series. Sandbox, of course, putting Good Boy onto a very powerful operator yet again. We already saw him make some good moves on the Nook, and just in general, the way he's been playing as that kind of silent lurker, constantly hunting for that opening kill. Obviously, that's a very perfect match for the Nook's play style, so should be able to see some good contribution come in from him.
Dude, it's the funniest thing ever, though. People, the thing is, people will complain no matter what about anything in this game when Ubisoft gives people free shit. I forgot what Ubisoft gave people for free one time. What was it? It was for doing nothing. And people were complaining that it wasn't like enough or nice enough. Ah, why am I blanking out? It was like a big deal, and I remember roasting the fuck out of everybody for it. Oh yeah, I think it was the Ash Elite, maybe. I don't remember, but I remember just like going ballistic on like everyone, like, bro, you are getting a free skin for fucking nothing. Like, just shut up. Like, you don't.
But it's actually going to be Arukaze that strikes first as single rotation comes through here on Trophy. They're looking for another one, but
Rocket League going free to play. It went downhill. I thought Rocket League is doing like pretty well overall right now.
Very good possibility indeed for that.
Am I wrong on that?
Sandbox set themselves up for success yet again. Cyclops faltering just when they needed to hold themselves together here, but it has been the nature of what we've been seeing so far. Hannington potentially trying to timing play his peak, but he's already missed the opportunity on the first player that's moved in. Chibisu finally strikes back for Cyclops, and Hannington still looking for an opportunity.
Right, bro? That's what I'm saying. If Ubisoft owes me money for anything, it's for the fucking extremely large like rage issues that I now have.
On the rotation away from that back behind the bed position he was playing at before there.
It's for the emotional damage this video game has brought me.
Sandbox had locked in control of that one over by Solarium. Now combined with Arukaze's angle here on the rappel for Bedroom, should be able to see a push from Sandbox.
People stopped playing when they got rid of keys and crates.
Oh. Here as he tries to force back some of the pressure coming into that bedroom area now, fortunately unsuccessfully, so puts a lot more pressure back onto Suzuk. And indeed, Demic, as he pushes forward here, is not able to actually finish off Chibisu. Thought for sure that one bullet, excuse me, would have gotten the job done, but now Suzuki battles back in himself, picks up another response kill, brings it down to the 2v2. Both teams losing a lot of HP in the process of this.
People cry when Ubisoft used to give people boosters for server downtime. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, people just, you know, people complain like crazy. There it is, Cyclops, map 1. That was my bet. That was my bet.
Congratulations to Cyclops.
Very, very well done from Cyclops, the backbone of their setup, standing the test of time in this game, and we'll have to see if it continues on throughout this series. But as of right now, looking so very strong.
What's on Logos? I think that Siege should have a marketplace.
Victory indeed. Took him a few rounds, of course, to kind of hit the ground running as we saw some struggles initially, but was able to rebound very nicely. And indeed takes full control here on the final rounds of the map.
I would love to see that, dude. Honestly, if Rainbow Six had a skin market, I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns.
If they did it through like Steam and CS, I mean, Ubisoft should make their own marketplace. I'm just surprised they haven't even done that. Like, why is there not like an Ubisoft, like, whatever, skin store that's kind of like the Steam store? Or like the Steam market, like Ubisoft market.
The divisions in the world are stark.
It's like a, like, the thing is, like, with the Ubisoft market thing, if they made one, it's like a license for them to print, like, free money. And the thing is, dude, every game that has a marketplace, there's a bunch of people who come in. I know that there's, like, whatever annoying things that come along with it. But there's people that will come into the game and stuff like that. Like, there's big groups of people who come and they, like, play the game only because they can, like, earn money, quote-unquote. They don't care since it won't make money. No, that's like a major money-making opportunity for Rainbow Six Siege. Like, Counter-Strike and Dota and like are literally free-to-play games, and they make bank from their markets. Particularly Counter-Strike makes like actual billions of dollars from their like Steam market.
Things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically.
If there was a skin market, then alpha packs would be irrelevant. How would they be irrelevant? You open up an alpha pack for free, and you get an item that you can then sell on like the Ubisoft market for like a boatload of money.
War immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing.
No, but I'm talking about a marketplace for people to sell their items to each other. Whenever there's a marketplace in a video game for players to sell items between each other, like, there's like a ton of people who like get into the game because of that.
Progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race.
With most things that make sense, it'll take you another 10 years. I agree.
Another challenge awaits. How
It
can you
sucks though,
consider
dude. That
competition
is like a
in a sport
huge money-making idea for them.
This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
You can't make a marketplace without being able to stack multiple items. True, but, you know, they could do that. Honestly, that is one thing that I do want back compensation for, because I've opened up so many alpha packs, and they were duplicates, and I just got some renown for them, but they would never do that. Right now Sandbox and Cyclops are playing. And then after this it's BDS and Wild. I don't know what it is, but I like love looking at desert sand, dude.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We currently have a leader. One map in and Cyclops are looking strong. Now, Jacob, there's still plenty to go, but, you know, what were your thoughts as that map progressed?
Dude, this is the exact same problem that I saw with Sandbox from yesterday.
You think there'll be a Rainbow Six 2, or do you think they'll just keep developing R6? I hope that I mean, they can name Rainbow Six 2. The thing is, like, all of these, like, Counter-Strike 2, Rainbow Six 2, you know, all these games, they're not really a second version of the game. They're just a big update to the engine a lot of times. So, I mean, if Ubisoft does something like that, I'm fine with it. But they should not, like, make a fully, like, new title or whatever. Like, people should still be able to keep all their skins and levels and accounts and all that.
They start off great, you know, they get that first defensive half, 4-2 split defending on Chalet. You're laughing at how good things are going for you. And then you switch to attack and everything falls apart. It really feels like there's just this mental block on Sandbox where they can't actually get things going. They can't take that initiative to push forward and take fights. And man, that was just unfortunate one to watch, especially for their own map pick in a best of 5.
We got some cool highlights going on to my right in the amazing spaceship that we call a studio. But the Chalet map pick did seem like it was a bit of a curveball for Sandbox. It didn't pay off. So now we could see Sandbox even further on the back foot as we move to Cyclops' map pick, Jacob.
Yeah, I think the weird thing is it's not even like this map played out in a way that we haven't seen several times before, because a 4-2 half is a dime a dozen on a map like Chalet, and it's a matter of who plays into the utility more on defense. That was the thing I was most curious about. So if Sandbox could get 4 rounds, what could Cyclops do? The answer is 5. The answer is considerably more, because they weren't able to read into Cyclops' utility play. There was a smoke, a frost, and
well, that's what I kept saying. I was like, well, it's defense when Sandbox was ahead at first. Honestly, I'm surprised with Sandbox like making a pretty decent showing. Spent $700 on NHL. Bro, the amount of money that people spend on sports games is ridiculous to me.
One round on their attacks, and they give Cyclops round after opportunity over and over again. It just feels like for SBXG, it's kind of a tale as old as time.
Yeah, we were leaning into Aniton kind of, you know, in our pre-show where we were talking about how impressive his performance was yesterday. And, you know, all eyes were him. And let's say for the first 5 or 6 rounds, I don't think anyone really was standing out on Cyclops. And then they kind of turned it on as, you know, they started to get momentum after those first 5 or 6 rounds, right, Jesse?
Yeah, I think that second half where like Cyclops were actually winning on their defenses, it really did feel like a team effort. I actually thought Anatson, despite right middle of the pack, was one of the most impactful players. I thought his sight play, whether it was on the Echo or whether it was on the mute, the rotations he was making were really, really good. You got to credit Chibisu as well, top of the leaderboard there. I would argue there was some rounds where they were losing on attack, where Chibisu got some bait kills that weren't really impactful. But nonetheless, he's top of the scoreboard, and he did play well, especially in that second half.
You call him like you see him, yeah.
Well, Cyclops in attack, you know, they slow rolled almost every time, and then they blitzed in. You know, it's essentially a 50-50 gunfight for most of the time. And we've got a cool little replay for you, Jesse, to talk us through from one of these blitz attacks, I believe, in round 5.
That's exactly right, Banks, because this is one of those rounds that I thought had potential, but it really highlights how important it is to give the defuse kit to the right person. Watch Chibisu here. He's outside a bathroom window, and he has that defuse kit. The problem with bringing kit into bathroom window is you've got no good way to rotate down to kitchen after you're done with this top clear. So if this top clear doesn't go perfectly, and you'll see right in a moment here, it doesn't.
COD? No, they're going to just keep releasing COD every year. Call of Duty is every year. It just gets a new release and people just will always buy it. I have a bunch of IRL friends and stuff like that who are older. You know, they have kids. They just literally want to go and play. They literally just want to go and like play a game and like that's it. Like they just get like smoked the entire time they're playing. They think they're super sick at the game and they shit on everybody. They just shit talk everybody on their mic like the entire time and like that's it, bro. That's it. They don't even know what they're doing. They just run around.
Because Cyclops did win the game overall, but it's those attacks that will punish you in tougher games.
We've also got a nice little head-to-head for you to show the best players from each team and to show a bit of appreciation for them. You know, an excellent individual performance and also a little ego boost going into map 2. Jacob, does this seem fair?
Definitely seems fair. I think the point about Chibisu maybe having a couple of impactless kills is one that we can't necessarily discredit, but I do love the fact that he top fried when a lot of people were wondering whether he was the right fit for
BR games. In general, BR games are like, I'll play them a little bit here and there, like casually, but they're pretty boring to me. I don't like looting. And then like, yeah, and then just getting into a gunfight here and there or whatever. It's just, I don't know. It's just like too much. Everyone's just bad. It's not boring. I don't know. It's too repetitive for me, dude. It's like look around for guns, like same map every time, same main areas that people go to every time. No variety.
He's been in the scene forever. But if Arukaze is doing the best on his team, it means guys like Envy Taylor need to do a little bit more and step up. So that is the thing I'll be primarily watching from Sandbox in map 2.
Tarkov? Bro, I don't even know how people play Tarkov. Sorry, Tarkov lovers, but yeah, that game is right when somebody mentions Tarkov, I like fall asleep. Like, I don't know.
Got to keep this ball rolling and head back into this matchup. We've got map number 2 and Blue and Stokes waiting in the wings.
Isn't Siege repetitive too? How is Siege as repetitive as a BR game, bro? Siege has like literally like fucking 20 maps, 84 gazillion fucking operators and guns and stuff like that. You spawn in, there's different bomb sites on every map that you play.
Seeing a huge amount of contribution from anyone there for the first few goes at it, but
very different.
Quite quickly and are able to take the Sandbox map pick away from them. Now we head, of course, into Cyclops' own pick, and they're feeling nice and confident about their chances to be able to take control of that. Isn't that right, Stokes?
Yeah, I guess we're staying blurry for this one, buddy. Yeah, I'm trying. We're doing what we can with these home broadcasts, you know what I mean? But yes, indeed, man, we're looking to see if there's potentially 4 maps still in the chamber here for us between Cyclops and Sandbox.
You have 2 different skins with the same gun. I mean, I personally like Siege. Like, that's just what I like. But
their little reign that they had going on near the tail end of that series, rattling off 3 rounds in a row to close out that map.
And so we'll be loading into that second map right now, ladies and gentlemen. Sandbox's chance at redemption is going to be coming up nice and hot here. Need to see a bit more speed when it comes to those executes here. Otherwise, once again, same issues that we saw on map number 1 could very easily crop up yet again here for map number 2. Let's load it.
I miss the old bomb frame sometimes. See how the bomb frame is like open? I kind of miss it sometimes.
the Korean and Japan bracket of the 2023 Gamers Without Borders event. Huge sums of money on the line for charitable causes.
R6's battle pass layout. I have no idea. When was Siege's highest player count? I don't know for a fact, but I would guess. I would probably guess sometime around the era of like Chimera, I'd say, like around that time.
I'm sure Jacob and Jesse are going to be keeping a tally of how many times Monty.
That's when I noticed that like the game was like the most poppin', and like my Twitch viewership was the highest personally, and all that kind of stuff.
End up seeing how deep that Monty band goes. Nook and Maestro going to be the bands here from Cyclops. We'll see what Sandbox wants to bring out for their very last band, but making quite a bit of sense, especially for Maestro and how prominent he is on Cafe. Really liking that band here. And the Solace will be the last one to wrap this band face up with a nice little bow. So let's get in here and see what Cyclops can do with their very first offense on Cafe.
Sandbox going for the bar hold first as well here. Another choice we've been seeing, actually, I believe, made by Cyclops as well in yesterday's matchup as the APAC team just a little bit more comfortable going directly to that third floor site to play into, whereas quite a few other teams have kind of resigned themselves away from going for that third floor site choice when you consider the fact that it is quite played out, especially for the defenders from time to time. So you have some difficulties being able to maintain that usual defender side of control there, prompting some of our teams sometimes to go for a different choice. But it's not going to be the case here for Sandbox.
Boss G was broken? What do you mean? The Boss G was literally always shit.
Number of operators for it as well. Number of surprises. The castle is going to be between C-plate, as obviously it'll give them the capability to kind of segment off a few areas, like as you see the rotation through Whitehall. And I believe.
I mean, I've always liked it because it's like fun, but it's always been dog shit. A single fire weapon is always going to be shit in Siege.
I like the setup that Sandbox is going for here. Kind of a unique. You know,
especially it didn't have an ACOG in the beginning. It only had a 1X site.
Angles that we've seen adopted in, especially with you know, a little Kiba barrier that we have applied from Azami. Some angles that they're gonna have to kind of worry about in a certain sense if they do end up positioning themselves.
The game looks really different back in its infancy. Yeah.
Their lives, but we'll have to see how
the lighting was so different.
To, use this to get around Cyclops' game plan. It's going to be a Doke call initially here, and we'll just see if
the thing that was broken about Dokkaebi and Vigil when they came out was the SMG-12 was fucking busted. That thing was actually busted as shit when it first came out.
And part of that will be based on how successful our
that was the broken part about Dokkaebi and Vigil.
In the middle of red stairs right now is already in a pretty
yeah, the SMG-12 was like pretty much the best gun of the game, or like one of them.
Actionable follow through that he has just as of yet. That could very easily change over the next 30 seconds to a minute though. So I'm gonna be waiting to see. And this could be an interesting one from Cyclops, building up all this utility. They're gonna hot drop into the hatch here and try to see if they can make their way into it. Good boy negates out quite a bit of that early momentum, but the rest of the team still able to flood their way through. No safe plant avenue.
I don't know why they're dropping Skylight. I mean, it's kind of working, but
he's gonna snap his side of this flank shut, cuts out any potential.
I've never been a fan of Skylight drops, dude.
Also with control of attacker-sided balcony, takes out Mephi here, leaves it all on Envy Taylor. So the surprise booming strat to the inside of the window from Cyclops has paid off, and indeed will lock in the round as well as R. Cully picks up the final kill.
I think Sandbox were just a little flabbergasted by the move that Cyclops went, you know, for there. So ended up catching him off guard with the flood from the Skylight. 3 players jump in. Only 1 remains at the end of the day, and it happens to be a Cyclops member. As they're able to win out that entire engagement and maintain their advantage and behind the long bar, able to shut down the resurgence of Sandbox players as well.
Shakamento with Pulse and Frost is annoying.
From Cyclops there, especially for some of these players that were trying to hold on to the outskirts, like you know what we saw.
I don't know. I've just never been a fan of these like Skylight drops. I mean, they pulled it off, but
so those were definitely the big positions that we saw out of Cyclops that were able to make sure that Sandbox couldn't battle back into that round after their
how much do we expect from the Frost and Shield rework?
Quick read on the situation.
The Frost rework I'm a fan of. The Shield rework I'm not. I don't know. Shields are just so frustrating to play against, and I don't know. Ugh.
Counter at the flanks we may have gotten from Cigar side or potentially somewhere else on the map down below, as you sometimes get the player that is going to be lurking around 90 or potentially that train hallway also. So really well played strategy there from the side of Cyclops to be able to get themselves onto the board first, and now we just have to wait and see where they go from here. Obviously, the kind of choice is over in Sandbox's court at the moment, just because of the fact that they're on defense. So they need to dictate where they go from here. Do they call it as like a one-and-done fluke strategy and reattempt the third floor hold? Do they rotate away from that one, as will more than likely happen, and go for what's, again, more than likely going to be their first floor hold next? All that is really up to Sandbox at this point, as they need to figure out where things go from here.
Yeah, that's the good news, right? Like, things are completely open for them. There's no real restriction on where they can go or what their next move can necessarily be. So we'll have to see what they try and go with. But as of right now, it really seems like Cyclops is in the driver's seat. They're the one dictating the pace of these rounds.
When shields used to have 75% accuracy while hip firing. Dude, there was a really broken time back in the day. I don't know if you guys remember this during Alpha. You were able to aim your gun while you had your shield up. So if you had your blitz and you hip fire people, you were able to your gun would aim in and the crosshair would get smaller and you could just tap everybody in the head. It was so broken. It never made it past the alpha, but it was extremely busted. Like, I still remember I literally just walked in, I'm like, wait a minute, you could just ADS with this? Not ADS, but you can aim in while keeping your shield up. I would walk in, people would be shooting my shield, I would just look at them, tap, 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 like ace, every time. But that was a bug, where you could shoot with Monty's shield extended. This was not a bug, this was a feature in the game. Are there any NA teams in? Yeah, I think NA plays tomorrow?
On the mistakes made in round number one, or rather
I think the NA games are tomorrow.
Strategy from round number one, and try to take control now of a new site. On the first floor here for Kitchen.
I'm liking this from Cyclops. I really hope it sticks, especially with this glass plate coming in. Black Ray is going to be adopting the blitz so far. We'll see if any of that changes up. But for Sandbox, as you said, it's going to be a kitchen defense for them, and they're bringing the usual cast of characters, especially with the Kaid working his way in. Have some laser gates. It's going to be the more unique thing here as they try and make sure some of the soft paneling isn't nearly as accessible for the offensive side. Won't have to worry about it too much from the defensive end unless they try and toss something through it. But past that, though, have everything else really necessary to try and lock up some of these more hard-fought positions around the map, especially things like a bakery here. That's going to be Mephi's job as of right now. Really surprised that Good Boy hasn't applied any of the Kiba barriers here. Looks like he's over inside of what is on the main kitchen bases as of right now.
The reveals this weekend. Yep. I believe it is at least, right? Isn't it Sunday for the reveal for Siege? Maybe. I'm on their Twitter right now. Looking. May 14th at 11:30. That's what it says right here.
Teammates may be supporting that angle when it comes time to follow through with the executes. Well, what's going to follow up with Anaton a little bit later on in the round itself.
Is R6 Extraction as good as Outbreak? I think it's better than Outbreak, but
although he's having some issues with the utility mitigation that's been set up by the defense and just the general presence that's here near Whiskey. And
I think it's better,
but now we're back to focusing up on him and Chibisu as well, as we've got a two-tiered take going on here. The melee from the blitz actually misses, and Black ends up going down because of that one. Mephi is able to turn it back around, but he's quite literally the only one that
dude, he was holding it down. Unfortunately, no one else was.
As it's otherwise a very successful take from Cyclops yet again to put their second round on the board.
Cyclops time and time again able to best Sandbox in these crucial moments. Some big kills coming out from them and no plant necessary. Just all.
Is it possible to turn the volume up more? I guess.
Quickly dispatch Sandbox here in the second round, and Sandbox sent reeling back to the top floor. John, they have to try and make.
He's never seen, dude. There's been a lot of blitz play actually.
The same play that we saw it as Cyclops the last time. That's kind of a one-off type of trick, you know, coming in from this skylight. So we'll have to see what they can do with this follow-up round.
Things don't work on the rotation downstairs. They'll make the return to the third floor, hold for Sandbox, and hope that the second attempt up here goes a little bit better this time. Blackray is still keeping the blitz in check, so let's be curious to see how they try to work him, whether it's going to be maybe to like brute force Cigar or something else. Either way, they'll be attempting to make it work, of course, on this third floor clear. But there is going to be a few other adjustments, mainly just in the hard breach departments. It's not necessary to bring a full breadth of hard breach here for the third floor clear. In fact, Cyclops don't feel they need any of it whatsoever. It does oftentimes help to maybe have an Ace or Hibana to knock out a wall or two, but it shouldn't necessarily be required, especially with the kind of booming entry power we're seeing from Cyclops right now. These very like
they're running, yeah. It's crazy how much blitz I've seen, but like APAC teams will run more blitz than other teams. Not that other teams will, like other teams will run blitz too, to be honest.
Quick dispatchment of the castle.
You know, one thing I wish they would get rid of with Thatcher is the fact that he like removes your gun sight.
Them being ready to go. Susie's going to get caught off guard, and that EMP is going to trail down the side of the building because of that. Won't end up hitting its mark, as a lot of damage will be flooded his way, but not enough to be lethal just yet.
Give an attack rapper the 416. Why? The 416 blows. I use it all the time. It sucks.
Might not be the best thing to try and go for something twice. It looks as though this may strike again, but just in a little different vein. Isn't that right, John? Got some flashes coming in. Got a shield play coming through here for Red, as well as a potential
not the
drop
blitz,
coming
bro.
in as well. Nitro cells out. They're going to beat one down, and the trades now come through. Sandbox will be able to at least pick up two here, and that's going to be Anakin gone as well as Suzu. Blackray taking.
Did you guys hear somebody say, "What is that?" Was that Blue in the background saying like?
Given the position that they were able to adopt.
Demic throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Black right there to try and stay alive, and just couldn't get that Nitro cell activation off as quickly as he needed to. It's unfortunate, but it'll cost him his life, as well as the small Cigar positioning here. Now you're going to note there's not an easy transition they can make into main Cigar because of the castle barricades and the fact that they did not bring hard breach, so they can't Hibana open the corner as you would normally see. Same for an Ace, obviously, here. So that is causing a little.
I mean, I literally, Jaeger is my most played operator, and I've only, like, most people played Jaeger back in the day when he was like busted, but like I've played him like now that he's dog shit. I have like 500 hours on Jaeger. I only play him because no one plays him.
Inside of Cigar access, and now Blackray can move forward, but it's our Kali to strike next here, grabbing Good Boy on the transition outside of Pixel. He carries it forward with a second pickup as well, now putting all the pressure onto Envy Taylor, holding a central position.
Why are both of these guys spectating the blitz?
Right into his face, pushes him into a corner where our Kali strikes once again to keep Cyclops in control. A 3-0 start to this game for them, and they're already up 1-0 on the series.
Cyclops have found what they do better than Sandbox.
Like C4 yourself or whatever to take out the blitz. I mean, yeah, I guess so.
With that, as well as just the play style they've adopted inside these last couple of rounds, really assisting with that as well. You can just see it with the way that Sandbox is kind of lost in the way of what Cyclops is doing. Really, you know what I mean? It's just lost in translation for them at the current moment. No real assistance from their teammates. The crosses just kind of falling apart at the seams, and Cyclops constantly being able to exploit Sandbox time and time again in these moments. Even though Cyclops doesn't really have the necessity to push themselves forward, all that deep. They really are losing out on their hard breachers. They're losing out on a lot of key factors here, but where there's a will, there's a way, and they definitely have the will right now to take these fights and be successful in them.
There's a will to constantly make blitz work for their attacking lineup.
People go Mai over Jaeger with 1.5 now. Yeah. Is that uniform illegal? I didn't see what uniform she had on. If it's a player card, you could use a player card without actually running the uniform.
When it comes to this kitchen takes, that's more than likely what we're going to see. Cyclops will probably give a
and you're so in Pro League technically, or in like major tournaments, you're only supposed to use like skins that are on Pro, that are either default skins, or you can use any skin that's in Pro League. So like if it's a team skin or something, or like an event skin or anything like that, you could do any of that technically. I didn't see what she had on though.
Loving this angle here from Blackray. one you don't see all that often either. So definitely something to catch off a Sandbox player. They do end up trying to rotate in for Garage, but not going to be held too long from the Sledge player. Rotate up towards the sky and try and assist their teammates. Suzu actually going to use some hard reaching those sledges right here, but I mean, hey, you know, it is what it is.
Shackle with the shotgun too.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we have some other means to try and get rid of this.
I love the Mozzie Pizza Head. I mean, I run all ridiculous skins, dude. Like, all the skins that I use are, like, super dumb.
Maybe 4 of them, like...
So that's exactly it. Like, actually, how many of these things are they going to get rid of? It's just Arakaze that has Electro Claws, so I highly doubt that they run into any problem where 2 of those things are going to be crucial. So, Edison in the rest of the game will begin working on the...
Alright, let's see what's... Like, Cyclops so far has been rolling, dude. I'm looking for a nice, clean 3-0. Can they do it?
The base floor, rather. Not a single...
I have all dumb skins, dude. I have, like, the Rick and Morty skins. I don't even watch Rick and Morty. I just like it because the skins are ridiculous. I have the black... Yeah, Undertaker BB.
For Cyclops up next.
Basically, like, I just want the dumbest skins possible.
Right now, the Jackal's not really going to give them any workable intel. Maybe they can use this 3rd track to try and catch someone downstairs, but the actual like trackable footsteps are going to be pretty hard to track down. Things will be a little bit better now that we're starting to see Blackbear open things up, but this built up on top of the somewhat questionable use of a Hibana here. As you're going to see, it's like electrical out as well, so it's going to have minimal effect as they just try to work it from the outskirts, and we'll see how much this pays off. That should have been 1 right there, but you need to think like 2 to 3 more. Here we go. They managed to find the electrical at least. So no, there's going to be another one that tricks its way in there as well. So yeah, the utility side of things is not really playing out that well for Cyclops. Thankfully, that's not what's won them the previous 3 rounds. It has been their raw fragging and to some extent entry power that has made that work for them. They're going to be doing this a little bit late though, with only about 30 seconds to go before they finally get that opening kill. They are certainly aware of this VIP player holding downstairs in the corner as well, on top of the usual first one that they've already spotted out for themselves. The peek comes through. Mephi holding on the inside of Bakery, and this is the big issue here. Cyclops just not really hitting their mark when it came to these opening entries and trying to make their utility work for them. So it's coming down to the wire, and more than likely Sandbox finally going to be able to get
there we go, Sandbox round.
Indeed, they will.
You wish they added a Neon Toy Soldier. Oh, by the way, did anybody see the Easter egg at the end of my YouTube video today?
Well, it looks like
there was an Easter egg at the very end.
Cyclops, even though Cyclops able to constantly battle back, it seems, up against SBX.
Am I into F1 and all? Yeah, I love F1.
Finally get the big
I haven't been able to watch over the last few years, though, man.
Together, but we'll have to see what they can do with the rest of their defensive sites throughout.
Twitter's crazy. That's why I don't go on Twitter.
There's some crucial moments going the way of SBX that time that just were too much for Cyclops to try and recover from. So we'll see if this befalls.
New esports packs? I don't know. I don't know when they're coming out. I mean, there's a pretty big break. There's like a 3-month break right now for Pro League. So the only tournament that's going on right now for the summer is there's Gamers Without Borders, which is what we're watching right now. And then there's going to be Gamers 8, but that's not till July. And I don't think there's anything else that I know of. We were at the Miami GP last week, and the prices for food and drinks were crazy. How much were they? Oh, I have an Elgato signal issue. Oh, my PlayStation turned on by itself. What are you doing, PlayStation? You silly? What are you doing?
A kind of a hesitance to push forward into the actual basement site or the first floor site.
The Invitational is not until next year. A bottle of water is $24?
For Cyclops here, and is not necessarily indicative of Sandbox improving their own playstyle. The same issues that we've already seen.
What?
The first 2 third-floor holds could pop up here now in the first second-floor hold that we're going to get out of Sandbox. Cyclops moving very quickly.
$24 for a bottle of water?
Well, Cyclops A little slower to the upswing from what we've seen from their previous rounds. Just trying to make sure that they don't get punished this time around on their entry. A drone is going to go into the eco.
I feel like Miami got real expensive lately.
Yeah, it's working out for them, so it's working out for
I've never
us.
been there, but like I have some friends and stuff that live there, and they said Miami got crazy expensive over the last few years. Like with a lot of people being able to like remotely work, they've moved to Florida, and when they moved to Florida, they moved to Miami. Lobster rolls were $450. Wait, what? Like a sushi roll?
Cyclops now looking to try and transition this over towards a top floor clear. Obviously, do have
like a single sushi roll is $450. Are you like no?
Inside of cocktail that could end up being the big game changer here on the mirror window.
Smoke to block out the mirror window, but Good Boy, of course, has the counter to that and follows it through as well. Grabs Black Ray. The blitz is unfortunately going to be counted out before he can have any.
Or is it like a lobster or like a sandwich? It's still even.
Things down to a 4v4 by trading out onto Good Boy himself.
Bro, I have never paid $450 for any single piece of food ever.
Because of that, already, of course, as you may have noticed, being reduced down to just that tiny.
Like the sandwich with potatoes. Yeah, like okay, that type of lobster roll. No.
5 to 10 seconds even after the damage had been done. Meppy ultimately does finally fall though.
I've never, dude. I've had olive fed Wagyu, which is like the most expensive. Which is like the most expensive like food you could basically eat. And I think I paid for that was like $300 for a steak. That was like the most I've ever paid. And actually, I didn't even pay for that.
For the shot against Suzu and a follow-up on the Chibisu as well. Cyclops just once again with no
nachos for $275. What kind of nachos are they?
Is attempting to be the one to slap it down to the ground, and Cully looks
what alcohol prices?
Demick will retake instead, taking down not only the planter but of course his support in the form of Cully.
I mean, how much was like okay?
Well done from
Jack and Coke.
Had to worry about it there for just a split second as they didn't really have that great of utility.
Ass's wearing North Star.
Into the last couple of moments there, but they definitely had the firepower.
$17 a glass. That's actually not that bad for a Jack and Coke. I mean, it's high, but
so instead, it's Sandbox that are able to maintain.
I mean, I'm expecting it to be way more when a water is $24. There's no way. I feel like it'd be like $40 probably.
From tying it up on the defensive end.
I mean, a Jack and Coke is a pretty good, like, metric. Or, like, a vodka cranberry. Like, that's, like, those are pretty good metrics that are, like, world, like, you can, like, they're at every bar. A Jack and Coke should be, like, maybe, like, $6 to $10 maximum, depending on, like, where you go. Max 6 to 10. But if you're going to, like, F1, okay, then if it's, like, 17, that's actually not, dude, he just told me a bottle of water was $24. A lobster roll was $450. Nachos were $275. The most expensive drink was a Class A Azul Tequila Ultra is $12,000. Well, that's the most expensive, okay? Like, what about, like, the average drink?
Here on the second one of the series to prevent, of course, already what is going to be map and match point, of course, for the folks on Cyclops if they end up taking control of this one instead to go 2-0 in the first two maps.
Absolutely. It was looking a little worrisome there for them for just a split second. It seemed like it was just...
Yeah, this is like at the F1 race in Miami. Harrison was there.
Up against Cyclops, and it was not working out time and time again. But now they're finally starting to get the big pickups on the initial entries as well as being able to fend them off on site as well. These are two really, really big deals, John, when it comes down to it for Sandbox, and something that we're really going to be looking towards when it comes to this last round if they can potentially get it done up against Cyclops yet again. And, you know, that might be quite the tall task, especially if Cyclops are able to take some time here and discuss what they want to do with this very last round of their offense, especially for Cully. I believe he's currently 9-1 right now. Just suffered his very first death in that last round.
I wonder if there's no skin restrictions, maybe.
Quite lethal across the board.
may have like 1 or 2 more deaths, of course, because I think we have the one rehost that we potentially after round 1 there. So we're missing a couple stats because of that one. Obviously, once again, for anybody who is not super familiar with Rainbow Six, our stats are going to be reset. The in-game stats, that is, as a result of this rehost. So when we jump back in game, you're going to see a lot of zeros on the screen. Just ignore most of those, as that is going to be inaccurate information.
The Chelsea Hotel in Toronto sells a bottle of Bud Light for $15. That's actually not even that bad. Like yeah, like I'm not saying it's like cheap. A 12-ounce Coors Light was $30. Because that's $15 Canadian, so that's like $10 US, which is about the same price for a bottle of Bud at like any sporting event in the United States. Is between like $8 to $12 per beer.
To make the series just a little bit more interesting there. Harkelly, of course, being the one to constantly get in the way of things like Stokes mentioned.
That's insane, dude.
Blunder in that round is not really able to piece together the clutch in the way that he needed to be able to do. Although came very close, 1 kill.
Well, I guess going to F1 in person is you can watch it on TV for free, right, or online. So if you're going there in person, they're just getting taken advantage a little bit, right?
Just a little bit longer, so stick with us. We'll be back in just a second with the continuation of the game.
제 CG에서 가장 삭제하고 싶은 오퍼는 일단은 녹이라고 생각합니다.
Or do you watch F1 for free online? I don't know. I'm just assuming there's probably places. I don't know though. I mean, if you have cable, F1 is online. You live in Miami, so that's why you went. Ah.
It'd probably be Mira.
I would remove Monty.
Thank God, Mint's my boy, dude.
Villa.
Always been bank.
CG 어플들 중에서 실제로 갖고 싶은 가젯은 일단 그래도 역시나 발키리 이제 블랙아이가 가장 좋지 않을까.
One gadget in real life would be Lesion, so I can protect my back.
I think if I could have any operator's gadget in real life, I think Frost would be a great pick. Some easy home security. Never need to worry about someone jumping in your windows.
Probably one of the I would choose to have in real life is the sledgehammer. Yeah, you can like break anything almost.
If I can have any gadget, I don't know why. I'm just gonna go with it. The first one, I thought it was Yana. Just being able to clone myself sounds pretty cool.
Rainbow Six Siege operator's gadget in real life. It probably have to be maybe Nook.
My favorite bomb site to protect, it's a basement on Oregon.
Paula wants the hammer. Feels bad, man.
For me, is the bunker site from Oregon. It's just the easiest one. Sometimes you have a 3v5 and you can still win it in a pretty easy way.
My favorite bomb site to defend is probably AV on Villa. Just a fun bomb site to play.
My favorite.
Well, Sledge's hammer in the game is completely different.
A lot of variety, like.
That's what he even referred to its destructive abilities.
You could play full bunkered, and now there's like these little half roams.
아마 이제 디플러스의 우기맨 한번 골라보십시다. 뭔가 좀 풍채가 좀 약간 좀 우락부락하고 일도 잘할 것 같아서 우기맨이 가장 좋을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so I'm going to say like PSK. He has like some, how can I say, he knows how to do some barbecue, he knows how to fish, and he will make us survive, you know?
If I wouldn't need to, it would probably be Alamo. Just because it would be fun.
I was stranded on a deserted island. I'll stick to Coach. Let's go with Call Out, just because I think he's the GOAT. He's up there.
If I was stranded on an island, I'd probably have to bring Call Out with me, you know? He's just a strong man, you know.
If I was stranded on a desert island, I'd probably want Hungry with me. He's always an outbeat guy, and I think he knows how to get out of a tough situation. So I think it'd be a good guy to bring along with you.
Amara's Garu hook, so you can just fly through windows. Night Haven has some aspects from Tower? Not really. Maybe some like similar art, not the same. Anyway. Yeah, F1's crazy, dude. F1 is crazy. I wonder how, you know, F1 has gotten really big again over the last few years. One of my uncles, he's like, he's a huge F1 fan, and he has so many helmets from F1 races where he has like the winner's helmet signed, and they're like actually real. And like he did not pay that much for them many years ago when he bought them. Like they were obviously expensive back then, but like God knows what they're worth nowadays. Like he literally like bought like the winner's helmet like multiple years in a row for many years because it wasn't as big of a deal for like certain races and stuff like that. Like I want to say he paid like a few grand for them. This is like 80s, 90s, 2000, maybe early 2000s. He has like literally probably 30. God knows what those are worth nowadays, dude. God knows what they're worth. Probably easily, probably 50 grand a pop. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't fucking know. He doesn't even have them in his house anymore.
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, with the Rainbow Six Gamers Without Borders Korean-Japan Grand Finals between Cyclops and Sandbox. Cyclops currently in the lead, both inside the map.
The Miami F1 race is the most expensive one on the calendar, but it has the most mid-track. It's basically Monaco, expensive for a race with literally no passes. The new Vegas track is probably going to be more expensive.
Into Sandbox's own control, so maybe a sign of things to come potentially.
I do feel like what's it called has gotten like there's like Vegas, so like before, like the most expensive places to be generally speaking it was always like New York, really. Like Miami was always like pricey-ish, but it was like normally New York was always the most expensive generally speaking, or like maybe Vegas on like fight nights or like certain things like that. Like maybe certain days Vegas could be. I don't know now though, dude. Like Miami and like Vegas have gotten crazy. I think it's because there's a bunch of people there who have moved there. Like I think it's a mixture of like social media influencers who are just willing to blow like every cent on everything that they ever do, and they have like no concept of like pricing, and like crypto bros and stuff like that, and a lot of people who are like work from home and they make like a bunch of money, so they move to a state with 0% income tax. I think that's my like theory.
Pretty much no consequences to that except for the immediate reveal of his position, but obviously again Cyclops not really able to rotate themselves into a position to punish that, so he'll be more than able to rejoin the
Just get more about money now for everyone. They aren't bothered about how entertaining it is for the viewer. I don't know. I know my uncle still loves F1, like loves it. Like he does not miss a race ever. Like he watches them on TV, but
the best results so far. So we're gonna have to wait and see if things pan
that's actually why I kind of got into F1 when I was younger, because hey, thank you for the 200 bits from Joshua Deckard. Appreciate it, Josh. That's actually what got me into F1. I was like really into it for a few years. Like I used to watch like all the races because we'd go over like my cousin's house, and my uncle would always be watching the races, so we would like watch with him.
Plenty of the clock too. Already about half of the round gone, and Cyclops barely have anything under their control except for parts of the second floor, which aren't going to be too relevant to the actual site take just yet.
Is loading screens and minigames still banded? I don't know.
Breaching as of right now, they don't have any breaching charges. They do have some impacts and some rounds they can try and abuse, but
I used to really like F1 a lot, and I still do. I just haven't had time to keep up. It's like there's a lot of things that I have not had time to keep up with anymore. Like I used to watch like a lot of sporting events. I used to watch F1. Used to watch the boxing, MMA. Like I used to have like more time for that kind of stuff. I used to work out more. I used to watch more TV shows in general, and it's been a minute since I actually have not watched a single TV show or movie in like 2 years. Nah, maybe not a single, but not very many. I guess maybe a handful. F1 or Indy? I think F1's better than Indy, but I know my uncle likes Indy as well a lot too. He actually bought like an Indy car recently.
The Cyclops get the round. Is 4-2.
He bought an Indy car.
Massive domino effect.
That guy loves cars, man. Loves racing.
Here, Cyclops simply just searching desperately for that 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point where I was watching a lot of MLB, like basically everything at some point or another.
2 rounds. The most recent one, of course, it works into their favor.
Did I miss playing Siege professionally? No.
Sandbox just cannot maintain their presence.
Sometimes when there's big tournaments and stuff like this, I'm just like, yeah, like you get the nostalgia and like how like playing in tournaments is fun.
Cafe here, a 4-2 advantage from the attacking half. There's nothing to scoff at as far as Cyclops is concerned here. So just 1/2 of the remaining rounds are all they need to control. And they will take a second map already inside of the series and set themselves up for series point if they can control 1 of the next 3 maps we will need to play after this one. Cyclops, of course, rotating themselves immediately into that same 3rd floor hold. This is going to be, once again, just kind of the APAC playstyle to go to this site first, whereas other teams in other regions have chosen to move away from this one. Both Sandbox and Cyclops feel it is going to be a confident hold for them. They will incorporate the mirror into the lineup immediately, which is something that we did not see Sandbox necessarily doing, so it's going to be a little bit of a different take on things. But a lot of other similarities aside from that, such as the, of course, castle barricades to kind of block things out over towards Cigar and other parts of this 3rd floor setup.
Scary situation now right in front of Sandbox as they're looking to try and bounce back and start claiming some rounds on this offensive side and really claim a map here. I mean, if this goes the way of Cyclops, this could be a pretty straightforward affair from here on out for them. And, a pretty bleak ordeal overall for Sandbox. And, well, it looks like it might be that already, as I believe it was a quick entry here from Sandbox. Good boy.
You love how random the variety of conversations are here. That's it, dude. We're just chilling.
He's dead and gone as he's been taken out by Arcoli on the mid floor.
That's all the nades gone too. No secondary set for anyone else on Sandbox. So
I wonder what the technical pause was for. So they're, I believe they're playing online for this. If it's not a LAN event, Gamers 8 is gonna be the actual LAN event.
When obviously Nook wasn't banned out on map number 1. So it does kind of make sense considering that playstyle that Good Boy
Coffee.
moves, but here we go. We can see where the initial entry
Coffee. I just say coffee. That's whenever dude, Anthony Pitt is such like, whenever I used to play with Anthony Pitt, he'd always say, I'm getting a chocolate milk, coffee. Like he was like he had the most heavy New York accent like ever.
And you know, even past that, also no lie.
I think that I've been some Joshua Deckard. Appreciate Josh.
To put all their eggs in one basket here, Blue, and don't exactly think it's going to pay off. Arcoli once again calling Sandbox. Time and time again, they're caught off by themselves. The rest of the team, they're over here, John.
Vacuum cleaners, heated floors, car payments, and overpriced food. I just can't believe that prices for food were that high at F1. That's insane, bro. Weren't the tickets like 3,000 as well?
Inside of Christmas for his team. Gonna be a big adjustment here from Cyclops, and that mirror window will at least be able to.
Why are you fighting a mirror window, dude? You gotta smoke that off. Do you have a smoke on your Twitch? So try to have your Twitch pop it, or just smoke it and push it.
Perspective is could spell demise for them on this entry. They do have a lot of stuns still to play.
My accent? I live in Detroit.
Some of these players, but those mirror windows are going to do a bang up job.
I live in Detroit, buddy.
Situation for Cyclops.
As you said, Cyclops certainly with full control over the situation, especially considering the kind of 2-tiered setup they have to defend Cigar itself. Sandbox actually just circumvent that. Unfortunately, predictably so.
You gotta move more to the side if you're gonna do that play, dude.
Another one to take out the Overwatch, of course, directly.
You live for a good cup of tea, but it's not a big thing in America. Tea is huge in the U.S., dude. I mean, more people drink coffee. It's not like the U.K. where, like, you know, tea reigns king.
Side switch considered.
You paid $3,400 for the 3-day grandstand seats at Miami. Damn, that's pricey. Was it a cool experience? Worth it? How much? Like, and then you probably spent a lot of money on food and drinks too. I'm sure.
Right, like part of the team is considering what's happening on that base or on that mid floor there and how they can.
That's crazy. To me, see, that wouldn't be worth it. I'd watch it online or whatever on TV. I have cable, so I guess I could technically just watch it.
Because as we all know, Cafe takes a long time to process. There's a lot of things to clear out. There's a lot of angles to consider, a lot of utility to trade back and forth. So if you don't start doing that in good time, then you're more than likely just going to lose out the round that way. So it just seems like they really weren't too hive-minded there, not really on the same page, and just really ended up not.
I think it's just crazy how much F1 has, like, how much popularity it's gained. I remember, like, back in the day, dude, there was literally, like, nobody that I knew watched F1 except for, like, my uncle. And, like, me and, like, my cousins used to watch it because we, but, like, you know, we'd like, go to school and stuff like that. Like, everyone looked at us like, oh, yeah, like, racing, like, NASCAR? Like, oh, there was, like, a Netflix series? Oh, okay.
Vertical clearance. You guys can see it here now. Cyclops having at least one, if not more players.
100% of the money to blow is a pretty cool experience. Got to see some of the drivers and team managers too. Oh, it's sick.
Joining the cap can being played by Chibi Sue up here. Chibi has already actually pre-damaged quite a few.
There's on your bucket list.
The members of Sandbox, you can see them building up on top of the bakery, are really going to have to be careful playing from this position because there's a chance that someone from Cyclops just jumps out and tries to take.
Yeah, it's just crazy to me how big F1's got. Like I said, it's just like I don't know. Like we watched it for years and years and years, and it was like not a big thing really. And now it's like insane how big it's gotten. But hey, I mean F1's pretty awesome, so it's like cool that it is that way.
Well, Sandbox mostly addressing things from the outside of the building as of now. Black Ray with a great opportunity.
Ooh, nah, you had to win that one.
Deadly with the RX. That's going to give Sandbox a position that they were looking for inside a bakery.
Do I like Ferrari?
Taylor starting to move forward on the second.
I don't have like a particular team that I like really root for in F1.
Smoke right there as well from the Magnus. His teammates can work a little.
I just like to watch for like the joy of watching. That's it. I don't really have a stake in it that much like that, you know.
Tries to bring his own aggressive arc forward, but is caught out.
People got into the Netflix series. Definitely brought a lot of new people over the last 5 years.
The engagement entirely just yet. Now it's really gonna have to all come from Suzu, as we do also have R. Kelly being actively hunted down by the drone wreck, although he's still looking for an aggressive opportunity. He's gonna find one, a quick pickup, but now the counter angle from Enemy Taylor. Suzu also losing a massive amount of HP for the one trade he will find, but bringing it down to a 1v2 does not leave him completely out of a clutch ability inside of this situation here. 1v2 thrusted against him. He is going to lose 2 out of 3 of those toxic babes as he tries to block out both the primary access points from
Derby racing. I think I've ever watched Derby racing. I've seen like I've watched F1, I've watched IndyCar, I've watched NASCAR. NASCAR I never really got as much into. Like I did watch it because like my one aunt got like super into it, like my godmother did, and she actually took me to a race and stuff. So I watched like a bit with her and stuff, but never was into NASCAR really. But I did like Indy and F1 a lot, always.
You know, the early kills, especially over towards Small Bake, and the easy translation for them from that point on, able to really work the trades, as you said, staying on top of those, especially for good boys Pop. And able to make it to where, you know, later into the round they're able to maintain that man advantage going into it. Even though the smoke was able to slow things down.
That'd be cool though. I've actually never been to Miami. Of all the places that I've been, I've never been to Miami. You've been into F1 since like 2010? Yeah, we were like, let's see. I was watching F1 like a good amount in like the 90s and early 2000s. That's like the time period that I was watching it the most, like late 90s, like early 2000s, stuff like that.
So they're going to switch some things up, send it towards the mid floor, which obviously again begs
around that era, I guess.
It looks like they are going to try and extend things out here. Have the castle barricade as well as the mirror windows inside to try and slow things down in Christmas, and I'm absolutely loving this from Chibi as well.
The V10 era was F1 peak.
Position here inside of stage, something that
it's kind of crazy too, like a lot of the technology and stuff that's developed in F1 gets like moved into like the regular car sector. Some stuff, obviously, not like everything, but Popeye, they have 13-month resub. Welcome back.
Slowing things down is definitely going to be the key to success in this matchup, or in this round specifically as well, just due to the way that we saw Cyclops.
All right, let's see what are they going for. They're going up.
They're unfortunately getting caught in quite a few of those extensions, and then leaving a massive window open for the rest of Sandbox to fully
see
focus
what they're doing here.
in that specific round's case on the bakery clear. which really took away quite a bit of power from some of the usual go-to players, as you can kind of see from our scoreboard as well. Like our
they have like a really split push here.
From the previous rounds, I thought we'd lose that on the rehost, so he's sitting quite prominently there at 15-2, just to kind of showcase
sound of the V10. Nothing like one thing I will say. Nothing beats the sound of a roaring V12 V10. I don't know, they just sound, or a high, especially like a high revving one. So nice, dude. Nothing beats it. No electric car will be able to ever be able to beat that for me. Never, never, never.
We've seen how lethal Cyclops has been in the clutch before.
Hey, Big Papa, thank you for 40 months. Good morning, all. What's up, Big Papa?
Well within their right to still have an opportunity to take. Mephi with a nice rotation here, and he'll get it onto Chibi. And it's in low on HP, and don't think he has the chance to perform any preventative maintenance on this site. Try and stop them from getting this plant. Missile drone here, but this is also going to give up his position. No one looking for this aggressive swing just yet. Some pre-fires through, but once again, Anderson giving up the goods as to where he is currently, and so many bodies around. Big stuns, fully blinded.
Does he have a castle in his pocket?
Be so easy for Arakaze. After those
maybe someone ripped one down or something.
Nothing he can really do there. A nice little adjustment for the kill cam, and that's gonna be all she wrote there for round 9 as we'll quickly transition into round 10.
It'll very quickly be an attacker-sided game as a result of that. Both teams now showing symptomatic problems on their defensive side. Cyclops not catching these sneakier initial entry moves from Sandbox. And of course, Sandbox themselves faltering in a very similar way back in the first half when we saw them on the defensive
That's
side.
that 4-3 life, dude.
Against some of that entry power.
Probably 4-3.
Domino affected into quite a few other rounds to get them a 4-2 half.
Yeah, like I said, I've never been to Miami before, though. Maybe, maybe like next winter I'll go there. Maybe not Miami, honestly.
Try and win things and give us a 1-1 scoreline. For Cyclops, though,
I went to the Bahamas in like January, and maybe like next year I'll end up going to like, why in the winter? Oh, bro, it's so cold here. It gets to be like in the negative, like it gets like way below freezing. So I live in Detroit, it gets way below freezing. I would never want to go to Florida or like Miami or anything like that in the summer. Because why would I do that? That's like the only time it's actually nice here. I love, there's nowhere else I'd rather be in the summer than in Detroit or whatever, like home, basically. It's actually nice here, you know, late spring, early fall, stuff like that. That's the best time to be here. There's like a 6-month period that's really great to be here. And then like the other months are like okay, and then there's like 2 or 3 months that are just like shit. It's like basically like end of January, like it's really like 2 months. It's like end of January. Really, it's like all of January, honestly. January, February, and like early, maybe March even. Like those are the months where it's just like super cold, and there's just like ain't shit going on, dude. Ain't shit going on during that time.
Try and get onto that penultimate point at the current moment. Do not want to allow Sandbox to try and tie this up. This round's so very crucial to their story here in this best of 5.
Arakaze, the rest of Sandbox
right.
Still biding their time, looking
so that's why like it's the best time to go. Plus, normally January is a good time to go because, at least from a Siege perspective, the Invitational's in February. So if you go during January, you're going before the Invitational. Which normally there's drops and stuff during the Invitational. So I'm normally streaming a gazillion hours during February. So it's an easier time. It's like the end of the season, kind of like middle end of the season. Normally there's no updates that take place during that time. It's cold as fuck. Nothing going on in Detroit, so yeah. Winter is beautiful. I will agree that winter is very nice looking sometimes, but yeah, beautiful it can be, but it's not fun to be in all the time. You went to California during the winter and saw people wearing parkas like it was cold? Yeah. My mom is from San Diego, and like her family would like, we would visit them sometimes for like Christmas and stuff to see my grandparents. Like, we would always go there in the summer, actually, because that's when we were off school. But a few times we went there during Christmas. It'd be like 70 degrees, like 65 degrees outside. And they were all wearing coats. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing?
The advantage still going the way of Sandbox, the plant as well. Black Ray, he doesn't know where this plant's going down. A Nitro cell will go way too wide.
No, he didn't throw it high enough.
In Cocktail, even though the plant wasn't going down inside of that space. It's going to be a tie ball game between these two teams.
Yeah, Winter looks good, but does not feel good. There's like no hope here, dude.
The audio playing now for the Buck at the end of the hallway here. NV Taylor unable to get it done from Pixel. It's Black Ray tries to push a little bit deeper.
It's supposed to be 89 in Washington. It's going to be 80 today.
Sandbox Gaming tie things up.
It's going to be 80 today in Detroit.
CIG lose control of yet another defensive
Pretty
round for
nice.
themselves. A different issue popping up this time as well. They have a much better job piecing together their own setup so that they don't lose as much when it comes to that initial clear. There's still a glaring player just kind of sitting out in the open towards Library that Sandbox are able to set up an immediate pinch for. R. Cully then becomes the initial victim because he has to rotate in and is forced into a fight that he potentially may have not actually wanted to take just due to the necessity of trying to save his teammate down below. And then the members of Sandbox, I think, realized this, used it as a siren's call to drag more and more members of Cyclops to that part of the map where they slowly took them out one by one and eventually took full control of the round through overwhelming odds. Very well played from Sandbox to find that counter, and it's now brought them all the way back from the brink here. 5-5, total tie. And Cyclops, indeed, using their tactical timeout to try and get the better of this one. It's do or die time now for them, as Sandbox could be taking control past this point, if not.
You should have crossfire shores if you want to play Tom Clancy's you should get Siege Redown. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like they would never do that, though. That one, too, when you lived in Mexico, in September and October, people were wearing coats, and you were from the UK, and you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt. You're like, the weather's warm and it's great. There's actually, like, a literal thing. I forgot why it was. There's, like, a certain type of fat that forms in your body. By the way, I don't know how true this was. This was like a Vox YouTube video, so take this with a very large grain of salt. But there was like actually a thing, you know, like in the winter when it's like 60 degrees, you're like freezing, right? I'm sorry, in the summer. So in the summer when it's 80, 90, 70, 80, 90 every day, if there's a random day where it's like 55 or 60, you're like, you actually are, you do get kind of cold, right? You're like, man, maybe I should throw on like a light jacket or something, right? But then in the winter, if it's like negative 8 billion degrees every day, and then randomly there's a day that's 50, you're like in shorts and a t-shirt walking around outside, right? So there's supposedly like, this video claimed that basically there was a fat that gets produced in your body of some kind when it's cold outside, that makes it so it's not as it makes it so it's like not as it makes it so it's like it's your body acclimates to the cold better, and then when it warms up that fat like goes away, I guess, or some shit. Like I said, I don't know how true it was. It was just like a Vox YouTube video, but made some sense, I guess. Definitely was interesting.
As well. So that entire VIP setup going to lose most of its prowess now, as there's really nothing to hold back a Sandbox clear on that part of the map.
No wonder you put on when you start working in the freezer and it's not your eating habits. Yeah, brown fat, yep. Like I said, I don't know how true it is, but made some sense, I guess. I don't know.
To keep back the onslaught of Sandbox, Suzu will be able to down Mephi, and it's going to be the smoke that chokes him out. Sandbox down a player. Cyclops, finally some pulse in these veins. Anaton, at least one here. It's going to be Chibi to try and transition down the stairwell, but it's going to be Black Ray to hit the mark instead. CAG looking so strong. Good boy, though, will shut down Anaton. Looking for one more, but he can't get eyes on quick enough. So very well done. He's able to take out the player on white stairs. Arakaze tries to transition now in towards the actual physical bomb site. He'll get taken down. It's up to Demek. Claim one. Gets the case picked back up as well. Has an opportunity here to try and go for a plant. He'll start her right up. Has that drone to at least watch his flank. Demek still with the plant. Can't get the...
Does my mom miss the winter in San Diego?
And he'll get the frag.
Oddly, my mom says she likes living in Detroit more than San Diego.
Sandbox were able to take
Hey, Joshua Decker, thank you very much for the 200 bits. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, Josh. Prop goes on the lines of the cold shower ice bath trend. Maybe. I don't know.
Clear that was being used on those Bravo drones to try and take out this player here, Suzu. But if they had a secondary pinch working its way in,
Detroit seems more homely.
should have been a pretty easy kill.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just what my mom said. She just likes Detroit more. She said sometimes the winter sucks and stuff like that, but she just likes it more here overall than she liked San Diego. She said it's she said like the biggest thing is that in like San Diego and stuff like that, you run into like situations where there's like, you know, this is even like 20, you know, she's been living here now for like 30 something years, right? But she said even back then, she's like, it's way worse now. She's like, but she's like, if you live in a nice area of Detroit, it's just a nice area, and there's like, you're kind of like insulated from everything, right? Like you're just in your nice area. If you're in a bad area, you're in a bad area, right? She's like, but the thing with like San Diego is, she's like, you could be in like the most expensive areas in San Diego, like La Jolla or something, and she's like, there's just like homeless people all over the place and stuff.
You know, was able to happen again yet in this round. This could be a decently.
She's like, you feel here, like going out and stuff like that. It's like you feel like if you're in a nice area, you feel like good and safe and like everything's solid all over. She's like, it always is like a little bit sketchy, even if you're in a good area, like in San Diego. That's the way that she always described it.
Even if they do end up taking this one, to be able to come out on top of the
Which made sense to me.
As that round has potentially been evading them for some time here. Sandbox have certainly turned on the lights.
In Detroit are like, yeah, there's areas that are really bad in Detroit that, I mean, you should stay super far away from them. But, I mean, overall, they're pretty good.
Which is not something that the leading team will want to play into here. So expect Cyclops to look for that 7-5 closeout for a second map in a row to avoid those extra 3 rounds, that extra like 10 to 15 minutes of playtime here.
San Diego is a weird name compared to Detroit. I mean, San Diego's weather is great. I like, it's awesome. But
And there's the drone right after. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, pretty realistic mistake. And as you said, there's for Stokes, the drone coming in just a little comically late, you could almost say, as it rolls past, just to see his teammates now dead body on the ground.
Yeah, it's a reverse order of, you know, the way that you would usually want to go about that. So a little unfortunate for Sandbox, but...
You know, try to good areas review the city is skewed because you learned on the city in 2013 when the bankruptcy happened. Basically, if you live in Detroit, the city core is pretty expensive actually to live there. Like it's pretty pricey. Like a 1-bedroom apartment is probably like in a nice building at least $2,000 to $3,000. Like it's pretty in like a nice area. So like the city center is really nice, and then in the surrounding neighborhoods and suburbs and stuff, it's like hit or miss. Like that's all the bad areas of Detroit, quote unquote. They're like there's like those certain neighborhoods and areas and stuff. Yeah, those places you probably wouldn't really want to be honest. That's fair, right? But then there's also like really nice like suburbs and stuff as well that are some of like the best area, like some of the nicest areas in the US actually. Like they're really nice places to live. It's like where all the auto executives live and stuff like that. Is Zombie just did a KG jump out? Hell yeah, dude. And flawless round 2.
From CAG to lock it in on map number 2. 7-5, followed up by now a second 7-5 victory, which will give them the 2-0 lead in the series. One more map is all that Cyclops need, and they will indeed be our regional champions here, earning the spot at G8 as well as the lion's share of our charitable donation prize pool here to go to one of our 6 pre-selected charities. Excellent play once again from Cyclops. Definitely a little bumpy when it came to the second half switch up and kind of piecing things together at the start of that half, but able to course correct here on these last 2 rounds, and ultimately once again taking full control on round number 12.
Montreal has a lot of bad gangs and stuff, but I mean most cities are like that, where it's like they're kind of like
it feels like there is a new crisis.
There's only certain areas that are like super bad like that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, by the way, chat. I'll be back. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Blankets of stars.
What's up, too?
and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Beep, 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 beep. Another map down in this best of 5. Cyclops still pressing their thumbs down on the necks of Sandbox. Just one more map win, and the series, the #1 spot, and that ticket to Gamers 8 later in the year will be theirs. Jesse, that game, well, that map bounced back and forth like nothing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it really did, right? I mean, it was a little bit streaky. We saw Cyclops starting off with 3 Blitz rounds in a row in which Black Ray on the Blitz got a single kill, but our Cully was cleaning up anyways. We saw really good coordination between the fraggers of that squad and the Blitz play coming through that started them off really strong. Sandbox started to battle back on the defense, but didn't manage to get that 3-3 split that they were definitely hoping for that would have let them force this into overtime. And then on the defense, it was kind of a similar story where like Sandbox started off with some decent attacks coming through. Thought Arakaze had some good plays. Thought Good Boy had a couple of had a great round there on round 10, but then it just started slipping away. Those solo pushes that Sandbox were going for just were not consistent enough.
Dude, you should have been hearing what Jesse was like while we were watching this game. He was like, okay, 3 rounds straight. They only have 1 kill with the Blitz, so I'm just going to go straight to guarantee. Homie was ready to bet the entire ranch on the market right then and there, assuming that XPSG were not going to be able to bring this map back. And then things got a little bit scary because I see Sandbox start figuring their attacks out a little bit better. They start understanding you got to drone a little bit more. You need to be able to play aggressive and have somebody else playing behind your entry. And they got that down round after round.
Okay,
So
we're
it
back.
started looking when we were 5.
Hey, and Joshua Decker, thank you very much for the 300 bits. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much, Josh.
Cyclops are about to let this one slip. Then they call a timeout in the exact spot.
My bad, chat. I'm back. I had to go to the bathroom. I had to go to the bathroom, and then the baby woke up, dude.
Right after that happened, I mean,
I got to see the baby.
Drones for sure when they were going on that 3-round attacking streak, but they completely lost it. Like you see these rounds in 11s, you'll see on the highlights. It's literally just players walking in a room by themselves, don't have the intel, don't have the trade capabilities. So, while that was there for a moment, clearly that wasn't consistent.
Montreal's a pretty cool city, though. I actually really like it. Montreal and Detroit actually are. They were both like French trading cities originally. So Detroit was a French trading city, Detroit, and same with Montreal. So it's that's actually how you pronounce Montreal. It's Montreal, right?
On team of Cyclops, weren't they? It was Arculi and Aniton were just
Montreal.
Arculi, like we've mentioned, 9-1.
Is this live? It is indeed.
Yeah, Arculi, I think, really working well off the rest of his teams, like the space that they're making. We mentioned the Blitz there, how that was super impactful from Black Ray. And Arculi was cleaning it up expertly. Loved the way he was able to work with the rest of his teammates, getting a good couple of entries. Even when they switched over to defense, started off with big 2 kills just to start off the half. So really nice to see Arculi stepping up, having a big half here for Cyclops. Not always the guy that you talk about on this team, but really putting in the work today.
I mean, Jacob, imagine I'm giving you the headset.
Take me off in 2023, wouldn't know what to do.
Before we dive into map number 3, what do you even say to them?
Honestly, if you have all of this pressure on you, I'm saying pull Envy Taylor off of the Yana. Pull him off of the frontline entry.
You watched The Irishman? It was good.
Clearly through 2 games, it's already proven that it's not working.
Actually, yeah. So if you watch the Irishman, Jimmy Hoffa, his last place he was in Detroit. I actually drive past the country club that he was last seen at a few times. Like multiple times a year.
I think you need to make some kind of drastic switch. You probably
it's not like close to me, but it's like close enough where like I end up driving past it.
capable of working off of those very, very quick entry kills and then progressing the round from there. Because if you're not finding those frags, you're not going to be doing anything for the rest of the round. It has to be somebody else working in tandem with Good Boy, because Envy Taylor, as of this exact moment, simply is not it. He is the single reason why I think Sandbox are incapable of doing almost anything on attack.
Well, speaking of Arukaze, when speaking of individual performances, Jesse, we're going to go through a cheeky little recap that we had from that previous map, and I want you to take me through
Al Pacino's one of the best actors of all time. Yeah, it's true.
I can afford to take Arukaze off his current roles because he's been doing so well as the Nomad.
Gotta rewatch that movie. The last half hour is so depressing. It's excellent. It's still a great movie though.
After round, both back to back. This first round finds the first pick on a small bank window. Great little pick.
It's really good.
Extending for sure, and then the second kill. It's going to be hard to miss. Somebody's going to jump out of it.
I heard that, is it true that, like, Netflix has, officially, Netflix has officially, basically, at this point, stopped the whole, like, no password sharing thing, right?
That was really good from Arukaze. Again, kind of playing alone.
I think they gave up on that.
Round number 9, the very next
what was Netflix even doing when they came to that in the beginning, bro? Like,
how safe this is. The drone work is there for him. He's alone, but he's still got that intel.
It seems like they gave up. Yeah, are they still gonna try that or no? I heard they tried to implement it in like in another country as like a test, and it like backfired like crazy.
On the drone, this intel's perfectly there, and then there will be one coming through reading as well. Look at the red pings. They know exactly where these guys are. Arukaze playing the Nomad off on his lonesome finds so much impact. And
it went live 3 months ago, but using your mom's Netflix in another city. It's only in South America. I wonder if they're just doing it for people who have like a crazy amount of people using it. So maybe they're not going to be like as aggressive about it. Maybe they'll let it be like, hey, if it's like you and you're using your parents, or your parents are using yours, and like maybe your siblings are, or something like that too. They're probably like, whatever. I heard the thing that they were like really concerned about mostly was that in certain accounts are being used by like literally like 100 people.
Into this regional map. So Jacob, what can we expect coming to Skyscraper? What does Sandbox have to do? You keep saying they have to switch it up, but can they do it on a map like Skyscraper?
Probably yes, because Cyclops really just don't play this map, and if the last time they did was against BDS,
there's a daily time limit. I mean, if they didn't allow my parents, so I'll give you an example. My parents use my Spotify account, and I use their Netflix account, so we kind of like trade a little bit. One of my sisters pays for Disney Plus. You know, like we basically like we share, like we all sub to one service and we all benefit and share off those services, so that we basically can all have access to every service. But if one of those services change that, then like, do you like even stay?
Even if they haven't played it very much. So Cyclops are really hoping that XPSG just play this exact same way that they have for the past 2 maps.
Yeah, but you could pay for unlimited screens. Netflix are super tight, no UHDs standard like Prime or Disney, and they always are increasing their prices. Yeah, so the way that is for like my family, we all at all of our houses, all of us have cable, like regular cable. So we all have Comcast, so that gets us Peacock as well for free. We all have Amazon Prime. So the only thing that's like, so past that, I pay for Spotify. My parents pay for Netflix. One of my sisters pays for Disney Plus. And then the other one doesn't pay for anything. She just freeloads.
This pick from Sandbox, it's going to come back,
but it's okay.
Because you're absolutely right. I mean, when this team is not working together, when they don't have that support,
he recently got married.
Arukaze picks up a couple of rounds, biting a 2K or 3K
so,
here or there. Maybe Good Boy does win a couple of big entries and start them off on the right.
And then my wife gets Crunchyroll from like her brother, and then somehow I have Paramount Plus. I don't know how. I signed up for a free trial of Paramount Plus one time, like 2 years ago. Whenever it first came out, they had a free 30-day trial. I'm like, let me check it out. Whenever the Halo show was out, sign up for that. It's never expired. It's been like 2 years.
Jacob, do you feel like anyone is kind of
It's been like 2 years. How old is the tournament I'm watching? It's live right now. This is a live tournament. It's Gamers Without Borders. The tournament is a $2.5 million tournament where all the money goes to charity. Refund it? There's nothing to refund. So that's my point. I did the free 30-day trial, and it's never gone away. I've never used it either. No, that's the thing. I signed up for a free 30-day trial. I signed up to... No, I haven't paid for anything. That's my point. I don't even have a credit card on file there. The credit card that's on file there is not even, like, active anymore. Like, it's literally been so long that the credit card that's on the file for Paramount Plus for me is literally, like, the card ended up expiring, and I have a new credit card now. It's like the date on it expires. My other sister is the equivalent to a bottom fragger in a ranked game. Yeah, dude. She's literally like 0-7 shit-talking. Like, she's shit-talking Netflix. And she's 0-7.
I mean,
oh my god, bro.
Seeing from Cyclops so far is that when they do go for these kind of like rush gimmicky style pushes, they're often doing it with like a real purpose, right? Like they're running in the blitz, and it's not that you're fully relying on this one blitz player to do everything in the round like it felt like Cyclops used to do when Anaton was in those roles. Instead, they're kind of giving these roles to their more, you know, flexy support style
Cable? I pay for cable. It's like $30 a month, I think, for me, or something like that, or $35. But the reason I pay for it is because I have a lot of family members who are like huge into sports. So when they come over, basically I have cable just so that they could watch sports. That's it. That's literally the only reason. That is the only reason. So, like, my dad is like a massive hockey fan. And like, he also really likes like football a lot too, and he likes, you know, basically my dad and my uncles and stuff like that, they will watch any sporting event. In the middle of the summer, when there's no like baseball games and stuff, they will literally watch like, I don't know, dude, like like competitive basket weaving. Like, they'll watch anything. And some of my like good IRL friends and stuff, they're really big into sports and stuff too.
I just used the flash hider and the holograph. I think it's the only one you can really use. The secondary, you're probably gonna use the little shorty, so you can do rotates. Is a really good operator for the dry hands in the defense. And between Barb and Alarm is like whatever, they do the same role in defense. It's just which one you prefer.
Speak some Calvian for you guys.
Defense, and he can frag out,
bro,
so
I don't know.
Just like to shoot. You can be
well,
any map, but I think probably is between Villa.
Honestly, I'm so tired right now. I don't even know.
And I really like to play.
You pay for a streaming? You'd rather use a streaming website? I mean, I get that and stuff. That's fine, but yeah, I mean.
Normally, in the prep phase, I do like so
the problem is, like, if I'm not like home or something, you know, if I'm not home or something, and my wife's family comes over, you know, like, say my like father-in-law comes over to my house and he's like over my house like hanging out with, like, and I'm not home, or if I'm streaming or something, it's difficult to be like, oh hey, like, you know, he's obviously older and stuff like that. Log into this like app and like do this and this. It's like, bro, you just gotta let him turn on the TV. If my grandma comes over and she wants to watch like the news at night or something, like, I'm not gonna be, you know, trying to like go through some like app to like help her out and stuff like that.
I really like to be on this chaotic moment with
so that's it. It's easier for me just to pay for cable. Seriously, it is. Like, yeah, obviously it's like, you know, so whatever, 30 or 35 bucks a month, something like that, but it basically, you just gotta, you know, basically you just gotta, for me, I gotta just deal with it. When I have friends and family over, it's telling them how to use a specific app that's like questionable at best is not gonna be a great idea.
Sometimes it really is. Just like kill a guy to the dash, you're just gonna be like making a very chaotic moment for the attack to kill you, and sometimes you really.
Might not watch the World Cup. No, he doesn't.
I think the only counter I can think about is when you have like a lot of claymores and a lot of nomads, because when I'm playing Oryx, I normally do a lot of.
I look tired. I am tired, but I'm good, dude.
So when somebody
I'm good. We have a long way to go before sleeping, so.
Safe way normally is the thing that really counters me. So nomad.
They miss playing pro. Nope. You have the Leafs win.
I think the first one is. Like,
I mean, we'll see.
When you dash through a wall, you get the timing out of the dash.
I thought you're from Montreal. Don't doesn't everybody from Montreal like they only want the the Montreal Canadiens,
Like a lot of guys want to kill the
shield, right?
Miss the shield. To dash the shield, you have to be really close to him, or at least it's really easy to have it, because you can see so many times people missing it. It's pretty common. So just be calm. Don't need to rush it and just go sprinting and then try to do the dash. Just be
calm. You're from like London.
Do the dash. You're gonna kill the mountain pretty easy way. I think it's like a entire match. It was the Furia.
Totally know what you mean. You pay for bullfighting streaming from Spain for your grandpa and your uncles, but you're the one who has to operate the app so they can watch. Yeah, but it's like it's so much easier when you're just like, here's the controller, like, you know, pick what channel you want or whatever, and they all have Comcast, so like, you know, it just makes it easier. It's just like it's just a pain. And like the way that I set up all of our stuff too, like all of our like sound and audio setup and stuff is like super complex too. I probably kind of like overcomplicated things, but whatever. It's it's like every little like extra thing that you do to make things, unless you're like the one setting it up, even if you're very technically savvy, it's still difficult. Detroit is close to you? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Detroit is close by, dude. I've been to Toronto a bunch of times to go to like my dad, we would drive up to like the Hockey Hall of Fame like for the day, and we just like go there and drive back in the same day. So 8 hours of driving in a single day. I spend more money to save me headaches. Basically, yeah. I mean, like it is what it is, you know, like Bruins, Bengals, Clippers. Kit Kats in Canada? Oh yeah, dude. I honestly go to like the Middle Eastern store and stuff like that for Kit Kat sometimes. Like if I'm like really in the mood for it or whatever, I'll go to the Middle Eastern store just to grab some what's it called? Just to grab some Kit Kats and stuff like that. Like, I don't know what it is, but we have the worst Kit Kat in the United States, bro. Having had like the privilege of having Kit Kat in like other like countries and stuff like that, it's amazing how like shit they are. The weird Kit Kats in Japan. Yeah, they're actually really cool. I had a bunch of I had a bunch of really good Kit Kats that my brother-in-law got me recently. Like as like a housewarming gift, my brother-in-law got me and my wife a bunch of different Kit Kats and stuff. Which NHL team does my dad like? Red Wings, dude. Detroit Red Wings. You physically cannot stomach U.S. chocolate? I mean, I wouldn't go that far, bro. It's not that deep. Like, it's not that deep. I would say I wish that the chocolate was a bit better in the U.S., but yeah, I mean, if I eat a Reese's from the U.S., like I'm in like the mood for one and I'm at a gas station or something, I just go and grab some, like, yo, it's okay. Like, it's fine. It's fine. You thought the Red Wings were a Canadian team? Yeah, close enough, dude. Do I think APAC deserves as many spots as they have in the major? Oh, definitely not. Maybe like APAC deserves like maybe a few spots at best. Like 2-3 spots, like maybe kind of around there. Snoop Dogg? Wait, Snoop Dogg wants an NHL team? That is actually the most random thing ever. What? Wait, why? Would I go to Gamers 8? Yeah, I would go. What are my top 5 operators? Top 5 operators. Pledge, Bandit, Jaeger, Thermite, Rook, because he's thick. The NBA did not want Snoop, so the NHL did. I don't get it. Like, why can't Snoop Dogg have a team? Like, how did his, like, did he, like, fall through from, like, financing? Like...
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born.
Advice for solo queuing in rank? Don't.
Fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
A Canadian team getting relocated? Oh, dude, no way.
The Gamers Without Borders event for 2023 in Rainbow
That will
Six.
never happen.
Potentially one map away from qualifying our first team of the event to Gamers 8.
I feel like there's no way that people would let that happen.
Plenty of opportunities to earn massive sums of cash.
No way.
Today.
No
It's all
way.
about the charitable prize pool, of course. And even there, we have plenty of money being dished out to our teams. Pretty big upgrade is on the line for whoever wins this matchup, and we nearly do have that.
I have already played the new season,
Able to
yes.
see Sandbox turn things around on this upcoming map. It is going to be on Skyscraper, of course. It can be a very chaotic map. It's been already a very chaotic series, one that we've been able to see Cyclops take command of in more situations than not. So once again, that puts the pressure onto Sandbox themselves to be able to bring themselves back from the brink and try to trigger maps 4 and 5 of this series. As if not, we could be looking at the 3-0 victory for Cyclops. Stokes, let's get your take on things as we get ready to head into the third map.
A pretty interesting position right now, especially for Cyclops. You know, Skyscraper is what befalls us right now, and it could be a pretty weird back and forth. You know, Skyscraper, a very defensive map, and obviously one that, you know, Cyclops is more than likely going to end up choosing.
The tournament is Gamers 8.
It's going to be Sandbox's map choice. So,
Am I beefing with Comcast? It's not Fredo. Yes. Well, I mean, not technically beefing with them, but yeah, they've actually been good lately. I have to say, I cannot really complain about Comcast as much as I trust me. There are a lot of problems that I used to have with them, but they are actually fine now, I will say. They are actually okay. I'll give them that. They're fine.
There are some problems that Cyclops could potentially run into on this map. I do feel like, though, especially on their defensive side, where we saw, at least on the previous map, a couple problems where, once again, they're just kind of leaving like that 1 or 2 flank avenues open, and we were able to see Sandbox hyper-focalize on that one to be able to kind of open up a domino.
No, there's no choice. Like, no, I can't change providers, dude. There's only one internet service provider in my area. Period. One. Comcast. Well, technically AT&T is here too, but it's not like AT&T. It's not their fast internet. Like, technically AT&T is also in my area, but like the fastest it goes is like 10 megabytes per second or something. Or 10 megabits.
Or if Sandbox still has that little bit of life left in them to push us onward on maps 4 and 5. We'll go into it as we get a very interesting ban from Cyclops right off the rip here, as Glaz of all operators, he's going to be removed from play.
You know, I mean, fair enough. Sandbox is also going to remove Monty, so 2 spot bans here. You know, Glaz, he's a really strong pick for a map like Skyscraper, where you have some of these, you know, towers and stuff that you can abuse on the outside of the map to get some unique perspectives on these windows. So not exactly the worst ban in the world, but definitely one that we don't see too often. And you say the same for...
You already asked me if this was live, I thought. Yeah, there it is live. No, BDS plays after this. So after this BO3, then we get
pretty interesting here.
What's it called? Then we get that BDS versus Wild.
Are going to be looking to chain together a whole swath of rounds on this defensive end.
I don't know, yeah. I mean, luckily, like, I'm not gonna lie. Basically, the only way I was able to get Comcast to be, like, kind of reasonable is I went psychotic on, like, Twitter and stuff, and on stream, and they literally gave me a person who is in control of the service for Comcast in my entire, like, literally for all of, like, Detroit, and they gave me the person who's, like, controls, like, the Midwest. Like, I have, like, those people's, like, cell phone numbers. So now I can just call them, and if I'm having issues, and they'll like immediately go and fix my shit. So that's literally what it took for Comcast to become usable for me. Best Comcast customer experience there is, I guess. A beeper, dude.
Well, CAG wrapping things up here for the very tail end of their prep phase.
They went Office first.
Ready to go up against
Makes
Sandbox's
sense.
onslaught of utility that they're bringing on board here.
It's funny that people in ranked always go like, they always go like, you know, T first and stuff, but I mean Office is like the better site.
Inside of this round that could definitely assist them, especially with NV Taylor coming in with Yana and that clone. So looking to obviously attack on the Office side of things initially here. And this could be kind of a difficult round for them off rip. No frost mats to worry about, but definitely some utility pieces that could be quite.
He aced that and it like didn't open.
Locked up the single panel wall.
Because he like tricked it.
Down and also an EMP burned. In fact, 2 EMPs burned. As Mephi only has
I wonder if he tricked it right as the wall was like detonating and it only broke the like the top layer off. That'd be insane.
Are Cully with the possibility to potentially throw himself into the fray, though, as Suzuki is actually finished off. Once again, it's Good Boy on that early round lure, constantly making the first mark. But as we've seen far too often, very much on his lonesome, fulfilling that task. So he's going to be unable to carry it forward past that initial kill. He's been countered out pretty much immediately. Sandbox, though, do recover the player advantage as Arkaze is able to find the second kill now against Blackray. Arcali has a hop-out opportunity here, but the
bro, what?
NV Taylor just too fast for our
This is a best of 5, actually. Yeah.
Instead, Sandbox starting to take full control of the setup here now as it is brought down to a 2v4.
CAG accomplished everything necessary in order to try and hold up the round, but just committed too hard to these gunfights, and Sandbox remaining vigilant, able to take out a lot of the aggressive plays, the aggressive offerings from Cyclops in an oversight. SBX has been able to at least transition this in towards a drum offense here. Chibi's going to take some damage, but able to translate that into a kill of his own as he'll turn it back here on the terrace side. Nice look here from SBX as he'll actually get aggressive towards site, and there's going to be 2 cooks in the kitchen.
Dude, that jump out was a mega throw, bro.
And SBX is going to get their very first offense.
That was a mega throw.
We've seen from Cyclops in the past there, where once again they just kind of have a few players off on an island, not able to trade off of each other appropriately enough, and as a result of that, Sandbox domino effect their way into an ultimate win there, and that's even with the immediate trades coming forward.
Mega throws.
Seems their players kind of overextending themselves just a bit too far into enemy territory.
Tachanka 9x19 with the 2x. Tachanka has a crazy kit right now. He is the 9x19 with the 2x. He has the bearing 9. He's now a 2-speed. He has a launcher with like 20 rounds. You could literally burn an area out for like the entire like game, basically. It's crazy, dude. It's insane.
Usually a very strong choice, and that's honestly what I thought we were going to see first out of Cyclops, but it didn't seem like they wanted to go to that initially, instead translating that into a, you know, office
Son, Greg.
instead.
Tachanka's a 1-speed still? Oh, I don't know. He feels faster.
You know, first of all, but
maybe I'm just losing my mind. I thought they made him a 2-speed.
Hopefully they're able to
just losing my mind, I guess. I'm gonna stream all of these games today. So there's 2 games. Best of 5, Sandbox, Cyclops.
decent. Obviously, we got the Selmas coming in here from Demic to be able to handle some of the walls on the far
So some good games, dude.
He's coming from Mephi. Just really hope he hits his mark this time. That was the big issue the last one, where they really weren't able to do too much with that utility, given the circumstances of the Bandit able to slip through and able to get that Bandit battery on quickly enough to get rid of the Selma charge they had applied. So SBX looking to try and prevent Cyclops from quickly creating a teeter-totter out of this map, making this a 1-1 scoreline.
Well, keeping things very preserved at the moment here. Chibi trying to play ultra passively. He's going to try to get another keep.
No Muter Bandit. I mean, they have Thatcher. That's probably what they're figuring. But they could try to trick it.
Not exactly sure how it managed to land on his head, but ends up impacting directly against Chibi's.
They could try to trick it.
Either way. That is once again going to hand the open kill around.
You're in Texas all last week with no signal or time, so you managed to watch the major finals yesterday and managed to avoid all spoilers. Basically, everything gets spoiled for me every time. So, like, unless I literally watch something like that moment, you know.
As doubling down on the situation is how they ultimately lost the last round. Arcully, though, quickly corrects me at least as he rushes it to the outside to be able to quickly trade that one out against Demic.
Luckily, I don't really care about spoilers that much, so not as bad for me. Warden should be a 3-speed of the loss of 1.5. I mean, Warden is just being used as like as a fragging operator. He's supposed to be an anchor on site to stop like smoke blants, Laz, Ying, that type of thing.
Not really too much to offer in this situation. Another frag grenade out, and oh, this could be the moment.
He almost blew himself up, dude. He missed that nade, too.
He did end up repositioning in kind of this mid-hallway here, and Good Boy will end up going down as well. Another frag grenade out. Will it hit its mark? It will, but Aniton once again just forcing this misposition. Envy Taylor going to try and feed another nade through and potentially help up Good Boy, but no more frag grenades for them to try and deal
Souls replaced him. You can't really replace Warden in that regard.
Cyclops with a good read on the situation, but they're still going to lose some bodies.
However, Good Boy, along with Arukaze, finally find a hole in the defense. Black Ray at least is able to negate out the advances from Good Boy, but Envy Taylor reconfirms the advantage for the attackers now. It's come out of absolutely nowhere, but Sandbox have been able to get themselves onto the site and have now found a plant. Even better than that, they already have the post-plant angles established. Sandbox, in my opinion, with no business winning that round, given that it was down to a
Jaeger, Albi, Oryx players are now in Warden, just brainless. It's literally like whatever they move, like the 1.5 site to, like went to Albi, went to Oryx, went to Warden. It's like they're just like taking turns, like giving an operator with like a gazillion fire rate gun and no recoil at 1.5 site for people to just be like super brain dead on.
Really do much with that round coming up the stairwell in the way that they did. It was just really curious in the way that Cyclops kind of fell apart there. But nothing there could really get done past what Sandbox was able to initially do. That's really where they needed to nip it in the bud. If they were able to start things off just by shutting them down at the stairwell, then things would have been pretty easy peasy. But it was just that really deep lunge that Sandbox got over towards Karaoke that made things so very difficult for them. And again, some of the more aggressive tendencies.
These guys are pros. Yeah, they're from APAC. One team from Korea, one team from Japan.
Bite them, especially with that kill that Envy Taylor picked up, just constantly spamming the
3-speed makes no sense on Glass. I would be totally fine with them getting rid of the 3-speed on Glass. I have no idea why Glass is like a 3-speed. Doesn't even make sense.
But Cyclops just could not remain patient. They end up losing.
But just because it doesn't make sense for, like, you know, Glaz to be a 3-speed doesn't mean that you do another thing that doesn't make sense and make Warden a 3-speed, you know?
Not something that Cyclops can't recover from, of course, but these are some worrying signs that we have seen them fall to pieces now in two very similar ways on two very similar sites. Another upstairs hold still in the cards as they retry, it looks like, the T-room hold for themselves and see if they can correct on the fixable mistakes that were made there back in round number number 2. And like I said, very fixable, just kind of play style mistakes that are made there by the members of Cyclops. So assuming they are correcting on those, I would generally assume that this round would go a bit better. But at the same time, Sandbox now know what the setup looks like, know how to counter it more appropriately. So could very well repeat the success for the attackers as well here. Good
Feels different watching the major and watching this. Well, this is an APAC. These are 2 APAC teams. APAC is the least, like, you know, is not as competitive as we're gonna watch after this. There's BDS versus Wild, and those are 2 pretty good teams. So, like, this game will be good too. But the game that I'm looking forward to is the BDS one for sure.
Only halfway through the round, plenty of time still, but Sandbox have demolished their drone count, and this might be the time for Cyclops here, Blue. This is going to be the most exploitative they can potentially get, especially with their play style. They really like to play aggressively, and Sandbox, yeah, they're starting to hit their nades, but good boy, he's going to have to get yet another. It's actually going to be Mephi first, and the plant coming in as well. Sandbox, they just choose to go for the execute instead. No info, no problem, they say. They knock it down.
Dude, Sandbox is being, like, this map is fairly defender-sided. They're just taking control.
Support setup is not working out for Cyclops as well here.
Esports seems to land 1 pro team in Siege.
When we see Sandbox find that
yeah, they do.
Opening kills for themselves, they get them site control and get their plant. There is just nothing even close to a retake attempt that ever shows up for Cyclops. Like I said,
is there any team that I root for? I guess like Dark Zero, maybe. Just because of Canadian being on there.
At least are relatively convincing holds from Cyclops up until that about 1 minute, maybe 30-second mark, where once again Sandbox continues to sneak out some entries to take these rounds.
Well, Cyclops going to go for the timeout now and see if they can potentially talk this out, and I think this is a perfect time to try and go for this. SBX has already ran it up 3 rounds, but the good news is it seems like these 2 teams are magnets for each other. They cannot get too far away, John. They're always within
Wasn't
distance.
Cyclops one of the better teams back in the day? They were like decent. They were still winning. They've won 2 maps so far. And Sandbox
Say that, but once again,
only has 1, so
for Sandbox, constantly abusing out the defense from Cyclops in the same method. So we'll hope that Cyclops have now caught on to that inside of this tactical pause that they'll take for themselves. No ability to come back to this, of course, later, unless they do force one out of Sandbox. So we're going to hope whatever changes being made now are quite effective and give us the full 3-3 reversal here, as if not, and they run into problems on their attacking side as well, they will not get that second chance for relief. Pause things out again. Meanwhile, over on the side of Sandbox, continuing to excel quite evenly across the scope of the team. Obviously, Arukaze doing most of the heavy lifting when it comes to finding that critical kill or 2. But once it's picked up by either
CAG is lagging? What do you mean? Right, if Cyclops wins this game, then they qualify. So
nice little change over here from Good Boy, getting off of the Ash and back on.
every time you buy a team shirt or sweater, Canadian leaves shortly after.
Skyscraper as well.
Real.
Immediate access to the top
Real.
floor via these stairwells, and just being able to circumvent things like the cameras as well as just audio cues in general is really fantastic for a player like Good Boy that really likes to try and get those deep sweeping penetrations.
I always forget that this drone hole's even up here.
See if we can potentially get something else out of a Good Boy here when it comes to some
I always forget about that drone hole. I need to start using it more often.
drones, but didn't seemingly matter the last round.
Continuum, EG, SSG, now DZ.
Play already down low. Good Boy with a nice position.
So did you buy a DZ one yet?
Gonna see if any of these frag grenades can catch off some players upstairs.
As soon as you buy one, he's gonna swap.
He's not going to be able to make the impact the way he would have liked. And even worse, he's opened up a bit of an angle, looks like, for Cyclops to actually work down below against him, too. So you can see a few of those tracers coming through to respond.
Look at that, the Corsair skin. Spicy.
Fire spray, hoping he can get some damage off onto one of the initial sandbox clears just below him. He has the position right. Just like I said, the aim is not in the right spot, and it's once again Arukaze to find the better of Suzu. But Anaton gives us an unexpected hop over the barrier to take out Good Boy instead on the tray there. Problem is, they had to give up a lot of positioning in order to go for that one. So Sandbox does take a considerable amount of the upstairs office spots. but they don't necessarily feel fully confident to latch themselves onto that as they ultimately back away a little bit from it. We can see Chibisu as well chucking out the Nitro, but it will be a little bit off positioning and timing to make any true effective play that gets the rest of the sandbox clear. Speaking of which, sandbox have backed away a bit. They're going to refocus their efforts now on the actual balcony entrance to the office part of the building and begin shifting their positioning over towards the site. Enough playing around with these downstairs holds. They need to move towards the objective.
Perfect Floresing in all these shields.
Skyscraper. It's kind of like attacking two completely separate buildings with the way that this central, hall.
You know what this middle area with like Dragon and all this stuff kind of reminds me of? A little bit. I mean, not too much, but it reminds me a little bit. Do you guys remember on Theme Park? Like the train area? Reminds me a little bit of the train area.
Over the last year, really struggled to deal with this portion of Skyscraper. So let's see how Sandbox can try and progress here with this. MB Taylor.
Oh no, bro. No, what are you doing?
Lodge the Selma there, so they'll be able to at least get that open. But now some damage coming in onto Sandbox, and
what are you doing, bro?
It's pretty difficult to deal with right now. Frag grenades out, and at least another smoke out for Black Ray before he gets down to Nitro Cell will claim one. Anaton with the rotation up, down low, as well as Chibi. Two big kills though. Anaton will pick up one. No Nitro Cells down low though, as Anaton's trying to deal with this situation. He's going to try and head it off with a shotgun. The plant starts to go down. Chibi with a big play. Arukaze, he's going to attempt to stick it at the back of Gold. He can actually get one, but no, it's the time.
Did you find the train area exists? It was like TDM in that room? Yeah.
Due to the man advantage in the
every time that the like Doctor's Curse event comes back, that's what always reminds me of it.
Cyclops, in all honesty, again, just barely sneaking off with that one.
This is not good for Cyclops, dude. Like they're losing a lot of the defense rounds.
In the midst of these fights, right there, it's just a kind of a lack
but
of commitment.
Who knows? Maybe they'll attack better, perhaps.
Kind of just locked in the hot corner for like a solid 5 to 10 seconds, just wasting out the full attention and time of Sandbox. But during that, no one else on Cyclops decides to take a risk, take a step forward to potentially support their teammate, even if it means trading his dead body right there. It's not until after he goes down that we see those players trying to make those moves forward, and by the time we've reached that point, Sandbox are already looking at those very same players because they've, taken care of their primary target or looking otherwise. It's Cyclops that need to step up here a little bit, make that unexpected play, take that step forward before it's expected from Sandbox's side. Otherwise, Sandbox are going to continue to excel in at least the fragging game, although they do finally lose their edge when it comes to actually following it through for the outright round here for the first time in the first 4 rounds.
That room is like the weirdest room in Siege. It really was. I'm actually glad they got rid of it. Oddly, the new theme park has been growing on me. I hate to say it and admit it, but it has. It's been growing on me, dude.
Good boy's going to go back to all reliable. We'll see if it actually gets him a kill this time, but Arukaze has really been the
look at that chat. Go for charm.
Gotten so many rounds for them past the more crucial kills that have just been more impactful overall for the lower number.
The top floor of club not being attached.
Destroyed.
He had it too.
Gross.
MV treats him with
the amount of like just absolute like whiffs that I've seen on Cyclops this game are crazy. This is not the same team that we just saw before this. Yeah, if I have a 5-stack, I really like the new
He is one of the few players right now that is
that was a perfect drone.
Moves here on Cyclops. I was talking about before how
yeah, if I have a 5-stack, I like playing it, but solo, questionable. After this game, I'm gonna get a G Fuel.
Great example of it. Why? He had the intel on the player down below him from the pulse camera. Just decided, you know what? I'm gonna take a swing at it, and thankfully comes out on top. It's moves like that that are saving Cyclops in these rounds, or at least extending the play outward a bit here, and potentially keeping Cyclops in a potential 3-0 position here if they're going to try and go for the outright comeback. Sandbox, though, still in control of the current pacing of the round, but they are down a player.
What flavor I'm going to grab? I don't really know yet. I got like 40 flavors of G Fuel, so I got a lot of options.
And hopefully with a free kill in the process, they can re-equalize things down to a minimum 3v3 before losing another player.
Beffy popping the cork here. And the drone inside, but SBX starting to have some issues now. This is what I was worried about, John. Whenever Cyclops is really able to get a foothold on SBX, it seems like they're able to really.
We're gonna find competitive teammates to get better. I mean, if you're just playing ranked, like, dude, I can't believe the sandbox is like, what the? Okay. I spoke too soon. I would always recommend that people, I would recommend that people always grab people from ranked that are good players. That grab players that you play with in ranked that are cool. That's 100% the best way to go. Like picking up people just like randomly through like forums or Discord or whatever. No. No. Just people that you like run into in ranked that are good. PewDiePie's flavor is your favorite, and the Gundam Melon. The Gundam Melon one is really good. It's really good. I actually just got the new Naruto flavor in. I have not tried it yet, though. I have not tried it.
Once again, that'll also give Cyclops a little bit more of a sigh of relief, because they'll finally get the heck off this defensive side where things are very, very tense for them at the moment as they try to pick up a few more rounds.
Well, Sandbox trying to find something in order to stave off a tied ball game here on this initial half, and potentially a huge issue for them coming through once Cyclops gets control of the offense, because
the Naruto flavor is good. You got it when I recommended it. It tastes like a peach mango. Yeah, it's like technically it's like a white pomelo peach. Why did they reinforce the office walls? To make it not as easy for the enemy to walk up and just like open the wall. Because Thatcher is not banned. So if you allow them to, they could double Thatcher the wall and grenade under it at the same time and guarantee to get the wall open with thermite. But if you make feet holes, then they can throw like an impact grenade or shoot the thermite. A lot of options. Smoke them out, you know, stuff like that. It's not a good idea for people to do that in ranked, but in professional play where you're coordinated and have a plan, it is, yeah.
At every single potential entry point. Let's see how this goes here. As Sandbox are just rounding the corner.
Add people that are cool. Watch their game back later to make sure they're not cheating. You found your squad through ranked, and you've been running together since console, and you've been playing PC for 2 years now. Yeah, for sure, dude. Just add people that are cool and ranked. Like, seriously. That's the way to go.
To get themselves back into the fight. And that'll cause some serious issues once again.
No. Yeah, no, Jinxie never asked for a rematch or anything, so.
Making those forward plays and overall being a major disruption to Sandbox's game plan on the attacking side. Who else is going to step up and be that player now for Cyclops? Well, so far, no one reliable on the defense is going to be able
maybe
to
in the future or something.
And do that. But we'll have to see, is at least in the past maps, we have seen players like this one right here, Suzuk, be potentially able to be bit of a show.
This is a rerun. Nope.
The defense playing against the
We're watching a live match right now.
In the way of that now. Good boy though seems to have a pretty good read out of the rotate downstairs, and indeed the direct counter onto Black Ray shenanigans. Nearly gets himself a third.
Oh, dude, I 1v1s are actually like kind of fun. I mean, I probably wouldn't do them all the time. Maybe once in a great while or something. But like, I had never played a 1v1 in my life before, and like, I feel like I've got them down pretty decently now. Like I know what to do.
And the last one as well, Chibi tries to maintain that very same positioning, but is just bullied.
The biggest thing that I was not really doing before was like waiting and like playing sound properly.
It's looking very strong for them, at least given this offensive half. Able to at least put together this last offensive piece of the puzzle here, and it was a necessity. Just very strong patience and able to break down the site in a considerable manner where Cyclops really weren't comfortable with their positions and ended up, you know, trying.
You had some career plat 3s yesterday telling you how a site setup wasn't trash, but they couldn't seem to hold it 3 rounds in a row.
Right in the bud. So we'll see if SBX can
Jinxie kind of appear out of nowhere. Mostly TikTok. Plus, he's just an entertaining guy. That's why.
Back to what is oftentimes the default site.
That was my first ever 1v1 that I've ever done in my life. I've never done one.
To continue to run this gauntlet up. Potentially finally give them at least one map on the scoreboard. We still have 3 more to play out, including this one, of course. So That opportunity for Sandbox to work their way back into it is still alive and well, but the entire time that they are going to be attempting to do that, their backs will be
I'm fine with the Frost rework. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I'm fine with it. I did better than Bolo. Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the first 2 rounds that I died, I threw.
But for Cyclops, it's a new half, a new day for them.
Like, because I didn't even know what I was doing at first.
Potentially opening up the back wall into the T room itself, as we are going to be bringing the Maverick into play. A few other options also.
And one of the rounds I threw, I had him like stuck in a corner, and he had a shotgun, and I pushed him. I should have like faked a grenade or something like that. So whatever.
Well, Kagger at least getting inside of the building in good time here. Only 40-ish, 50-ish seconds off the clock. So they're able to at least get a position built up inside of Pantry. Mike's going to be forced back now off of that hallway. As Chippy rather in delivery, looking in towards Pantry. These two trying to both hold more of a passive angle. Don't want to give up too much earlier on into the round. Just kind of want to try and force him to clear this space. If Cyclops want it, they're going to have to work for it. It's really what you're looking for here. Nice little trade. Oh my, it's actually those two. They both go for the, one of them goes for the aggressive swing there as soon as we move away. And Arcoli going to pick up one.
Bro, what a nade.
Well, Cyclops starting to make quite a bid to take round 7.
Cyclops looking to quickly get back into booming shape here and championship shape.
Do I have the highest level in Siege? Probably one of.
Sandbox very much
that Tom Brady nade that I chucked from Spawn was funny. Oh.
Is going to be caught out. That should be a siren call.
I just guessed where he was going to be.
Won't immediately take action upon it just yet. Wants to kind of savor his flight.
I just guessed.
In the round, but Anton seems to be aware that something is up. Baits out the opening shots, and Goodboy takes that bait. Although once again, very, very late to Anton's actual peak. The Nitro Cell will fail because of that as well. It's Arukaze now that jumps back into the fray and starts to battle back this control for Sandbox. Once again, was also that player in the first half as well to start things oftentimes for the attacking side.
No, I'm like 20 levels higher than Macy. Yeah, it's like not even close. I think technically there's like 2 people above me or something like that, or 3, but I think they let me check. I don't know. I don't say without those. Like, look, it's easier.
Shuts down this final kill, and it is indeed going to be a confident but close start for CAG at the beginning of the second half here as they look to rebound their way back into the game.
Super Kuda, I think 51 month reasonable back morning KG. It's on Super Kuda. Yeah, there's somebody that's like somehow like, okay, so there's only one person that's like maybe like this guy has 60 games played and he's level 690. Like it's gotta be like he had to have like cheated to get there for that. Like it's impossible. It's probably like a cheat of some kind.
That were able to you know, prove beneficial for them past Sandbox, you know, being able to get some of the bigger kills that ended up in a 3 versus 2 situation.
I don't know. Technically, it shows that I'm 8th in the world right now for clearance level. But the people that are above me,
for them was a lot of what they were able to accomplish with Arcoli across the board in that round. So we'll have to see if they can continue with that, because that was definitely the biggest piece that we saw inside of round.
I think that a lot of these people are using some type of like exploit, to be honest, because these people have like no games played and they have the same old name, and like all these accounts have clearly been like linked together, and this guy does not play very many games. So my guess is that he's using like the console like cross-platform thing to like exploit it and like raise the clearance level that he's getting, because it doesn't make any sense. Like there's literally a person who's level 717 and they've like never played a game. Oh, the last time they played was High Caliber, where they're only playing like 100 and something matches per season, 500, 700. Yeah, no way, bro. These are for sure like boosted accounts in some way, or like somehow they were like manipulated to get higher levels. This one guy might be legit because he has like 23,000 games played, which is like basically what I have played. So that guy might be legit, but none of the other ones are.
Made it off the board, but CAG have been able to negotiate for some solid position. Arcoli down low here.
Hey, it's on cash played.
At least for some time. Before present sensors deactivated.
Yeah, Macy is, I don't know. I think Macy's like about 20 levels behind me, give or take, which is, it doesn't seem like it's that much, but it's a lot, dude. Like,
baiting them into anything big and something that could potentially give.
If you look at their time played, it looks legit. That guy has 1,400 hours played. That is not a lot of hours. Like, you should have like a way more than that.
Will be able to transition up black stairs as well. So down into this last minute now.
1,400 hours at like no way, bro. Let's see. You said this guy has which guy? No. This guy's level 717. He has 5,000 games played. I have 24,000. Like, and he's like literally like way above me. He's 37 levels above me. Do you know how like hard it is to be 37? Like, you know how much like 37 levels is probably a year of gameplay. Like playing almost every day.
Negotiate for themselves. Sandbox still staying way too strong inside of their slight positioning here, and only just now needing to kind of even fall away from their normal extensions. And even there, you can see here.
I mean, this guy's not even playing this. 100% this guy used some type of like exploit or something for sure.
Into Dragon, of course, for the Azami. Sandbox more than ready for the remaining.
You have 4,500 hours. You're not even level 400 yet. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
With their overall attack on this follow through here, so it's a pretty easy hold. Most of the anchors and whatnot never even really had to do much this round at the end of the day, as it does become a fairly simplistic hold when everything is said and done for Sandbox. So they take yet another round, just 2 to go at this point, and they will find their
first half of
the series.
They're looking solid, and the key thing is that they're staying true to the play style of Skyscraper. They're not getting too aggressive on this defensive side and giving over some big kills that could be the difference maker for Cyclops inside of these rounds. The Cyclops are initially looking for quite a few, just easy kills, whether it comes from frag grenades or just simple crosses, but Sandbox are simply playing away from those areas, and it's working extremely well for them at the current moment. So just keep on keeping.
Yeah, I have like 2,000 hours on my alt, and it's level like 200 and something.
Translate this into a
250 or 60.
See if this can work well for them. They've got the frost mats out and about here. See if that works out for good.
You only play on your alt with your girlfriend now. Yeah, the hours that those people have played just like do not, and the amount of games that they have played just don't make sense. They just don't make sense. No way.
Cyclops, in the meantime, of course, still on the rebound themselves and still could realistically bring it back under their own control. This is going to be a living room hold. Not the sight we see played all that often. And as such, there's not going to be a whole lot of respect given over to that by the members of CAG Chibisu. And realize that there is virtually no setup over here by Karaoke and Tea Room. Leaps right in with the guard hook, although there is at least one player nearby, which you guys are seeing now on the silhouette. Demic directly across the hallway inside of Tea Room. Chibisu not wanting to risk his current position.
Right, like leveling up at really high levels is like crazy hard. Like I only go up like maybe like one level every like I don't know. I would say it probably takes like I don't know, a few weeks probably for me to go. Well, probably like a week for me to go up like one level.
Quick to deliver some action, at least when it comes to.
I think when crossplay came out, like this, a few people used some exploits with like crossplay. That's my guess.
Envy Taylor, he wants all the smoke, and he'll get it. A lot of those rounds hitting him right in the chest, almost kills him right there. Frag grenade out, and Arcoli delivers as well. It's Mephi to go down. One on the stairwell here. That's going to be Demic trying to take that gunfight that will simply tag up Arcoli.
Right, and you have to remember that I level up like once a week, and I play 6 days a week for 6 hours a day.
On the back foot, they were looking for the penultimate point. They were looking to guarantee over.
The dude at 717. I mean, The guy has 4,000 games played. It has to be exploited. There's no way.
To strike. It's a 5v3. Now's the time. And indeed, Arkelly will initially go down. Good Boy allowed to exchange that into a second frag as well because, again, of the hesitance that we are seeing from both of these teams. Cyclops second guess themselves. That player on the inside of the site is braced for it. Good Boy is given a second chance to pick up more frags now because of that one. Chibisu thankfully takes out another member of the team, prevents this trade war from going completely out of control. But now Envy Taylor yet to be tested, at least in the current fight as of yet, has the possibility to excel. However, the Candelas are going to kill that possibility very quickly as they'll drop down through the hatchwork instead. A little early on the Nitro that works.
Alright, Cyclops is cleaning up a little bit now, at least.
Overwatch on the hatch, and the second explosive also going to work its way through there as well. Makes some pretty serious damage, or at least attempting serious damage onto our attackers, but just not really working out. They're going to begin the process of trying to open up these top downs for themselves. Suzuki being the one to try and do so, but keep on Suzuki with the case in hand too.
Envy Taylor being in this spot and no one knows where he is going to be potentially kind of crazy.
Actual bottom floor site to make that a possibility. That'll be potentially where this execute could die once again. Cyclops not giving themselves enough time to build up intel, but then
Crossmat?
out cleanly. Anderton with the opening
Nope.
pick up. Envy Taylor
He tried to run outside.
for a rotation. It will not pay off as Anderton takes him down as well. And now CAG sit one round away from being able to tie us up yet again.
5-4 in favor of Sandbox. But Cyclops, the dominant factor inside of round 9 here, is they're able to not only open the door, but basically bust.
Do any of you guys have a towel warmer, and is it worth it? I know that's like super random that I just brought that up, but I think that's one of the, like, for Mother's Day, I think I'm gonna get my wife a towel warmer.
Transitions in through the actual bedroom, but
They seem pretty awesome. And she was like, she said that, I forgot where it was. She saw, there was a house that we like looked at, like before we bought the house that we have now that had one. And she was like always talking about how much she liked it. So,
losing the round out because of those initial,
take it easy, Mason. Sleep well, bud.
Too much damage to the whole of the ship at the end of the day.
So give us a moment, guys. You guys are probably seeing it.
After a bidet, a towel warmer was your best purchase? Yeah, like I'm thinking about getting one, dude.
So, stick with us. I think they're probably gonna.
I know she would like love that too, and you can get a hardwired one for maybe like a towel rack warmer for like 100-200 bucks for like a nice one.
Should be a minimal.
And you could like hardwire it. I have a plug on my wall right below where I'd put it, so it would work pretty well, I think, in that spot.
For those players to be set up, CG just having a few tech issues today, so apologies once again, folks, for the delay of game because of that one. But we will be going back into it as soon as our players are ready to go, and seeing if, of course, Cyclops can complete that comeback to be able to bring themselves back from the brink and still look to control this matchup in a 3-0 final score line. Once again, they've been already very, very close to pushing themselves to that point, although obviously this is definitely the weakest showing we have seen so far from Cyclops for multiple reasons. Once again, a lot of it due to their own play style, but some of it as well being thrown out because of their opponents and the successes that they have found on the inside of this map so far.
John, I need you to huff on that copium real quick and tell me why Sandbox turns this around and takes us best of 5 right now. I think that they have something to say after what we've seen here on Skyscraper. I just want you to go full Sandbox sweat. Just tell me what's up.
Well, it's mainly just going to be capitalizing on, from what I've seen so far, the kind of inactivity in a lot of these rounds that we're getting out of Cyclops. Cyclops kind of leaving the window open for pretty much all playmaking capability from Sandbox, and a lot of the times just kind of bowing down to them when they execute on it. So it needs to come from Cyclops right now to kind of change up their own fate a little bit, as they have fallen down so far inside of this map and been throwing out a bit lackluster play compared to what we were seeing in the previous 2 maps.
And in your professional opinion, Mr. Dr. Blue, do you think they can keep it together for these next handful of maps to actually run this full gauntlet, or do you think...
Yeah, that's the tough
Yeah, they sell like racks that you can install on the wall, and they like hardwire into an electrical box on the wall.
right now for Cyclops.
And then it has like either there's some of them that you could turn them off and on, some have passive heat at like all the time. Like there's a whole bunch of different like options and shit. I don't know. I was just like I was trying to think of like so for Mother's Day I got my wife like a matching apron for her and my like daughter. And you know, like I was like that's like pretty cute. And then I got her like the Corpse Bride on like Blu-ray. That's like what she likes that movie a lot, and I've never watched it with her. So I got the movie and we'll like watch it together. I was trying to think of like something else too, though. Like, you know, I looked at a couple of them that do not go on the wall, and basically all of them, all of the Amazon reviews or all the reviews that I saw, they were just like, "Oh, it starts fires," and I'm like, "Yeah, I don't really want to deal with that." Like.
Nice little 3-mapper, and that's about it. So we'll see what Cyclops can potentially do, especially after
It's like people are just like, almost lit my house on fire. Was really bad. I'm like, it's not ideal. Not ideal.
So we'll be headed towards T.
To wrap up the messaging with the bow, it's really
yours is hardware. You recommend it? Yeah, there's like a pretty nice one on like Home Depot that I saw for like 200. Looks nice.
To win this map, just been playing a very solid base game of Skyscraper here. That's been very much getting the better of Cyclops in more situations than not, but quite obviously it's still fairly close at a 5-4 scoreline. Cyclops may have had enough of this kind of respectful game though, looking at the way that they're looking to boom, actually quite literally, into round 10 here, as Black is going to bring out the Blitz. Quite obviously, we can't see a Monty brought into play because it's been banned out for all 3 maps now, but maybe there's still some work to be done with the Blitz play here for Cyclops.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
All CAG showing some similar flares to what we've seen throughout the series, but
you hang your hoodies on it and stuff too.
Some extra seasoning.
It is 9:20 a.m. where I live. I live in Detroit.
All on deck. Black Gray hasn't really had the craziest rounds with the Blitz inside of this series so far, but this could be the game changer here, and it could be something that catches Sandbox completely off guard, because I think this play is coming in pretty hot and heavy.
Yep, already breaching things open close to the site and immediately chucking down the smokes as well to mask the potential push coming through for the Blitz. Chibi, oh, guard, but thankfully our Okaze goes for utility toss instead. Black Ray now hopping his way through, but he's caught on the jump of the wall, trying to work his way onto the inside of Karaoke. Another down is marked against Sandbox though, so it's not a big loss.
Damn, dude.
The day, especially with those 2 kills.
That was an aggressive and clean execute.
Booming style of play from Cyclops that we had been missing up until this point in the game. But now they take control. Mephi still gets away with 2 more though before going down. That's the kind of dangerous part that of course has been causing them to lose rounds, but it's so far gone at this point that even with the heroics from Mephi, it's not going to be enough. Cyclops take the round away and take the tying point with it, now at 5-5.
There is no shot that they are about to not only tie this up, but potentially take this in regulation.
Dude, they need to nerf the Amaru shotgun, or like take the shotgun from Amaru. She's so fucking annoying.
Edge to their gameplay that Sandbox can simply not procure.
I think they just need to nerf that shotgun in general. It's just like really annoying.
So now that pressure shifts back over to Sandbox. What are they going to do to subvert the expectations of play? How do they potentially shake up the meta a little bit here, get into the way of Cyclops' zone plans to win things out for themselves? They've only got 2 rounds to potentially figure it out. Otherwise, Cyclops could not only be taking us to overtime, but potentially closing down this map outright in 3-0 fashion. Sandbox need to piece this one back together. They were doing fantastically by just playing that sort of default style previously. And now we're not necessarily going to fall back onto that, but in fact, they're going to give us something quite different in terms of the utility being brought out specifically here. The Thunderbird, which is not something we tend to see that often at all, except for, again, I think in APAC matchups here where it does tend to pop up every once in a while. So Envy Tail is going to bring that in, provide a few little home bases for these players to fall back to and kind of recuperate their health if things end up going poorly. And then we've got that other annoyance that is quite literally annoying.
Cyclops' comeback is coming. Yeah, it's going pretty well so far.
The middle of their screen right now. The clash.
It tied it up. I mean, this map traditionally is kind of defender-sided, but it seems like they're, you know, hey.
Good news for Demic is there's nothing that's really
both teams have been attacking pretty well.
Lineup for Cyclops. could have a pretty interesting affair.
Do not nerf the Supernova. It's barely decent as it is. What about the Supernova Echo mains? Man, is this a troll? Like, you have to be trolling right now with that statement. There's no way.
Against an immovable object. Suzu is going to rotate himself around on the balcony side, though, but reinsert himself onto the same position that he just was. Looks like they want to try and claim this area over here on the far T side. They do have a body to worry about, though. Looks like it's potentially NV Taylor. No, it's going to be Good Boy, actually. It's over on this far end. Does actually have NV Taylor in tow, though, inside of T.
Good Boy's been a massive saving grace for hitting shots like this, but with the shield in the way, it's going to be a little bit difficult to land it, specifically against the head. As you can see, too well defended, of course. Now NV Taylor does loop his way into the situation. Good Boy doing a fantastic job, at least, of baiting in the presence for now NV Taylor to latch onto and catch at least one kill. Unfortunately, that's the only kill he'll get away with here. Anderton suffering from quite a bit of damage once again. That's just Good Boy dashing across this breach here, throwing out shot after shot. Unfortunately, he is not immune to the damage that he's throwing out as well. He loses about just as much HP that he took off from Anderton. Ultimately, though, is going to be able to escape from that kind of a tense situation and fall back closer to
Every time you get a kill with it, you yell Supernova Slammy.
Having cleared things out and only leaving about a minute to correct onto the actual site. Execute. Good Boy will get his health drained pretty heavily.
I mean, dude, people do actually use the Supernova with the 1.5.
But still very much in the fight here, as you can see.
It's actually like it's not bad.
Against any push that might come from the Dragon or, of course, the Shrine side of things.
It is not bad.
It's getting more and more difficult for Cyclops as well, especially as this timer continues to dwindle. A lot of their utilities so very strong in the clutch, especially with the Nitro cell that we see on Arukaze that could come to show its ugly head. And yes, indeed, it is a little awkward here for the Blitz. But now the plant coming down as Suzu starts the plant. Chibi's got one in. And oh my gosh, I don't even think they know that he's here.
Just went up the hatch.
Bro, they don't even see this guy.
There's no way in hell.
Oh my lord, bro.
Good Boy rotates back in. Jonathan. They've done it.
Oh my God.
Dude, this shotgun needs to go, bro. This shotgun needs to go.
Either by hopping in through the arsenal window or using the Gara hook to work their way up through the hatch. More than likely was the window.
Yeah, Supernova Echo's good, yeah.
That he used the very loud hook to go up through the hatch and somehow didn't give an audio cue off that he was planting his.
How do you not even like?
Somehow just
Okay, bro.
Two players standing right next to him. So more than likely the window play, but just as impressive either way that he just sneaks that in, and more importantly has the absolute courage to just sit there and stick the plant while there's two enemies sitting right around the corner from you. Full confidence in your teammates holding that distraction, and that's exactly what happens now as Cyclops push the match and series point here already on map 3 out of 5 of this series.
I mean, that is some serious balls to listen to.
That was insane, bro.
Get off the plan.
That is actual madman activity.
Never in my life would I ever consider doing
massive
that.
blunder on Sandbox, not the catch.
Oh, absolutely.
To be fair about that, but still.
Even if he did get in through the window, the fact that nobody knew that he got into that portion of the site and was starting that plant is laughable. And if he Gara hooked, that's even funnier. Like, that is
Supernova versus Mute Shotgun. Oh, bro, the Mute Shotgun / Smoke Shotgun is ass.
Just unfathomable.
The Supernova snipes people from like 8 miles away.
All right, well, once again, issues begin to surface for Sandbox, just as we were seeing in the previous 2 maps, and now they are quite literally up against the wall. The firing squad is ready to rock and roll, so they need to find some way to escape this fate, or they will find themselves knocked out of the running, and the opportunity, of course, to make it to Gamers 8, as this is our one and only qualifier. All the other slots will be going out as far as more via direct invites. So this will very potentially be your representative via the qualifiers, of course, from APAC going to that event as Cyclops sits just 1 round away from claiming it out. But again, much like our previous few maps, it is 1 round and 1 round only to do it.
They're opening the whole thing, bro. They're getting crazy now. They're pulling out the rank strats.
Now we have to see Sandbox has obviously given us, at least in my opinion, a much stronger showing on this map. Can they finally piece things back together one final time to trigger OT, at least here on map 3?
I gotta say, I'm worried for Sandbox. You know, I think Jesse pointed it out, you know, about what they've been recently going through over the last year or so, and it's really been that this team has not played too well in the clutch. So yet again, we have a moment in front of them where they really, really need to be.
This is live, yeah.
And their own fate. They cannot.
We're watching. My stream is live right now, and we're watching a live tournament that's taking place live.
Obviously, as well as Cyclops will be able to close out the series, the most crucial round to their entire lifespan here in Gamers Without Borders.
Chibi patiently waiting for the peek to come in from Gong. It gets that opportunity, but the shot is not where it needs to be, unfortunately. Black Ray also tries to make an advance elsewhere on the map and nearly loses his life in the process, though sneaks off a little bit of damage, it looks like, against Envy Taylor in the process of that clearance. So not going to be taking an empty prize home with him for at least moving forward, and we'll still have the map control to play into there. Chibi.
Oh my god, in a frost mat.
Frost map that gets the better of him. Good chance that won't be actionable by the members of Sandbox, so a good possibility because of that we'll actually get Chibi back up, and even better for Cyclops. They may not need Chibi here ultimately, as our Cully just strikes true outright.
Hey, good boy. How much money is on this? This particular tournament is $2.5 million, but all the money goes to charity for this one. But if they win this, then they'll qualify. Oh my god, he's still got the. Oh, he got it with the cap can.
Jumping at the bit right now to try and get in here and decimate Sandbox, but now it seems like it's coming back to bite them. As Good Boy will be able to take out one from the grave. As you said, Black Ray will go down for a grenade out here for Chibi as well. Some new lines of sight being adopted from Suzu too, as they try to see if they can break up some of the other barriers and things along those lines that are holding them back. Nice little single panel here, nice position in Dragon, and Mephi with a nice kill. He's going to take a lot of damage for that, but
my BOT?
We've seen them in the clutch before, and it seems like it's just about that time.
Cyclops starting to be a little bit limited on drones as well. 4 left to be utilized here, but keep in mind that most of those are under the control of players that are still alive, and they really can't back away from this situation, as they are going to have to keep a watch out for peaks like that from Arukaze, who swings out into the open, shuts out Anit, and Chibisu falls after that one, meaning that we do have a comeback from Sandbox as well. They're going to be able to renegotiate their positioning inside of this round. Cyclops once again second guess their own capability to move forward. Are not.
I never get when people save KD. Just go, bro. Just go.
Once again, as we call back to that one, the fact that Ingame has been left unbanned for all 3 of these maps is creating kind of immovable objects quite often in the midst of these rounds, and we see that become a big problem for the members of Cyclops there, as they do lose their one and only chance to close things down in regulation, but there's always overtime, of course. 3 more rounds up on the board for both of our teams. The next team to win 2 out of 3 of those does take this map.
Like you said, it's a best of 3 rounds now, and the defensive end is going to be going to Sandbox, so they'll be happy about that. They'll be starting us off in karaoke. We did see Cyclops win this in a pretty
But my stats, I need my stats to look good, bro. You don't even know about this. It's important to have good stats.
Is in fact going to be bringing the Nook to the party, so we'll see if Sandbox can try and keep some eyes on, especially for these stairwells that he is seemingly more than willing to abuse.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, for Sandbox, though, still going to be setting most of the setup in an expected fashion. Good Boy definitely trying to double down on some of that cap can trap usage, as you're seeing it be, well, quite potent in the previous round there, as we saw at least 2 kills or 2 downs at a minimum come just from straight trap operator usage. 1 down going against the members of the Cyclops, of course, from a Frostmat, and then another 1 kill being found from the EDDs outright. So that strategy working out quite nicely for Sandbox. They will try to incorporate it again, as Cyclops obviously a little bit desperate oftentimes to find that opening kill or 2 for themselves, and as such, they often find themselves
hard to believe this game's going to be 8 years old in December. I know, they grow up so fast.
For the EDDs, causing at least 1 more player to falter. Envy Taylor roaming around, of course, the opposite side of the map, looking to try and capitalize on any of that early clear pressure we may have gotten from Cyclops, but they are keeping themselves fairly reserved as usual. So not going to be giving any of those opportunities over in the first few seconds so easily to the members of, oh, I was just about to say, to the members of Cyclops, but never mind. Demic makes it happen instead. Envy Taylor, though, tries to go back for a second peek downstairs by the living room area, and he'll pay the price for that one, as R. Kelly does find the direct exchange now to the loss of Chibisu.
Well, Cyclops has at least done a good job of being able to maintain a equal man count here between the two teams.
Is the future of CG Sports looking good or bad? I mean, overall it's good. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely things that they should be, in my opinion, at least doing. Bro, why do you mess that up? Oh, no, no, no.
Ends up taking his life, and now it's into the 3 versus 3 for these two.
Worst time for it to happen as well for Cyclops. Had just gotten a very important pickup kill, and now they've thrown that advantage away. So not what you want to be seeing at this phase of the game, and it just continues to get worse as far as the news for Cyclops is concerned. Anaton, the strongest entry by far, at least in tonight's game, now gone.
Bro, Sandbox, just go down, bro. Just go down.
Both players have struggled pretty harshly inside of the series to perform when it just comes to a straight-up fragging potential. So there's not going to be much hope left alive for the 2v3 clutch because of that one. Sandbox more than likely going to be teeing up round 7 in just a second here, as indeed there's the first kill being completed by Arukaze. Black Ray, all that remains now in the 1v3 set before him would be a massive change to his performance so far throughout this series if he was able to give us the outright 1v3 clutch. More than likely not going to see that come true, but we'll hold our breath for a moment and see if Black Ray can give us something special. He's very quickly even being limited in his angle work that he can deploy towards here.
I knew it. Did I call that?
Pop back out on the inside of Karaoke, at least prevents the EDD death, but as he walks forward there, you can see just
go for it. Hello, move.
Could take him down, but instead it's going to be Arukaze with a long
oh, it actually just makes me mad, bro.
that gets it done instead. Sandbox once again up on map point now with the capability
Sorry, Kiro. That nade probably just costed the round, yeah. So on Piggy Master.
Fall to their own devices there. A lot of misplays coming out from Cyclops.
Look at that, bro.
And a couple of other big issues there that befell them. And now Sandbox with an opportunity to extend this series, although Cyclops had a chance to shut it down completely in a 3-0 fashion.
And indeed, those opportunities for Cyclops to quickly put things to an end here are shifting away from them, but Cyclops at least have a defensive round to fall back on here, hopefully to re-equalize it and reignite that potential. Sandbox going to be going for a very execute-heavy lineup, looking to quickly work their way past any of the reinforced walls that Cyclops are setting up for themselves right now, and then potentially ying their way directly into the site. A no respect play, which once again will be a bit of a big change-up. These have been very slow, very measured accounts from all of our attackers so far, not wanting to take any huge risks in the early round, really trying to out-intel their opponents, especially when it comes to clearing the extended games. And it's said mixed results, realistically, for both teams here. There hasn't really been one true winner one way or the other. It just created a lot of very slow-paced rounds where those 1 or 2 opening duels kind of have a pretty heavy pull effect on how the rest of the round is going to play out.
Well, Sandbox now out and about, ready to see if
there's like a million reasons, Piggy Master, that could be. But if you want to look, go to my YouTube channel. You can type Exosh on YouTube. I actually made a video on how Rank 2.0 works, like pretty recently, like I don't know, a few weeks ago. That video will probably explain how that's the case.
See what Sandbox can potentially get done. They'll at least take the default cam here in drum.
They didn't even get it. They missed it.
Will be holding down the area.
Did I get nervous before pro games? Not really, no. Also, if you guys haven't checked it out too, I do have a new video on Are There Too Many Champions in Rainbow Six, so go check it out.
Through those stairs, though, not a super extended position, so it's not too big of a deal for that player to rotate back, but now a Bravo drone going to be spotted out here by Chibi, so that'll be a big piece of utility. Still at about 2 thefts remaining on that drone as far as I can tell. So that'll get taken. The good news is we do still have MD Taylor taking out quite a bit more of the kind of straightforward utility inside of the site when it comes to the things like the magnets, the mute jammers and whatnot, all that being deployed or destroyed in this case quite handily by those Rotero drones, so the Bravo drone can focus on the more pointed pieces of utility like the default cams, which can obviously be much more useful to the insight play and any bullet person and whatnot, which may actually just correct myself, don't have any of those currently for the defense, but the point still stands here. As once again, Sandbox trying to wind themselves up for the execute. Much like Cyclops, there's a lot of hesitation to go for that direct play, and oftentimes that hesitation can snowball into some bad vibes for the actual execute itself. So let's see if Sandbox can get over that and get over themselves to make round 8 a possibility, as they can win the map here and now. If they can get past those keep up barricades first off, but we'll see, as Chibasu is busy taking a fight elsewhere, and he will win that fight confidently against Good Boy, a very powerful member of the Sandbox roster, being countered.
Do I wash my hands when I do it because you're trying to kind of start look dirty? Okay, so the way you could do it, this hat that I'm wearing right now is actually pretty dirty. It needs to get washed up pretty soon. But there's a you can buy a thing off Amazon or whatever. They're called Hat Buddies. And basically it's like a little cage that you can put your hat inside of, and your hat will it'll keep like the shape of the hat, and then you just run it through like a wash cycle, like a lighter wash cycle, and that's it. That's it. You just pull it out and it should be clean after, and then you let it dry in air dry in the cage.
All right, well, no blunder that time from Cyclops. Sandbox able to fight it down to the 1 versus 2, but not enough left in the tank.
This hat's definitely, I gotta clean it though. It's gotten pretty dirty. Yeah, whatever.
Close out this series in practically the quickest fashion that you can, minus, you know, some of the round count that we've gotten here at the tail
Let's go, Cyclops. I think just for viewership, it'll be best if Cyclops is there.
They really have to focus on just worrying about the you know, mid-round and trying to stay on the same page. Really trying to focus on trying to stay blunderless from what we saw in their earlier offensive round inside of this overtime, where they ended up creating a few.
Bro, hop back on that Amaru shotgun. They were killing it with the Amaru shotgun. No, this is not a rerun.
It's not only the Sandbox set. I'm really liking what we're seeing, but also what Cyclops is bringing to the table to try and play this out up against Sandbox. They've got a lot of.
You put it in the dishwasher, no dishes. Safer than a washing machine? Probably is. Does it do a better job of cleaning it?
As I bring up the point, he's going to switch off. I really like that Zoe pick there. Those concussions.
I'm actually going to be getting new dishwashers soon, probably, and when I do, I will, my current dishwashers are still working. They're not great. Like, they're kind of on the fritz. But I might put them in my basement and hook them up, just so that when I can just clean my hats in them, or something like that.
We'll see the Thunderbird, which was also included the last time the Clash was picked on this very same site, now becomes much more useful, just because of the fact that we can probably see Sandbox more directly delay out some of this potentiality, and even with that just inherent delay, it's going to come from Cyclops' own setup. They no longer have the Blitz, for instance, and they're not going to be rushing directly into the Clash, which was a big issue for them. But now, because they don't have that shield operator, they can't just brute force the site. They do.
That was the Hogwarts game. I didn't play it, but I heard it was really good.
It's going to give breathing room to Sandbox to actually use those counter stations that MD Taylor has brought with him this time. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword in that the change-ups from Cyclops have boosted or potentially nerfed the lineup. However, first kill is very much a buff to Cyclops as R. Kelly takes down Good Boy outright. No room for response to that nade, as it will sing from below.
Our Coley is so strong, and just sussing out those positions above him via those audio cues. You saw the reposition from the SBX member there, and almost another one getting felled as he rotates past that hatch. SBX have to try and play this out safely here, John, but the big thing is you also have to try and go for those plays as well. So how safe can you be? Can't worry too much about these things. Susu's going to go for the plant now as he gets stunned out. Really doesn't matter here, though. Mostly just to try and force these players back. They'll get the wall breached open, and now it's going to be a big swing here from Clash, as well as Arukaze, who's currently 18-6.
18-6, bro. They got to take this guy out.
Even more at the tail end of this round as we go into the dying minute.
I do appreciate how they counter. Nicely found by Blackray here to get yet another kill built up. That's going to be Mephi being eliminated. They've had problems getting past the Azami in the past as well, so sniping her up from below.
Clash being up is always scary, man.
The solution to dealing with the Clash so far has been just use 75% of the Candelas on her face so we can at least get this first breach open. Now the last one going to be chucked in. There's an aggressive play being made by the Clash as well, but they're not.
What are you doing, bro? What? What is the Ying doing?
And turns that back around. So much pressure onto Envy Taylor, and unfortunately, he can no longer sustain from the inside of the site. Suzu takes him.
Bro actually gave him a hug. All right, it's all up to Arakaze. Finish this.
For the 1v4, but with only 10 seconds left to play out, he can still clutch this. There's the beginning.
Nice.
So much shots coming in from the backside.
Thank you, Cyclops. I'm glad Cyclops is in it. I think for viewership it'll be better if Cyclops is there. Actually, that Ying was trolling, bro. Just walked up and gave everyone a hug.
Best of 5, and although it was a 3-0, it was a back and forth between these two. You know, either max inside of regulation or OT necessary for every single map, and just very well done to both teams. But commiserations, obviously, to Cyclops for their hard-fought match.
Yeah, it was a grinder of a match as well when we consider, of course, just how many rounds we needed to play it out. But that'll do it for the two of us. We're going to go back to the desk now so they can break down this very beautiful game.
Blue and Stokes, for all of your hard work. That was incredible. Right, we've got our winners of the Korea Japan region. Congratulations to Cyclops. A convincing 2-0 in yesterday's semi-final, and then a convincing 3-0 today in our best of 5.
That might have been Rocket League.
Victory, I have to say. They'll be donating.
They had one where they had like T-Pain and stuff, but that was like a long time ago. Esports packs from this season. I don't know. There's no like tournaments that are going on right now, really.
The way that a team like Cyclops can really choke an advantage like that, but they had to scrape back and get it was more of the problem. That map did not start out in their favor. This is almost a time where I wondered if Sandbox was kind of throwing everything to the wolves.
We're gonna get G Fuel.
Realizing that they are in a mode where they genuinely have nothing to lose. I think that probably played a part of it. And then Cyclops get the half that they actually want. They start clawing things back. They're a much better attacking team, apparently overall.
Give me a minute, chat. I'm gonna go get some G Fuel. I'm gonna get some G Fuel right before. So after this game, we have BDS versus Wild, also a best of 5, and it's the Europe like qualifier for EU.
It's so entertaining for us and for the viewers at home. But you know, they dangle.
You've claimed a lot of drops in Twitch for you having on the packs in your account. You probably connected the wrong account or something. I don't know. They should come with it instantly.
We've been watching a Korean roster.
So yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
For like 7
All right, be right back.
now, and it's the same story every time. It's so disappointing for this roster to come so close so often to qualifying for a big event or to, you know, be the big stars of APAC, and time again when everything matters the most, they just aren't able to close it out. Arakaze put on a monstrous performance today, especially at the very start of the game, but all throughout, you know, towards the end as well, really having a big impact, and then just not able to do it. I think him being in a 1v4 to end out that game kind of describes how this felt. It's almost like he's alone, right? Not able to close things out for his team. Too much weight on his shoulders. It's so tough for Sandbox to be losing this one. You know, it's a great point about the kind of chaotic playstyle coming out from the Cyclops. They did a great job with that. I thought those 3 attacks that they ran together, 9, 10, and 11, in that second half were massive for them, and a lot of that was coming, you know, that blitz pushing forward. Then they had that top-down execute when they had very little time, but still managed to get it off. And then round number 11, the Amaru up the hatch. So often it felt like these kind of like, creative operators, we'll say, being brought, the Blitz, the Amaru, they really weren't like the key stars of it, but they caused enough of a distraction, or at least the focus wasn't really there from Sandbox to shut those things down, that the other players were able to step in, find some big frags, just like we saw on Cafe. So, you know, standard Cyclops playstyle coming through here. They do it so well, and another tragedy for Sandbox.
You speak about round 9, 10, and 11 being the turning point, because a little piece of information for you, Jacob. After 8 rounds in map 3, no one from Cyclops had a positive KD.
Yeah, that's actually really true. So to see anybody bounce back with it, specifically Chibisu and Arcoli, the fact that anybody did is in and of itself a miracle. I think Cyclops were honestly, in my mind, the only team from these 4 at GWB that had the possibility of qualifying for G8 and actually making any relative noise. But when they go to Saudi Arabia, they need to make considerably more noise faster than they did in a map like this. A guy like Suju's, he's not supposed to be kill friendly. A guy like Black Ray was definitely concerning me, and then Anderson was able to claw his way back into things very, very gradually. But it's a matter of the hot start. They need to have the hot hand when they go to land, because they're probably not going to go very far if they don't. But I am very, very happy for everyone involved that they were able to recover things and bounce back very quickly after what seemed like one of the more concerning halves we've probably seen out of this team in quite some time.
For myself, while watching that map number 3, I have to say that we had a mini redemption in those last few rounds, because Arculi naded himself and everyone was like, oh my goodness, the panic that ensued. But then the redemption nade for that first kill in the final round, I believe it was the final round or the second final round. Okay, miniature redemption. That's how you turn a frown upside down, Jesse.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. It was the final round, round 15. Nade from below tosses it up. Absolutely, it was a redemption. And I think it kind of highlights that final round, how important the bottom floor was in this map. It felt like so often these rounds were being decided based on who controlled the bottom floor. We saw depth charge after depth charge after depth charge. So many good vertical nades coming through from below. And then even the Buck getting involved. Didn't see a lot of that throughout the regulation rounds, but round 15, Buck comes on in with Black Ray finding that second pick, really opening things up after that nade came in through our Cully. Really impressive stuff coming through from both these squads. We saw both teams prioritizing that bottom floor. It honestly felt like Sandbox doing a better job of controlling it for the majority of this game, but when it mattered, when you got to overtime, Cyclops were there.
We can keep talking about individual performances because we have an MVP of that series brought to you by Savvy Games Group, and that MVP is Chivitsu. It's a good one, isn't it? You know what? Played out of his socks, especially in that final map, Jacob.
I'm okay with it. I think there's a part of me that definitely would have liked to have seen somebody like Arculi, because I think his map 2 and map 1 especially were really, really strong. But Chibisu, I think for the performances he had in maps 1 and 3 specifically, totally fine to see somebody up here. And I love that this further legitimizes the pickup that Cyclops went for. A guy like Chibisu coming from a Fnatic system that was looking for something to ground him, a place where he really, really could thrive. I think it's working out the best for Chibisu and Cyclops in turn. So to see him put up numbers like this is honestly phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big change from maps 1 and 2 to map 3 for Chibisu, he was always finding those frags, you know, he was always hitting the scoreboard, but that third map, really no mistakes. I mean, I didn't note a single time in my notes, I'm looking through now, where it's like a rough play from Chibisu, and I did note a couple of those throughout the first 2 maps, so nice to see him kind of grow throughout the series. I think that third map, him just really hitting that consistent stride was massive, so yeah, I think well-deserved MVP.
Okay, well, Jesse and Jacob, you're not going to be here for our EU Grand Final, so I want to get your thoughts very quickly on that. We're going to have BDS going up against Wild. If we've got the BDS from yesterday, I feel like this is going to be an extremely tough match for Wild, right? Jacob, let's start with you, my friend.
No, I certainly hope so, and I think I don't like the idea of a championship possibly happening without the defending champ also being there. Credit where credit is due, I think Wild have been able to put together a really good team on what seems like relatively short notice in stage 1 all the way up until now. But if we see that same BDS that we saw from yesterday and that same amount of resiliency, I really don't see a way to ultimately count them out. I think it'll be close. That honestly might be a 5-mapper, so buckle up, Banks. But honestly, I still think BDS can probably take it.
Jesse, do you agree?
I think so. I mean, Wild may have beat them in a BO3, but it's BO5 territory now. Shaiko's coming back angry. Lickyfax looking good after yesterday. Yeah, I'm feeling BDS for this one.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for all of your hard work during that series. That's it for the Korea Japan region. Congratulations once again to Cyclops. They've taken home that ticket to Gamers 8 and obviously all of that charity prize money that they're going to be donating to a charity of their choice. We're going to be doing a little switcheroo in this virtual studio, but when we're back, we're going to have the EU Grand Final for you. See you in a bit.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources
All right,
for their
dude.
benefit and make it available free of charge.
All right.
We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to
Got
obtain
some food.
accreditation just like a commercial distributor.
Oh.
And it's been
Got a cu-
expanded geographically.
I got a
to
cup of
every
noodle.
part of the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private
Big old
effort
cup of
a
noodle,
war
brother.
immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going.
All
It gives
right.
you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful.
He tried to make quesadillas last night. They turned out so badly.
At a kitchen table, but
Dude,
that's-
I had like my wife made like a salmon like a salad. You know, there's like tuna salad, but she made a salmon version of it and she put it into like tortillas. It was really
the
good.
country they live in, they're going to get sicker. They're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are
Tastes like grilled cheese on a tortilla.
people across the country and world who
He messed up a loaf of banana bread too.
by virtue of their participation.
Dude, banana bread could be good if you got a few left over. You forgot the sugar in banana bread. I mean,
Progress is a race.
banana bread is good if you have some leftover bananas and stuff, I guess.
Another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Alright, let me get the stuff going. Alright, I got a cup of noodle for my breakfast. You guys can tell when I cook the food and when my wife cooks the food. When my wife cooks the food, I'm like, oh yeah, I have like tacos and like salad on the side and like cucumbers and tomatoes and like onions and strawberries and apples and blueberries and raspberries and like all that kind of stuff. And then when I make when I'm making my own food, it's just like, oh yeah, I have like a cup of noodle. Spiders live inside of bananas. Oh. I actually have seen that before. So I like I've actually had a banana before that had like a spider on it in it, or started living in it, kind of. Not good. Not a fun time. It was actually like a long time ago. So I worked in like a grocery store in high school and like early in college, and there was a one time I remember there was like a hole in a banana. I picked it up to like move it to the side, you know, like rip it off the bunch and move it over, so that it wasn't like out there for sale and stuff like that. Not because of the spider, just because I didn't know there was a spider, just because it like looked bad. So, tear it off. I put it on like the produce cart that I have. Spider crawls out of it. Well, this was like a pretty noticeable hole. So you're saying there's like a different type of spider that lives inside of bananas? Is that, dude, I feel like it grows and lives its entire life inside of a banana? No way, dude. That doesn't seem legit. I mean, it's possible, but it doesn't seem legit. Like, this was a pretty good sized hole in this banana. Like, I knew there was, like... I thought it was just rotting or something, but... Look up spiders. Banana spider. Oh my god. Yo, listen, dude. If there's a spider in my banana, that's just extra protein for me. At this point. It's a species? They use webbing to cover the hole they dug in to get into? Whatever, dude. If that thing's stupid enough to go in my banana, I'm eating it to assert dominance. Best not find you in my banana, dude. I will, dude. Trust me. Every banana spider in the future will run in fear. Won't you be able to tell, though, when you, like, peel the banana? I don't know, dude. I feel like I've never eaten a banana spider. I feel like this is fucking bullshit. Hold up, let me check this shit out. They're very rare in North American bananas. It doesn't seem like they're very, like... I'm not even finding anything on this. They're just called golden silk weavers. They're very rare in North American bananas. I don't think I've ever seen one. I've only, like, dude, I used to put up, like, literally, like, cases and cases and cases of bananas, like, every day when I worked in produce. In, like, high school and in college and stuff. And I only had it happen one time where there was a spider in a banana. And it wasn't, like, that spider that I just looked up. Let's see what this is. Ugh! Dude, this thing's like bigger than a banana. What do you mean? There's no way this thing is inside of a banana. It's also supposedly very toxic. Its nickname is the banana spider, but it doesn't go in a banana. I've never, I don't know, I can't find anything on a banana spider. You work at a gas station, your boss mentioned it? Never seen it. You snap the banana tune and spider came out the middle.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders.
I mean, this might have just the banana that I'm talking about. Like, there might have just been a spider chilling in the spot.
Will be at Gamers 8 later in the year, and we're back now to bring you another best of 5 grand final. This time in the region of Europe. We've had a little switch in the virtual studio as well. I'm now joined by Fresh and Anne, looking both extremely fresh. But Fresh, how many times can I say it? I'm going to start with you. The day is off to a hot start. A 3-0 from Cyclops with that victory just straight off the bat. It's, you know, put us all, you know, got us all a little bit hyped in the studio.
Yeah, they was looking pretty good, wasn't they? I know they got to overtime in that third map, and I think Sandbox did run them close, but I think, you know, ultimately it's between those teams, Cyclops have always had the head-to-head, and they've always had a good read on Sandbox, and, you know, we saw it again today.
Oh, well, I'm sure that you two saw the EU semi-final yesterday as well. And how in form are BDS?
Damn, that's crazy.
They can continue it today.
It was also needed from BDS, right? I mean, looking at their form during EUL or Europe League, it wasn't all that good. It wasn't what we were expecting, coming off of
the banana man,
off of their Yunchiping major win. So they need to be informed. They looked a bit like a diesel yesterday, having a slow start against M&M, really making it close on that final map, but a deserved victory for them, though.
Speaking of EU, let's take a quick look at the bracket and see what we're looking at. If you missed any of yesterday's action, this will get you up to speed. BDS versus M&M and Wolves versus Wild both went.
So I'm Fernie. Yeah, we're watching. We're gonna watch BDS versus Wild
here in this grand final. You know, on the match on A stream,
Summer Kaka.
BDS took on M&M. It looked like BDS were getting steamrolled a little bit, but Fresh, we've spoken about it before. The M&M curse came back into play, and BDS are here.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, especially with BDS, is that they're a team that's got probably a higher skill ceiling, that is probably a better quality team than most teams in Europe. But I think they're in a bit of a, you know, I don't want to call it a crisis, but they're in a bit of a confidence, you know, drought, I would say, where sometimes they're going to get steamrolled and it's not going to look.
You saw someone throw 500 pounds of spaghetti noodles in the forest.
It tends to look a lot better, and I think that's what we saw because.
Oh yeah, didn't they find out that it was like a restaurant doing it?
Through to the maps, and especially once they got into Clubhouse, they then looked.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a lot of information from a social media account for sure.
Deeper and talk about individual performances as well.
Who the fuck is Wild? They're an EU team. They have like aces and stuff on there.
Is on form, and this could spell disaster for Wild, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to talk about some inconsistency in regards to performances yesterday. It did look like Shaiko had a slower start in the first map, and then later on it was a little bit better. You can't really expect
such
that
a
from
waste.
these two players, especially Shaiko and League, in fact, to have a bit of a slump in their performance, as they should be those two spearheads of that team. As we mentioned on the last map as well, there was a donut from one of the support players. That's okay, that's normal, but you can't be expecting that from your entry players. And if they
like BDS has Shaiko, obviously.
Title, they will have to
I hope BDS wins overall.
Grand final will be underway very shortly, but we spoke with the guys from Wild earlier this week. So let's.
I mean, just from a viewership perspective, BDS being there will be better. But
Hey guys, my name is Backbull. I'm a professional Rainbow Six Siege player for
Wild would be cool to see
and,
too.
I'm 21 years old. On Wild, I play as IGL and hard support. I think our strengths as a team are we're very unpredictable. I think teams are going to have a hard time prepping for us. Weaknesses, we haven't been a team for a long time, so the best of threes, best of
Having
fives.
TSM?
You know.
Oh, TSM has been gone, dude.
We've shown ourselves in the best of ones, and in the past
They
best
have
of
been
threes, we
gone.
definitely put up a fight, so we're coming for the win. We're feeling really prepared for GWB and Gamers It this year, so we're hoping to show you guys what we've been working on. We've had about a month since our last game, so we've had a lot to prep in that time. So yeah, our last game against Wolves, they won. It was a close defeat. All maps were pretty close, and we're looking to take revenge on them.
NA is
last time, and we're gonna fix those mistakes.
I don't know. Esports as a whole is a little shaky right now. That's all.
Qualifying to Gamers It, GWB, we want to win. We've been outworking all the other teams, both in the server and outside of it. I know that for sure, and they better be ready because we are.
You just came back from watching your new vid. Decay and minimum matches required to hit champ would be a good thing to add. I would agree, yeah.
Qualifying to the most recent major. We were so
Do they still have gamer houses at dream of yours growing up? Some teams do.
Barely missed out on each one. We were really disappointed with ourselves, and we're hoping to kind of redeem that with GWB. I think all the teams in GWB are top teams. You know, anyone can make it, so we don't have anyone in particular that we're looking out for, but I know all 4 of these teams can put on a good show, and we're excited to play each one of them. Thank you guys to everyone that's been supporting Wilds, either new fans or long term. We've been putting in a lot of work, so we appreciate that you guys can recognize the work we've been putting in, and we're going to do everything we can to win this for you.
Backbull seems like a nice guy, doesn't he? Fresh, are you going to be on the fence with this one? Are you going to take, all that grit, that rubbish that you get from Demo and X about you being a magpie? Or are we going to have some decisive chatter before we go into this grand final?
Yeah, you see, I don't know where this
Sounds ball
has come from, to be honest, because usually I'll give my opinion. My opinion's just fluid and it can change. Do you know what? I actually see this game as being genuinely a really close one. I think obviously the big determining factor for me actually is I will probably side with BDS if you're going to ask my predictions. And I think that's only because of the best of 5 factor that's coming into this one.
Okay, we're going to have vetoes on your screen very, very shortly because we need
I'm
to
excited for this game, dude.
what's been going on with the maps.
I don't know. I feel like I want for viewership. I feel like BDS would be better, but like I don't know. Seeing Wild think it would also be pretty cool too.
Quickly, I mean, I was really impressed by their teamwork coming into EUL. Obviously, being an organization that's new in Siege and a team that hasn't been together with themselves for that long. But obviously, when you have a new team and you have a map pool with that
Man
as well,
rocks the suit well.
Can't expect them to have the deepest of map pool. So looking at this map veto in total, I feel like it's kind of showing there are certain maps that Wild really do not want to play against BDS. For example, Oregon, they ban out immediately. They lost that map against BDS, making smart decisions. But there are also maps that BDS does enjoy and Wild just doesn't have any information on them.
Go on, Fresh. I know you want to dive in. Let's have a look at these. Come on, I want some deep insight. I want to know why BDS have chosen Bank. I want to know why they've chosen Clubhouse. Come on.
So the Villa ban from BDS just very quickly makes sense. It's been a perma ban along with Chalet for the long time. Then you're going to see Wild banning out Oregon, like Anne's already said. They lost to BDS.
It's rare for a COD esports team to branch out to other games than specific COD teams. It depends. Depends on the team.
Wild have permanently banned Bank throughout stage 1, throughout every.
I don't know. Just esports are just in like I said, like a semi-shaky place right now.
Has to be seen as a perceived weakness for Wild. They've then gone and picked into Border. Now that's key because BDS yesterday, that was the.
I do think salaries got kind of crazy for professional players and stuff like that for a little bit, and I think that's what's kind of like led to this whole thing, you know, where there's like cutbacks now basically. But
they've not played throughout the whole of stage.
It'll all work out.
That's left us with our 3-sided maps of Club, Sky, and
it'll honestly all work out.
And then we just wanted to touch on this custom graphic that we've had made, which is every single map, and you can see why these teams have picked into and banned the way that they have. So I'll look at
we manage R6 esports future. For real, this game esports more complex.
In 2023, so this is the
Pro Leaguers should be a part-time job. No, they should be able to do it for a living. Just like the cost of esports just got like crazy for like.
Win rate on Bank, and Wild have never
the thing is, like they were not it wasn't even just salaries that got like inflated and stuff too. It's that like it became before it was like an esport org would like pick up a team and the team like lived at their own houses and apartments and whatever, or parents' house or whatever it is.
BDS haven't been able to ban it away because they went for the so I think for the first 2 maps as
Don't
well,
do it. Okay.
both teams to win their map pick.
Anyway, but like that kind of happened, right? And it was just like you picked up 5 players. They had like fairly reasonable salaries. They were not employees, right? And like there was like constant tournaments, and like normally they had like some sponsors and stuff that they had for pro league teams, and like, you know, costs were low, overhead was low. Generally, there was literally just like an owner of the team, like maybe a, you know, social media graphic designer person, and like they would hire out like video people, video production and stuff for like, you know, events, and like that's kind of it, and they would get everything done during events. Now it's different. Now there's like, if you pick up an esports team, you pick up the team. There's the owner of the team. They probably have in-house legal counsel at this point. They have managers for, they have 10 teams and 10 games. The salaries have gone way up. Most of those teams, or a good number of those teams, might have gaming houses, right? For all of these teams and stuff like that, they have like full-time people that they staff now who do video production, who do like a million different things, right? Video production managers, analysts, coaches, right? Full-time social media people, maybe social media people for every team even sometimes, production managers like this, like esport orgs, which used to be like a person who owned the org and kind of like got sponsorships / like managed the team kind of, and like maybe like a few other people, has like ballooned into like there's esport orgs that employ hundreds of people now.
So, you know, maybe BDS isn't ready for it.
Oh, we love a bit of unpredictability here at Gamers Without Borders.
You know, which is good. I mean, I think it's like a good thing for esports as a whole that there's more investment and stuff like that.
Barney, thank you very much indeed.
But
welcome here. Myself and Demo are going to be,
you know, is it sustainable? Like the money was based on investor money.
Demo, we have got a fantastic game on our hands here. Wild.
You know, I don't think it needs to be the way it used to be, but maybe a nice middle ground of some kind. I think is you know, I would like it to be as extreme as possible, but.
And that was a game that was actually a repeat.
You ban yourself because you still watch the stream. You can.
So Wild, as Bull said, they're on that redemption arc. They're trying to right the wrongs of missing out on Copenhagen, and already they've taken that first step.
They have. I think they've done a great job at actually just getting into this position. I think you have to give all credit to what that team's actually been able to achieve over the past, 3 months, I want to say. It's been that long since this team really, you know, kind of formed together, and it was kind of like a mixture of players. That we've seen from, Navi, for example, and we've seen obviously Hungary comes back into the fray of things. Ace is, you know, has been here as well and Wild for a long time, but it's just that kind of mix of teams.
It gives people a passion for what they do for a living. Yeah.
Bank, as
I mean,
said by the desk, is going to be a little bit of a stronghold here for BDS and some relatively unknown territory on the side of Wild. They, of course, have also had the benefit of being in Europe.
Counterbanning Shack, yeah.
Major, so they've been available as scrim partners for many teams from all across the globe. So, that they have been.
Is there a way to enter tournaments in Siege? I don't think at this point there really is. There's like qualifiers for like GWB, which is like this right now. But they're done, obviously. I don't know if there's going to be qualifiers for Gamers 8. I'm not really sure. But that's the only tournament that's coming up until the Invitational.
We've seen this a bit as well, wasn't it? It was
so no. Go4s are gone now. Is now Pro League is based on by Blast. So there might be some amateur tournaments that you can kind of check around for, but nothing. There used to be Go4s.
There's a lot of bait in here.
There used to be Go4s.
Oh, have we even got strats for bank? You know, like how have we ended up here, sort of thing.
They should. I actually really hope that Ubisoft works something out with ESL again to bring back Go4s. I think they were a very important part of. They were a very important part of the like Rainbow Six like competitive ecosystem.
I don't want to get into recent Twitter drama, but my God, he's a wind-up merch if I've ever seen one.
You know all I think of when you say Maurice?
What do you think of?
Beauty and the Beast. Classic film.
You see, I think of Madagascar, you know, King Julian's assistant Maurice.
Right, okay, well, so it's good that we both link it to a film, like a childhood film.
Of course.
All right, they got off the lion.
Bell's dad.
I wonder which BDS we're gonna see today. By the way, sometimes we see BDS come out and they're just like, BDS looks like they could either be the best team in the world sometimes, and sometimes they just look like it's like, what are they even doing? So let's see what we have today.
Getting back into the server here, we got Wild here starting off on the attack. BDS going to be kicking things off on the defense.
Yep.
Now the bans, we've not really touched on them as of yet, but Amontia's army is fairly par for the course here on Bank. Wild opting for the old Iana and Warden ban.
I worry for BDS.
I worry a little bit too.
They've left Ying open.
I look at that Warden ban and I see one player on the side of Wild that I know is going to take advantage of that.
He is just... It's hungry.
Man himself.
He's Ying. Everyone knows that. You think about that operator, you think of him. You know, fastest ace that we've seen, what, like 4 years ago we're going back? And yeah, leaving that open with a Warden ban is just absurd. The fact that he hasn't chose it.
Yeah, they just lack consistency, really.
We're talking about Hungry here. Yeah. Now, Hungry is the player on Wild that will very often flex on one of about 3 different things. He'll play a Dokkaebi, he'll play a Ying, or he'll play a Capitao. All dependent. Now, Wild as an attacking team absolutely love a Ying. And they absolutely love a Dokkaebi. But Dokkaebi's often banned, so that's hence forces them into some, you know, different takes. Jegs is actually going to suffer first here. He gets taken out by a C4 from a Lems. Some nice early info. Where are these kills coming in from?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Lems has found himself 2 already.
What's up, Hunky?
I mean, it looked as if like BDS were just looking for kind of more of like a soft roam to say, which sometimes you see, you know, teams don't really want to commit fully. They're happy enough to get some kills and then just run away. It's basement at the end of the day. Look, a minute to go, Wally.
This is the game that I was looking forward to all day.
In terms of, you know, what they can go for. They don't have server control yet. They're only just opening up hatches. This was a very wise move from BDS. Just say, hey, we got our 2 kills. Sure, we've lost EFAC, but look what we've been able to do. We've took up the glass, which
hit
is
that jammer, dude.
Power, and we wasted a buttload of time. So yeah,
I don't know why, but whenever I see like a jammer, ooh, whenever I see a jammer that somebody like doesn't shoot, it like bothers me. The 2.5 million all goes directly to charity. So yeah, it's pretty cool, man. And the people who win the tournament get to choose. There's like 6 charities, and the winners of the tournament get to choose.
He knows that there's going to be someone at the bottom of main, but just takes his eyes off the ball at the wrong time, and you can't afford to do that with Shaiko. Levels things up 2 versus 2. Brede, full HP, along with Shaiko.
The tournament is Gamers Without Borders. So it's a $2.5 million Rainbow Six charity tournament. The whole tournament is worth $10 million, actually. But there's a bunch of different titles. And then whoever wins like the tournament gets to choose like where the money goes and stuff like that. Or the teams, I guess, like depending on placing, there's different prize money and stuff like that. And yeah. So, some great charities. There's like, you know, UNICEF, Direct Relief.
You know, maybe send us a nice little meal or take us out for dinner. I'd graciously accept.
I'll be honest.
But it's great. And the winners get to go to Gamers 8, which is going to be the largest esports tournament in... it's the largest esports tournament in history. It's going to be a $45 million tournament, which is crazy.
Basically just support whoever was going to win.
Yeah. It's like
wondering what sort of support a demo is. That'll tell you right there.
No, don't say that.
Pulled out an M&M jersey. Pulled out a Liquid jersey. Pulled out what else was it?
G2.
A G2 jersey.
Yeah. To be fair, I asked Benji and I said I want a refund after what I see. But that's another story. But
yep, it's going to be in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. So it'll be in July 6th, right? No, 45 million. Yes, actual $45 million. It's not just for Siege. It's over a bunch of other games and stuff like that.
We can compete in 2 majors almost.
Still insane. It's going to be the largest esports prize purse for a tournament in history.
Right, BDS. got the first defense. You would expect to win that basement, you know, 9 times out of 10, just because the operators are available to you, and you know it's tricky for attackers if things go wrong. You kind of need to play like a perfect attack almost to make it happen.
Well, right now this tournament is 10 million. So Siege is getting 2.5 million. Remember, it's for charity too. So this 10 million goes to charity, and then the other 45 million goes to like teams and players.
Something that I'm a little bit surprised about is Wild have removed the Warden, but they haven't played the Ying yet. You do just wonder if there's room for it in this lineup.
Yeah, it's gonna be hype though, dude.
Operators, they're running the Lion and they're running the Dokkaebi. They've obviously got a real keen focus on this roam game. They know how
it is gonna be
BDS can be with that. Is Patbull just gonna hop himself in again? He found 2 kills when he did last round, but
it's risky at this stage.
This town.
If he jumps in at 140, I'm gonna have issues with him.
Well, Gamers 8 is gonna be in Saudi Arabia, and then in Riyadh, and then after that there's a US major.
Look at this, BDS once again. Very quick, Ollie, to go for this room.
The major in the US, nobody knows where it's gonna be. There's been rumors that it was in Pittsburgh. Looks like I just spilled G Fuel all over me.
And they really want to start breaking BDS down from the offset.
That's
they
great.
know that this team's strong in all aspects.
Yeah.
Leaky Fact picks himself up, another over onto Aces. It isn't going to work when they're just going to try and pick these solo kills off like Patbull currently in a duel. He doesn't know there's a bot player inside of Tellers looking at the window, gets peeked from the doorway. He's a bit of assistance here.
Yeah, great point.
Wait, give me a sec. I gotta wipe this
Wild
up.
very individual right now. It doesn't look
Watch
like
Shaco shit on everyone.
To push together, see there's a guy upstairs and say, right, 3, 2, 1, 5 people hit him. It's just, yeah, do we already start saying hero plays? Is that too much for me to say? I don't know.
Well, Hungry's found himself one. Leaky Fact is down and out. There's still going to be a Malusi really hard tucked in there.
Look at this.
Every day. He's not being given much of a reason to move. This is one of the reasons why Monty's so good, because you can bully the player out of this spot, but with a Mute Jammer and a Banshee, he's got everything that he needs. The wall behind him is going to be safe, and the Banshee's the early warning system. Picks one up onto Patbull, immediately traded out there by Teb. Shaiko in the hot seat once again. They'll look at him go. 5 seconds on the clock. Hungry 1 versus 2, and Renshiro to finish off the job.
I worry for Wild. It seems to be very individual right now and very slow. Very slow. And look at the 2 operators that BDS are running, a Legion and a Malusi. Those kind of operators are great whenever teams are panicking, whenever they don't have enough time. Those operators are going to see you across the line. And look what happened. Look,
Chubb's official, thank you for the sub.
Inside of the Malusi, and he can't do anything about it.
Yeah, he had to turn
Did Shaiko destroy everyone?
Exactly.
Oh. He's still 4-0. He hasn't even died.
I mean, you're going up against, but you're going up against one of the best. That ain't going to give you any advantage whatsoever. Finally, we're going to see.
Well, somebody asked me would I actually go to this tournament. I would go. I mean, I'm Middle Eastern. I would go, dude, for sure. I've never visited them, even though I am Middle Eastern. I've never visited the Middle East before. I would go.
Chaos time.
I mean, I'll be honest, this is like what I expect to see. This is the Wild playstyle.
It is.
Ying,
I would.
Maru,
I'll go,
they love it.
Dude, I'll go with,
I mean, this is where
what's it called?
would be instrumental for a team like BDS against this kind of lineup.
Dude, I could, what's it called? Actually, one of my aunts goes to Saudi Arabia, like a decent amount. I'll go with her. She can, she's actually been there, like, she goes there for work a lot. She's been there, like, probably 50 times.
Look at him go. Aces got a good read.
EFAC.
Leaky Facts. Surely.
There we go.
Yeah, she likes it there a lot. She goes there, like, every, like, 3 months, roughly, for work.
He's quite literally playing on the Solace and just got killed from a drone that was being watched.
Literally below him, and he didn't see the drone. Slight worry, but it is a 1-for-1 still at the end of the day. Oh, is he thinking what I'm thinking? Up the hatch?
I think he's thinking some up the hatch action.
I mean, he's 2 options. He could go in towards Lone Office, or he could go into Janner. That's his 2 options.
he's likely just going to get domed.
They know he's going there, dude.
Maybe he's going to do the bait and switch.
Probably in a stock. Yeah, stock's safer.
Hatch up himself through the stock hatch. Packball's actually getting the plant down now under cover of the cam.
It's a boatload of travel. Yeah. But if it's part of your job.
Tab on the upside down repel. The diffuser now planted. A very difficult retake here.
This is gonna be hard for BDS to retake, but they do have like Ying is lit, and like everybody else is like.
He's very low HP. Can't take
I mean, it's winnable.
Just watch for a player jumping out, and he's going to be given his first
Bro,
opportunity.
they should not have won that.
Oh my goodness, he's going to fall as well.
Oh, what, bro?
He doesn't fake it, Demo.
Did he shotgun that or something?
He's done a cipher. He's done a cipher. Oh my, mate, like, that's genius.
I think he shotgunned that open with Frost to like start diffusing from like a weird angle.
Mate, he's opened up the wardrobe, like the big bookshelf that's fallen over, and then he's been able to diffuse through it. Remember Cypher did that against Team Secret back at Rally 2019?
Yeah, that's what he did. He shotgunned the cabinet and he like diffused through. I could tell by the shotgun holes.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's a couple of rounds now that Wild have looked really good in. You think about round 1, it was 2 versus 2.
Stone crawler.
Less good. Round 3, they get the plant down, holding it in a post. A couple of rounds there that Wild really should look at and go, we probably ought to be walking away with those.
5 seconds to go.
It is, it's worrying for Wild. I mean, you're losing 3-0 to BDS, and I think a team like BDS that they've shown us yesterday, Ollie, if they have just a sniff of momentum, they will decimate teams. Look what they've done to Eminem. Yeah. Look what they've done.
Very dangerous.
You cannot give this team space to do what they want to do. You can't, because they are that good. You know, yes, I'd say poor form.
Put a comment on my new video today. Yesterday. Hey, thanks. You know, I haven't had time to read over the comments yet because I've been streaming, but I actually been live for like 11 hours. But after,
I think the confidence off the back of that, and
probably honestly, I'll probably have to look through them tomorrow. Normally, I wait a day or two for the comments to like pile up, and then I respond to all of them or try to respond to all of them. So yeah, if you guys haven't seen a new YouTube video, you can type extra vid. It's on like it's on the Too Many Champions in Rainbow Six.
I love Jags. Great player. Me and you we fell in love with him during CL. Did we not?
We did.
It was great. However, we know the inconsistency.
What's that, Musquat?
Where he is almost like, you know, what Doki I think used to be like, where he was to go big or go home.
Yeah, I would back that.
So that's how it feels. It's like he's an unfinished Doki in a sense. But yeah, it's.
Which video am I gonna make next Thursday? I don't know yet. I have like a bunch of videos lined up that topics, nothing edited or scripted out yet, but I have a bunch of topics, so like
not sure what he's going to be able to do.
I don't know. I'm actually going to be making a video on Pro League soon and stuff like that, and in the video I actually need to write this down because I don't want to forget. But
not sure if the hatches have been opened as of yet. Let's see a Lion Scan come out. There's still going to be.
I'm making a video on like all the problems with Rainbow Six Pro League right now with the current format and with like some of the stuff that I feel like it's, you know, listen, overall, like, hey, things are fine, but they could be improved in my opinion and stuff like that. And one of the things I actually want to bring up too is that they need to add Go Fours back.
You picked up 2 kills last round when you dropped the back hatch, but I don't think it's
one step ahead.
Easy this time.
One step ahead. That's what it feels like for BDS. It's just anything Wild are trying to go for.
Maybe we should hire me to fix Pro League? No, I don't think I'm the best person for that.
I mean, there's 30 seconds and we're getting.
I don't play anymore.
It really isn't good enough.
Timing is bad.
But and
what, the last minute or so?
Probably the decisions I would make would not be popular with a lot of people. It'd be for the best of the game, but.
Cutting off the rest. Packball can't get it done. Shaiko and Alems find one each. An inevitable end there.
Too slow.
No, yeah, Jinxie's great for the game.
Like, the thing is with Bank is it is one of those maps which I think it's very unforgiving. If you're too slow in this map, don't play it. That's facts. It's a big map.
Well,
executes are difficult. Yeah, but
they've been forced into it because it's
I know
best
that.
five.
But you know what I mean? It's just too slow, and they're not. You're not going to win it if you're too slow.
Wild.
Why is my G Fuel?
Got the timeout through this time. 4-0 here for BDS. If they make this a clean defensive sweep here on Bank.
This cup is like, I think this cup is fucked up. Maybe this like lid. I wonder if I like broke it.
Here. We're expecting maps to go heavily one way.
I think I fucking broke my lid.
That's fine. That happens. There's a lot of maps that we need to play today, but you've always got to ask yourself the question, what does that do to the momentum of the team? BDS, once they get going, there's few in the world that can stop them. Usually it
I jacked up this cup.
Almost undoing themselves. And so far today, they haven't shown many signs of that.
Did I get my Corvette or the truck? I had both. I had the pickup truck and I had the Corvette.
Why the lineup's changed.
But I sold the Corvette.
We had the Mute. We had the Lucy.
I sold it like before I got married, actually, by a little bit, I think. But like I knew I was getting married soon and stuff.
Now we've switched it into a
like the reason I sold it was because I was like, I'd rather just have the money in my pocket, and I was gonna have to store the Corvette over the winter, and yeah, I just didn't want to store it.
It's definitely an operator which I think's had like pretty good success in this competition.
And like, so I bought it for like 60K, and it's I sold it for 90K, and I was gonna have to store it for the entire winter.
One thing that has to be said is we're finally
and then before that I had the Supra.
Counterplay to the Valkyrie. Operators that can,
Right. So the values were high. I was gonna have to store it for the winter. I drove it for like 6 months. And the other thing, the reason I have not rebought one now or another car is because I just don't drive very much. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. I just don't drive very much. I drive, you know, when I drive with me and my wife and the baby. So you can't drive in a Corvette with, you know, with a baby. I mean, unless I decide to strap the baby to the roof of my Corvette, there's no room for her inside of it. So, and obviously we're not doing that, so. I mean, honestly, she would probably have a ton of fun with that. Like, she probably would. She had fun on a swing, so imagine her just getting like a nice car seat on the roof of the car, 500 horsepower, mid-engine, Corvette. That's a lot of. I'd have fun on that. I'm kidding. Yeah, but I mean that's pretty much why I'm like, you know what? Like I'm getting married. We're planning on having a, we wanted to have a kid like when we got married. So yeah, we had a kid basically right after we got married. So yeah.
Misses it, and obviously now Wild knows sight's gonna be clear. They know where he is. Alems has been himself back into and finds the man he was supposed to previously. Oh,
well, I could get another one, but the thing is, like I said, I just don't.
Ooh! Find the final one, but Hungry comes through. Oh dear, Alems. Unfortunate stuff. Nearly a hero play there. Just looking a little bit shaky on a couple of those shots, Demo. Hungry. He found the final 2 kills there. Shut Shaiko down. Took Alems out.
What's it called though? Anyway, yeah. I mean, maybe in the future or something, but like right now, like I've got like a kid, you know. And whenever I go anywhere, it's me and my wife and the kid. Right. So we always take my wife's car because that's where the car seat is. I don't even drive my pickup truck anymore, dude. I have driven my pickup truck when I got married, which was like almost 2 years ago.
you know, we've got.
When I got married 2 years ago, I think I had 9,000 miles on my car, or like 8,300 or something. I just passed 10,000 miles. I just passed 10,000 miles. That was like a few days ago.
I mean,
so like that tells you how much I drive my pickup truck. I drive my pickup truck like 1,000 miles a year, basically.
And, I mean, you look at Aces, for example. Imagine if Aces didn't get, you know, those kills.
Well, he got gifted a freebie, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was just pure luck.
Exactly, and it's a risky style of siege.
And my wife's car is a lease. We drive my wife's car like a decent amount. Like we drive my wife's car about like 6,000-7,000 miles a year. Like not as much as other people do, you know, like but you know, you gotta imagine.
So true.
I work from home, and you know my wife is a stay-at-home mom, so she doesn't drive anywhere, right? The only time is if we're going somewhere. But
let's see how they go. Let's see if that's giving them a little bit of a burst of momentum. They did just take the timeout, so we usually say a timeout's good for a round. Not all the time is it good for two. Two's sometimes a little bit tougher to get.
Look at Aces. He's really like ratting about, isn't he? This game. You know, this is a lion, by the way.
His own, though.
It's not like a Nook. It's a lion, and it's quite, you know, an operator that you would like the utility for. Obviously has.
I'm surprised that they have a Doke too. I'm blind.
The gadget in general, he's already used 2, and there's only been a minute, so he doesn't have a lot for the actual like execute, which is where you'd like to have the scans for.
Doke has both of her calls. I don't know. They're just kind of like hitting lions out of like nowhere. Unless they're gonna do. I don't know. I don't really know what they're going for exactly here. They're like they have a lot of people on Windows. They don't have a lot to like. I guess they have breaching charges and they have IQ. They even have claymores on Ash. So if they're going for an above take, why would they bother? I mean, I know they're ashing the floor, but like.
He's just been here, there, and everywhere. And obviously the thing now for BDS is on
take breaching charges.
If you give away top floor control, it's going to be very difficult to remain in the site because there's nowhere that you can sit that is safe. You have to you know, find somewhere else. That's where you'll see teams towards open area, for example, open up those holes towards the main stairs, which you'll see right now. But again, Wild, knowing no one's in the site, they can
Wild
freely
got
walk
in the site.
Where do they get the diffuser down, Ollie?
Difficult, especially with the lines aside that are open. Packbull is going to pick himself up one. And a second! Look at that spray through the wall! Lady Luck is certainly on Wild's side, or at least it has been the last couple of rounds. Leaky Fack and Brede, they've pretty much had to vacate the site entirely. Brede can hold a long angle here with the DMR. He's going to get called out on the drone.
Yeah, I heard about that. So what's going on with that like console thing?
Hinch onto Renshiro was fantastic earlier on. Leaky Fack could be about to play spoiler here, though. He's got a yellow pink.
Didn't I play Ash on Rogue? That was actually on like.
Hungary needs to be shut down here. Leaky Fack finally grabs it, but it might be a bit too late.
Patrol
1 versus 2 now as he makes his way on into the site. The diffuser in Teb's hands. That's going to start going down. He's got live ping information here. He should be able to get this one done. 5 seconds. 4 out. Is going to be successful.
Oh, I thought he had that for a sec. I was like, that's nuts. I played for Flipside. Yeah, I played.
Important kill here to confirm that 2-4 split.
I mean, EFAC, he kind of trolled his teammate there, didn't he, at the top of square? You know, just finish your dinner. Look at this. Beats his team.
Email somebody a little bit.
Like me when I'm changing my weapon with my mouse scroll wheel.
Like that C4, that's probably the closest we've seen in ages.
We need a VAR on that.
It's where the bug happens and streamers say console and PC are 2 different builds. I mean, technically, yes, PC and console are different builds, but maybe with crossplay now that there's something different going on, I don't know. It shouldn't be possible, technically.
It's not necessarily in their wheelhouse to bring the Ying and bring things like that. But are they going to try and take a bit more advantage of that Warden ban than what Wild did? Because I feel like it was a very underutilized ban in the end.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I think we've seen very little smoke gameplay. Maybe I think from that one round on the top floor, that was really it, wasn't it? Really got the plant down and obviously, you know, break up the clutch diffuse.
Emails.
One thing I also will say
it's all, dude, I get like so many emails every day for different things.
They will pick the same 5. They will do the same stuff.
I'll do the other. Yeah, I basically just gotta move one meeting by 30 minutes so that I can attend both meetings that I have.
But I will say that
Oof, huge.
Oh dear.
Huge. That's huge usage out of your Twitch drone.
Honestly, you can just have that shock drone now.
Two mirrors, yeah, and the default. That's massive.
Is there's not a lot of hard breach. Not a lot. Are they banking on that Wild have opened up the hatch?
I talked about this a bunch of times. I always like am curious. How many unread emails do you guys have?
Oh, what's he doing? He's thinking of reinforcing it. I mean, it would actually, if he reinforces, it actually be quite good because they don't have a lot of like.
How many unread emails do you guys have?
On main breach down in server.
0. Oh man.
Hungry's playing a very dangerous game here. I think he's asking for the hatch to be
so many.
There we go.
He does want to try and get himself out.
0 bugs you. Like fucking none. You have 800 unread emails?
Very slow from BDS. Very slow.
You have 1,001. 50,000? 33,000. 2,000. What the fuck, bro? 34,000? What happens? Like when you open your phone and there's like that like little like bubble next to your phone, does it just say like you have read your fucking emails instead of like counting?
They probably think to themselves, we need to get a kill back because we've lost aces. After I think they're going for. Look at Alem's position. This is dangerous, Ollie. There's no info at all on the side of Wild. I don't think they know that he's there. This is
There's
great.
not even a bulletproof. They've got no idea.
And also, if Hungry drops, he dies to Alem's.
Yeah, that's the thing that I don't get is like, what's the point of even having an email? You have 74,000 unread emails?
Alem's got no need to do anything here. All he needs to do is wait for his opportunity. He's gonna be.
I've been streaming for 11 hours, and in the 11 hours that I've, and this does not include my business email. This is my like personal email and like whatever stuff like that. I have 20 unread emails in the past 11 hours, and I'm like, I gotta go through all these now.
For BDS Packbull. He's got a C4 in hand and 30 seconds to try and hold on, but he's getting pinched from both sides. We're going to play her in garage. We're going to play her inside a site. He's good for neither. Leaky Fack. He's going to finish off the round.
BDS clean it up, dude.
Yeah, again, I think for BDS.
BDS is pretty good at bank though too.
Again, they set up nice and slow. Great pick onto aces.
59K.
The communication there from Alem's must have been great.
Bro, you guys are crazy. Looking at one of my like good friends, looking at his phone gives me like literal anxiety, dude. Most of it is in the promotions tab. But why don't you just like unsubscribe from those promotional emails? Like whenever I get a promotional email, I unsubscribe from it and I delete it. And then I never get another one again.
Try and gear up. Maybe for main stairs, I have the cross. Whatever it is, we can push inside. I'll make sure they can't run back. And BDS done that so well. You've seen there was what 2 players immediately down to server, 1 guy on hatch, knowing that nobody is going to be able to cross in towards red because Alem's is in such a good position.
There's so many though, it would take forever. I mean, if you have like Gmail, for example, there's just like a button you click and they unsubscribe you.
It's quite a basic com, I'll be honest.
It's like literally like next to the delete button.
I don't know why though.
They're so good. So valuable.
Yeah, I can't, bro. I always have like all my notifications and emails read and responded to.
They did not drone tab.
2 good questions.
We've seen a few baits this game, haven't we? A few baiters.
There's been a few. I enjoy how Wild have gone from not a lot of info to all-out info. We're going from one extreme to the other again. It's like bulletproof and a Valkyrie.
However,
this is just a Mozzie.
They do not have a lot of denial. 2 C4s, that's it. No Goyo, no smoke.
Yeah.
Dangerous game to play.
I'll be honest, I really liked Hungry on the Goyo as well because those Goyo kind of are just so valuable.
They didn't even bother. They didn't even bother taking the.
I do.
What's it called anymore? They didn't even bother taking the Twitch again because they just probably figured, it's gonna be tough to pull that off.
The roam game's working better this time, and yeah, Wild are really sticking it to BDS. Hard breach gone, Ollie. BDS won it from the get-go.
great couple of kills. It's really worked out quite well there for Wild. They've been able.
My wife has a ton of my wife like never reads her emails. Like that's not true. She reads them, but she only reads them if they're like important. If she just sees that there's like an email, if she just sees that there's an email and the email is like just whatever, like unimportant, she just like leaves it.
No real reason for him still to be up there. Point. The diffuser can be recovered here. And we've already mentioned, not a lot of denial. So even though there's not a great deal of time, you've only got one C4 to worry about.
Yeah, again, this is.
Do you have any tattoos? No, no tattoos.
They're great at these, positions where, obviously they're on the back foot. Obviously they're in a position where they have to go for mirror windows and a C4 still.
That's what you do too.
I assume a great deal of information. May it be Valkyrie cameras. So yeah, BDS just.
See, I need to keep my email like cleaned up.
Wild should win this, but I've seen it before.
Why doesn't the Runegate knock people? It does 30 damage. It always has.
Leakyfight didn't get the mirror window open this time, so that is going to cause a little bit of a problem. Packbull, just going to give Shaiko a little bit of confidence here and let Jegs do the rest.
Oh, Shaiko walked into the Runegate that was inside the wall over there.
Realizing that the wall had the laser gate placed on it as well. Renshiro now.
Ooh, long angle.
Sniper
from way downtown.
Tango is down. Tango has been neutralized. Copy that. Bravo. We're going to move on now into Team Streak Alpha. I'm guessing that's the comms. I'm assuming so.
I would agree, yeah.
But with a Finnish accent. Wow.
I didn't even see the colours change there, I'll be honest with you.
You didn't even see the colours change. Another thing as well we should touch upon is the Iana ban for Shaiko.
The Shaiko ban?
Yeah. Hasn't worked.
It has not worked. He's 11-6, bro. Like,
no, but the thing is, they banned it.
Bro, what is Brid doing? Brid's been having the roughest couple of days. Brid went 0-10 yesterday, or 0-9 or 0-10, and he's 1-5 right now. Brid is normally a really good player. I don't know what's going on with him these past couple days.
Yeah. Honestly, with the way that Wild played, I wouldn't be surprised because we commented that they didn't make too much use of the warden.
Yeah, he is 1-15 or something like that over the past like 2 days. Or the past 2 games he's played is 1-15.
And to be fair, the Iana ban that Eminem did against Shaiko.
And he's not playing like support really. Like he's playing like fragging operators.
Other maps, I would be really shocked if we see the same bans again. Because if Shaiko's playing like this without his operators, there's no point. Yeah. There's no point. Target something else.
Well, something it is consistently doing is putting pressure on the nation.
Shaiko's taking all the kills. Sure, that's a great theory, except for the fact that he's clearly running into people and dying. He's just not winning gunfights. You know?
Jegs on the sledge, but
then he got spawn picked immediately. Yeah.
Never really got to see it. Top floor. I think BDS are doing a good job here of taking their time. They're really not looking to rush things all too much. Saying that,
he does have bomb here though, so he's definitely dead again.
Into a quick one. Aces has picked up too. Shaiko needs to be successful here, and he will be under the cover of Alems, the diffuser. It's going to be cold on the ground right now. Packbull in position to respond. But yes, it was all going so well.
Yeah.
Mid-sentence on crediting you for being patient during your attacks, and you just send a few yings into some whammies.
P36 hollow. Some people like it. I mean, Shaiko's one of the best players in the world.
I think they've tried to catch Wild.
Rough spectating. I mean, you miss moments as a spectator. It happens. Nothing you can do about it, really.
Are they really going to expect us to rush? Are they going to expect us to use their own...
He does have the gun.
Oh, what's the saying?
He's got a minute 20.
I forget the saying. I've blanked
go for a Severus
maybe.
Line if you like.
You use my own spell against me.
You dare use my own spells against
that's what I'm saying. They're using the Ying.
It's only a matter of time for poor old Alems, isn't it? And there it is. Jegs, probably another long angle. Yep.
Is that Bolo?
It looked like Bolo.
Okay.
Could be Bolo. Could be.
Wild starting to pick up a couple of rounds here. BDS maybe looking a little bit frustrated. Potential for a tactical timeout to come through.
Poor Bread, dude. 1-6. The struggle bus. The struggle bus, dude.
Nope. Locking in.
Shaika would probably run Cali Hollow.
Dear Hungry.
I feel like people
Oh dear.
might actually run Cali Hollow. They could.
What are we thinking?
I mean, it's in the same vein that Monty is good to get into this site. Clash is also good to keep people out.
This, I mean, here the thing about Clash is she's good if you know the team are just going to run the Monty. Monty's banned.
So we know they're not going to run the Monty. The other concern that I've maybe got here is that we've not got much wall denial. We haven't got any wall denial.
I mean, wall denial shouldn't play that big of a part whenever BDS are not bringing hard breach.
They're going to have secondary, though.
Yeah. But that'll be really for hatches, and that's it.
That's like the intervention with the Hollow.
Which then again, you know, the Kai Claw for like open area, you can get rid of that because it's verticality. Toss an 8 in.
Should have in-depth attachments on like MW2.
On this site.
What do you mean?
The only issue with sites like this, and the reason why you'd actually sometimes you wouldn't see them or you wouldn't see the smoke, is because it's such like a long-range bomb site. Who wants to be going at those with SMGs? You know, let's be honest.
Leaky Fag.
Oh, my goodness, look at this. Oh, that's actually okay. I don't think they were expecting that. EFAC in straight away was probably expecting that wall into open area to be opened up. It's not. So Wild have actually played that really well, just reinforcing that up. It slowed down EFAC's kind of cheeky play where he's just tried to get in early, find a pick, just Wild. So yeah, that's some good reinforcements there from Wild. BDS just we're not expecting that.
It is very typical to leave that wall soft, so Leaky Fag probably was a little bit confused when he saw that.
I mean, Shaiko's still doing very well. He's 12-7.
Very far ahead of the team. If the wall was open and he'd gone in and got himself a couple of kills or a kill, that would have been fantastic. Job done.
Because he can die. He's done what he's did.
Yeah, he's not. So now he's in a little bit of a more vulnerable position. But Wild aren't responding. They're just going to take their time with this one. Lem's going to gather a bit of info
that's a great drone.
on the drone. You always know there's going to be a player inside a blue. Leaky Fag looking here, picks himself up one, looks for the drop on the second. He's going to play ring around the rosy here with aces, and I'm not sure if the drone at his feet, but the pre-fire comes
He honestly should have had that.
Actually down from upstairs. Just getting caught out there. The team play by BDS was fantastic. Brede on the drone, calling out for Leaky Fag, and therefore that trade.
Yeah, I'm surprised Aces won that. He shouldn't have won that.
Really didn't need to. Now it puts his team at a disadvantage. Who was that? Just walks into him. Alams finds the pick. Jags tries to battle back with his own DMR, but 2v3. Obviously, it cannot 1v3 Ollie because Clash doesn't have a gun.
Yeah, and especially with Aces being downed, unrecoverable at this point. Hungry, he can think about it, but that's really all he can do. Use Aces for a bit of info here. That's about as much as you're going to get. Brede eventually finishes him off. Jegs, he is battling back though. Hungry.
Oh, not the Clash 360. What the fuck, bro? No way.
He's in a 1v1 now, and he's remembered Demo. He's got the shield. He's going up against Renshiro. The laser gate is going to get burnt out there.
This is... I hate Clash, bro. I hate Clash so much.
And this round is as good as Wild. Can use the stun to keep him at bay. Flashes are going to come in, but it's not going to be too much of a problem. Renshiro now going to look to start trying to get that plan down. Live ping information here for Hungry.
Oh!
He's go for the frag, and
he actually shit on whoever that was in open.
BDS disjointed there in the 2v1. LM swings. Renshi was nowhere near. And they gave the Clash to individual 1v1s. I mean, Wild to battle back from that is incredible. All credit has to go to Hungry in clutching up. But boy, BDS, that's the team play was off there. It was.
Hungry's had a couple of good rounds, you know, where he's picked up a couple of really important kills. That nice long range one there on the Clash. That's obviously off the call out from Jegs. He knows that Jegs is in a fight there with Brede.
Elites are not allowed in competitive? No.
Very well played in the clutch. We questioned the Clash coming into the demo, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this, like...
It did.
I don't know.
I mean,
technically they're not supposed to be wearing that, but Aoba, thank you for 19 months on Aoba.
Don't give away the free picks, which they did a few times there. You know, Aces, for example.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're, you know, I'm not sure. There could be different rules for this tournament particularly, but or maybe like they just have a gentleman's agreement that they don't care. In this tournament, all the skins are allowed. Oh.
Not me.
Dude, at that point then, emberize it up. There should be full emberize.
Well, as the sides have switched, turns out we're getting a very defender-sided bank.
Or at least win bastion.
So, obviously, BDS having to go up against the basement again. I mean, last time they were...
I gotcha.
Last time they were at the basement, it
yeah, either go full emberize or like soil.
Have to look at and think. It was so well played. Just
Wind bastion, North Star, something.
Pick where they wanted to go from. But then Wild, the next round after that hit them with the Wild roam game. So BDS, they've been, they've kind of been shown, okay, the roam game is actually something that we have to worry about in this game. While I think we're good at changing up their ideas, and they're going to go for the roam game again. You would expect, Ollie, that BDS will learn from those mistakes and actually be ready for a fight. You hope so.
Wild are going to be playing a very similar strategy on
attachment settings? Like, what is this?
Players below ready to open up if necessary.
Yeah, bro. Emberize was literally a skin where Ubisoft was just like, I want a little bit of money for some pay. That was like old school Ubisoft. Oh, I would not like this, where you could like level up and tune your site. Oh, hell no. I don't want sites to give stats.
Yeah, it's something that I've noticed as well. BDS is the actual hard breacher sometimes. Like if you put them on these aggressive players like EFAC, even I think Shaiko's synonymous for even playing Habana back in his early days is. They put the aggro players on Habana, which, yes, it's good because free speed flashbangs, good gun, good secondary, makes sense. But she's still a hard breacher. She's still classified as support.
And especially when you've got a couple of jobs left here to do. Aces grabs a freebie onto Shaiko.
What's going on?
He was Dokubi called only 20 seconds ago on the top floor, and he's still managed to rotate his way down. Alem's potentially going to burn the gate and push through, but doesn't need to. Is there for the trade. Second time there that Aces has gotten a kill, but immediately been traded quite recently.
Only one C4. That's it.
30 seconds though.
This is best of 1 or best 3, best of 5.
Pieball's going to play this very
yeah.
carefully here. The smoke's going to come through, followed by the nade. Pieball knows he needs to get that nade. Needs to get that C4 out there. Brede baits it to perfection. You can't teach that. Pieball takes half damage as the hatch is still being impressionable.
Oh, rip.
Pushes off Brede on the reverse. Renshiro, he's going to have to battle on through now as the final hope once again here for BDS. 2 seconds left on the clock. There's not a great deal he can do. He's just going to let the time do the rest. Wild successfully hold on.
Did you see Packbull? Did you see him, Ollie? Misses the C4.
Sure how he got the kill onto Brede.
So here's the thing.
This is textbook, but they didn't read all the pages.
I missed the C4. We have no denial. And he essentially takes...
yeah, I'll be watching the whole best of 5, so...
Hatch either has to watch the doorway, or he watches the mirror window rotate. And Peterborough just thought, well, you know what, all in. And he's, he went the right way. And he was able to swing off the bomb chassis, kill the diffuser. Yeah, just those are the kind of risks that you need to take. And these big games, like, Ollie, this is a massive game. Massive game.
Especially given that this is one of BDS's map picks.
Yep.
We're expecting this one to go to...
I feel like Aces has been a great player for so long, dude. Like, he's been around for a minute, and he's been consistently, like, very good at the game.
I think Wild only need to get lucky once now, and they're still on the defense. BDS, of course, have the option to take this into an overtime. Going to be going up to that top floor. Now, something else worth mentioning, Demo. Previously, when we saw BDS attacking this top floor, they didn't do a very good job. They went for the Ying, they went for a bit of a rush. We saw Shadow dropping the
twiddling
skyline.
thumbs.
It just didn't really work out too well for him. Bit of a throwaway round, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It isn't going to be that this time.
I mean, BDS, this is where your backs are up against the wall. You need to dig in here. But I just feel as though Wild... I think just in terms of the gun skill department, they've been on top. And at the end of the day, Ollie, that's always going to be a factor, is who can shoot. You know, I think we're going to have to look at Bride again. This is now for the second game in a row where he's had a poor showing. He finished that M&M game yesterday. Sure, he won the map, but he went 0-10. Now he's 2-8, and he's losing, so now this is where it becomes a problem. It's all good not getting any kills but winning the game, but whenever you lose the game you don't have any kills, then that's the issue.
Always a difficult one to highlight, but something that does need to be said. You know, Siege is a shooter, you've got to win your gunfights.
And if so,
all the contributions that you can make, but ultimately,
if you don't get kills, I'm saying it. And because end of the day, everyone else is thinking it, so...
What time they have a Warden ban? Yeah. Well, people ban Warden because it's like this map actually was like a definition of banning comfort operators. Like Wild literally banned Iana and Warden. Those are just like comfort like fragging operators. Yokubu, thank you very much for the sub.
It's much more of a kind of, there's a spread almost more.
Well, Jags has really picked it up as well, considering he was 0-4, he's now 7-7.
Let's hope Bride can do the same.
We might have a few less rounds to do it in, but we'll have to see what happens. We've got the wall open there. Just getting an angle into the elevator. That player is pretty much locked in.
Yeah, Pack Bully's stuck.
It becomes a patience game now. And Shiro.
He gets it by C4.
Tank a C4 there. I was looking for a cap cam, but no, it was C4 from below. He's going to finish Jegs off as the entry. So considering that Packbull is still locked in and playing the patience game with LMs, not a great look this, is it?
No, I think BDS are in a great shape, but I mean, look at the timing, Ollie. They have control of square, which is what they wanted. Obviously, there's a guy in lobby repel. E5 finds another. Down goes Jegs, and yeah, BDS look as if they're ready for OT.
Hungry gets it down and finishes it off, but it's immediately traded out there by Shy.
About to be OT for sure. Looks like it. I mean, unless Wild pulls something crazy off. I mean, in a decent snap. No, he's down now. No way.
For the whole round and is rewarded. BDS lock it in. Going to an overtime.
Yeah, I think opening that wall, Peerbull obviously being, you know, stuck in the elevator. It's never going to be an easy one, is it? So he's just locked into that kind of endless, you know, chicken fight almost, I would say, with LMs on the rappel, and you know, Renchi a massive opening pick. If you're in that position where you know you have a man locked down, being able to get that first pick, and then you know you have it.
If Flores had Sledge's gun or Therms, he'd be really good.
Really good play there from LMs. It's very easy to just open that wall and then to sit on the same rappel that you open it from.
Yeah.
But just transferring a little bit further toward the left, you do get that much better angle. You're a bit more vulnerable. You know, you've got to keep an eye on Banana. You can't just sit there blindly. But it can often work out. Now, Wild get the defense here in the overtime.
Yeah, that's big.
And we've seen 4-2 splits. But BDS...
I mean, the AR-33 is kind of a sleeper, dude. Like, I was talking about it yesterday, but it has a high fire rate and pretty high damage. The only downside is, like, the 30 bullets. And it has a really long reload time. No recoil. Like, yeah, he's pretty good as it is.
It isn't working all too well.
I think if they wanted to make the AR-33 better, a buff to it, but honestly, would just be making the reload animation faster.
What's better than 2 C4s?
3 C4s.
What's better than 3 C4s?
I know this one down.
Honestly, it's not even that slow though. What's weird is like it's actually a good gun, but it feels like it's shit. Why does the AR-33 feel bad, even though it's like really good?
The quad C4s come out, which, I mean, obviously that's gonna burn about 5 seconds each. By the time the guy sticks it, then you throw it, guy gets off it, sticks it. You know, that's.
Adam always talked about the AR-33. Adam is an idiot. Like in this current like state of Rainbow Six, the AR-33 is like decent. It's like a pretty good, decent gun. But like, Adam is an idiot because at the time, like, dude, there were so many like. Adam was saying that shit when like Capitow's gun did like 50 damage. And like Sledge's gun did more damage. And like Thermite's gun did more damage, and the F2 did more damage and had no recoil and 30 bullets. Like, Adam is just stupid. Don't listen to anything Adam says ever.
Swings into this window at this time approximately. That's what that is. That's why we have coaches, ladies and gentlemen.
Do I still play with Merc? Yeah, well, sometimes when our schedules line up.
The Thatcher this time just to guarantee those hatches getting opened.
The 99 damage cav pistol, bro. This was a long time ago, and you know, like all the NDAs and stuff are up for this now. But there was a preview that I played one time where it was a closed, it was a feedback session back when I was a professional player before Caveira came out. They gave us like a preview of what she was gonna be like on this like build, and Caveira did it down. Caveira downed you in one bullet, no matter what, no matter the range. You could shoot somebody in the toe from across the map with the cav pistol, and it would have automatically downed you from any distance. Obviously, we gave them the feedback that that was like too OP, and they like didn't do it. But you know, that's when they nerfed it to 99 damage. Like there was literally a blitz, and I shot a blitz in the hand, and he went down from across the map in the test build that we played. In one bullet, in like the hand.
Finish off from BDS, and it does give them 15 seconds. Renshi just swings, Ollie. Jax goes down.
She can't put a foot wrong here. Picks up one in server, just pre-fires blindly into red corridor, and Leaky Fike finishes the job. Lem's picking up one in between. Great collapse there. Good teamwork as well, working on Hungry inside of server. We commented at the start.
Perfect shield counter. Honestly, they should bring that back, but just for shields.
Up and gunfights not being won. BDS did a cracking job there. They won every single gunfight.
It's not too bad from BDS. I mean, it was very, very close in terms of timing, Ollie. What, 15 seconds by the time they actually got server control? But Renshi, massive double. Massive double. Like, those are the kind of double kills where if you know that the game isn't in your favor, someone needs to step up and get those kills. And he was that guy. And again, Renshi hasn't really done a lot, as we said, this game. He's 6-9. But if they win, it doesn't matter. As long as you win, it doesn't matter. Win's a win.
The AK needs a buff? What do you mean? The AK is a good gun, dude.
Look at the stark difference in the lineup as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, denial for days.
C4s and the Vulcan canisters.
No mirror, though, which is a bit of a wild one. Also, a severe lack of echo today.
Yeah, we've not seen much echo at all. We've not seen any.
No echo, which is also another one which has been quite strange. I mean, to be fair,
Let's have a thing, Ripper. I have not slapped. No, I've been live the whole time. We watched. We were watching earlier. The Cyclops sandbox game. Cyclops won 3-0. Now we're watching BDS versus Wild. This is actually the game that I was really excited for. Like Cyclops sandbox, like it was still fun to watch, but this is the game that I was like pumped for today.
But I think because of who they're against, a very aggressive team, Ollie, it is Wild. You're gonna have to play for kills sooner or later. Because I mean, Wild almost force you into kills. They force you into gunfights.
We just got a glimpse there of the player, the Lems, on the Solace. Should be able to gather
I don't know. Like, I mean, I kind of hope that BDS wins just because they're like the reigning. Like, they won the last Gamers 8, and the person who qualifies here gets to go to Gamers 8 in July. But like, I kind of hope BDS does just because I feel like, you know, it's nice to have like the it's nice to have the like winners of the previous tournament in the like next year. I feel like it's you know, it's good. I like to see it at least. But if Wild wins, like I'm cool too. Like there's no one I'm like really pulling for, you know. It doesn't matter that much. Like if Wild wins, I'm fine. If BDS wins, I'm fine.
One of those kind of scary positions where he could just leave. Just leave, in fact. They know you're there, just go. Just go. And he strolled.
Well, he waited a little bit too long, Teb. finding the entry in this round. The entry coming at 55 seconds as well.
No, we're not.
How much denial BDS have to play with here. Jegs getting a good bit of value out of the shock drone. That should assist at least some of the nades getting sent on in. There are going to be a couple of those knocking around as well. Jegs just pinging out there. Potential for Hungry or Teb to maybe get a nade on in through the hatch. Wild are going to have to start moving though, and they're going to have to start moving fairly quickly. As we've already mentioned, 3 Toxic Babe canisters. That's going to choke out the majority of the round remaining here. We're going to see the wall now get opened. You're hoping to maybe get a kill here onto Brede to remove any ability for more canisters to come out. Packbull, he's forced in and he's got to go a little bit deeper than he would maybe like. He has the diffuser, but gets caught.
Oh, not a double C4, bro.
Second, look at this denial. This is textbook stuff. The plans, however, is still going down, and Ace is on the backstab. Picks up 2. He's looking for
what the bro? He went crazy.
Hungry picks the final one, but it was all about the backstab from Aces.
Wow. I mean, no one for BDS reacted. No one. Honestly, I thought it was over.
Didn't they have a camera back there too?
2 of them, 1 being diffuser. My goodness.
It was the Renchi C4, then the Shy.
Why is he watching his teammate and not the cameras, bro? Like, there should have been a camera in elevator, right?
Big plays.
Hungry gets the last kill with a hip fire. Do you know what I mean?
15 rounds. Oh my goodness me.
Smap 1 demo.
I honestly,
I'm not potential 5.
I'm not ready for 75 rounds. I can't do it. Just a disclaimer for everyone. I'm sure people can probably tell my voice is absolutely cooked today.
I'm doing a fantastic job.
I might die if it goes to 75 rounds.
I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll get some honey and lemon in you, you'll be all right.
I need to get Pop Paul, get the kettle on.
Now, a big benefit that Wild have got here is that they are going to be going back down to the basement because they lost there in their attempt at defending. So we've also seen something that is quite common in Siege where a map will be defender sided and then in overtime it'll flip. And teams will start picking up on the attack because they've seen the defense multiple times.
Which turns shot elevator default. Oh.
Exactly what they're going up against.
Well, that's a different story then.
Up quite significantly here. We've brought the smoke. We've only got 1 C4 and we still haven't got the Goyo, so it's not ideal, but we've all seen, even if you bring the ideal ops, you can still lose the round because Siege is a shooter, and if Aces backstabs you, you're going to lose. So while they've given themselves arguably some better tools to do the job here, given that they've got the smokes, although Packbull has already sent one out, I'm not sure where that's gone, or if it's maybe just pre-placed.
I mean, Packbull is in, one of the most classic positions you can think of whenever you think of Bank. Towards the blue stairs, of course. Plenty of ADSs and YMI stacked up with him. I mean, BDS is a team that I think will deal with that with ease. You would expect it to be even
last round.
The smoke canister.
Hey, Pennywise, thank you for 2 months. You're still up, Dad. Strength to power through. Thanks, dude. Thanks. We're chilling.
But plenty of flashbangs, plenty of nades. You would expect BDS to deal with that.
Be chilling.
Giving them a little bit more of a problem.
I got some. I ate some cup of noodle. I got G Fuel. We're good.
Force the Hibana pick and Alems just to do a little bit of work beforehand.
Whose map is this? I honestly do not remember. Not sure.
Fooled by that though since round 7. It really came in to hurt them. And ever
BDS literally just play like as many rounds as possible for fun.
Talented Jegs is on that DMR. Can be a real nightmare. Look at Aces as well. Fantastic position from him on that top floor, just ready and waiting, hiding inside the janitors. He's here to assist Packbull, and there's a lot of opportunity for him to do so.
BDS, yeah.
To break out here at almost opposite ends of the map.
What? Did I say something different?
At the moment, I'll be honest.
Oh, it's BDS's map. Okay, yeah.
Where they want to go. They can't get rid of Packbull, but this man right here, Aces, he's been the standout player for Wild. He is, he's like a jaguar right now, Ollie, in the jungle, ready to pounce. And there's EFAC. He will jump on it first. Moves in through dirt, not expecting that. BDS will lead, but here he comes. Here comes the Jaguar.
Cup of noodle or Maruchan. I get this like tonkatsu ramen from Costco all the time, and it's like way better quality, I think. And they have like big packs of it. This is pretty nice.
They're inside the garage, but Shaiko, he's going to try and battle through. The kills are all coming through, and they're all coming through for Wild. Packball might be down, but it certainly doesn't matter. The diffuser needs to still be diffused. Shaiko, he's picked himself up one. Leaky Fag, he's still alive and kicking, but no, it's too little, too late.
No, it's just called tonkatsu.
As we get Aces disabling that diffuser.
Dang, dude.
Final round there from Wild to lock
All
things
right.
off. Flipping the script in the overtime and winning downstairs on the defense. Hard fought victory there, considering they went 4 rounds down at the off demo.
Great game. I think 2 play styles which are very different. BDS, and we know what they're like. They want to take things slow, more methodical. Wild, the aggression that this team has, Ollie, the characters that they have in this team, the operator selections that they can go for, very flexible a lot of the time. Yeah, they're a really good side.
All right.
Really good side.
I'm back, chat.
Going up against a team like BDS,
Ugh.
it's impressive. It is very impressive to do that.
I go take a dump ski, brother.
Done yesterday, they dismantled Wolves in a very tense and long game.
I'll be back.
Today they have gone the distance inside of map 1. We're gonna go to a break, catch our breath, be back with our analysts in just a few.
All right, give me a few minutes, chat.
There is a new crisis.
Going down.
Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders. Because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do. And you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Back to Gamers Without Borders, overtime in our first map. Now, this really is a grand final. So, Wild kick things off with a comeback. BDS are going to have to claw their way back, but plenty of match to go. Fresh, you thought BDS were going to break the bank. I feel like we all did. What happened?
Oh, it started so well for them as well. They got the first 4 rounds in a row. You know, they were looking good. They were looking very comfortable. They pulled off a genius play in terms of pulling a post plant with Brede shotgunning out the cabinet and defusing from behind it. But then, you know, Wild took a timeout, and you've got to credit their resilience because they were 0-4 down on their opponent's map pick. They then get the next couple of rounds and it comes down to 1v1 clutches in the end for Wild. And then they had their fun, because when Wild got on the defense, they were roaming around, they were having loads of fun, they were doing whatever, you know, they felt like doing. We saw Aces, we saw Maurice, we saw Teb, we saw everybody just out and about, you know, getting active, getting amongst it. And BDS, their roam clear was, to be honest, their roam clear was generally awful. They were operating without information, they were getting flanked, they were in gunfights that they didn't know were coming, and then they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, Demo and X touched on it during the map, that Wilds, they just weren't really synergizing very well, especially at the start. It was a lot of individual plays, individual movement, and they were just getting picked off by BDS, but their defense was so on point, and it just seemed impenetrable.
Yeah, exactly. The start didn't look all too bright for a while. It was just getting the entry death 4 times in a row. They lost those 4 rounds, but then they came back. They may have had a slow attacking of the beginning of this half, and they've had some issues with, for example, Pegbull stepping up, but he's a support player, and that's not really something you expect. On their own defenses, as Fresh already mentioned, they were out and about, they were roaming, having a good time on the map. It seemed like BDS would set themselves up for a good execute. For example, those locker rounds, they had everything they would have wanted. They had potentially 1 C4 from the enemy team, and then they still somehow fumbled the back, and that was usually because of a backstab from Wild. In particular, Aces, sometimes he found himself in positions, and the observers would switch to him, and Fresh and I would be sitting here like, how does he get there? How has he made it to that place without BDS stopping him in that way?
Yeah, I feel like we can lean towards a particular team throughout this matchup, but, you know, we have to say, it was overtime. It was 8-7 in the end, so if you can poke any holes in it, let's say, maybe even some individual performances that need to be uplifted, Fresh, are there any holes in BDS's game right now that they really could fix going into map 2?
I think genuinely you've got to look towards their more supportive players. You know, you hate to call anybody out, but their information particularly was bad. And I think that, especially once they got on their attacks, their information, their drone work, their overall strategy and team play, you know, being together, being in close proximity to each other, was fairly poor. And that's where, when you allow that to happen, that's where people like Aces and Jegs and Teb, I know Teb's not had the best so far today, but that's where those guys are going to pop up and punish you. And that's exactly what Aces did today.
Yeah, speaking of Aces, he was the MVP in yesterday's semi-final, and round 14 alone of this map shows you why with that 4-piece. But I feel like he didn't really get a chance to get any momentum for quite some time, and then suddenly I looked up and he had 12 kills, and I was like, oh, okay, this is the Aces that we know and love.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we mentioned Wild lost those 4 rounds. They got their own momentum back on their own defense, but also if you look at their entry conversion, right? Aces, being the MVP of the game, has been involved in a few of those entry gunfights, but for Wild as well, they have 100% entry conversion from that game. Every single round they got the opening kill, they were able to convert it into a round win, which kind of shows that BDS are unable to recover from an operator loss and unable to refrag in the right positions and unable to come back from a deficit.
Okay, well, we have a head-to-head graphic for you to show you who were the 2 best players from that map, 1 from each team. It kind of shows you how close or distant the contention was in that map. And as this is a best of 5, there is a bit of a buffer, but BDS can't afford to let Wild run away with this, especially as their next map is Wild's map pick fresh.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, is this was BDS's map pick. This is supposedly Wild's permaban. Wild were not supposed, the script is out the window, Wild were not supposed to win this map 1, but they've gone and won it, albeit in overtime. Now for BDS, you've got to be thinking, hey, well, you know, we've got Border coming up, a map that we've never won against a tier 1 team. Suddenly, the pressure goes from, you know, BDS being in the ascendancy and winning their map pick. When they don't do that, there's so much pressure onto BDS now to go through onto Border and put in a real performance.
I feel like, well, Demo actually mentioned that during that map that the setup for BDS is always almost very similar, if not the same every time. So their biggest advantage is always adapting on the fly, something that I feel like a lot of newer teams really need to catch on to, Anne, because that is something that really shows you a lot of experience and how the roster really gels well.
I mean, yeah, on the side of Wild, you do have the experience in a few of the players. You have a few younger players as well, but they do have that experience to back themselves up. Now, yesterday in an interview, League Effect mentioned how they were trying to adapt to the newer meta. They've changed up a lot of things after getting beaten by teams in Europe League. They changed up some things, but looking into the prospect of going on to that second map, it's been a pretty good map for Wild, as they've already got some victories on it during the LCQ, but BDS lost it yesterday in their game against M&M, and it was a pretty convincing loss as well. So that puts some concerns to that second map as well.
Well, we talked about it at the beginning of this best of 5 grand final. We're going to do this map by map. So it's prediction times. Fresh, I see you grinning. Come on then. What are we saying? It's Border. This is the next map. It's Wild's pick. So they've got that momentum.
I would have to say that Wild will take this. Like Anne said, they won it in the LCQs. When they played in the major LCQs for EU, they won it up against X10 Star. But BDS, when they've played it against this tier 1 team, they've never won it. They lost against M&M in this competition. They lost against M&M in the 6th Invitational. They've also lost against Oxygen and Cyclops. So they've lost it against every way Border can be played. It's a map they do not generally want to go to. So for that reason, I'd have to favour Wild.
Anne, are you feeling the same? We all said BDS at the beginning of this stream, and now we're all swinging the other way.
Yeah, I will have to agree. It's not the highest of preferences for BDS in a map. Also, do they not have the performances to back up this being a good map for themselves? But then again, if you face a loss that is that convincingly as they did yesterday, obviously it's short time in between, but they do have the support staff to back it up, and they might have made some changes to how they play Border and how they can adapt to how Wild brings it out.
Well, like I've said before, for the viewers at home, get comfortable because this is a best of 5. Demo and X, do you think BDS can swing this series? Let's go into map 2.
Bonnie, thank you very much indeed. Demo, does this mean that BDS are going to win this map? Because last time we saw the analysts, we saw Fresh and Ann, they predicted BDS, Wild won. So is that the way it's going to go?
I personally am leaning towards Wild. I think just with the aggression that I've seen, I think it's matching up very well against BDS. I think BDS are really struggling to find probably a rhythm more than anything for BDS. I think BDS is a team where they need to find something that works, and they will just execute that time and time again. Wild are just disrupting them every step of the way. You know, it's like, you know, they're kind of like the rebels, always hitting them where they don't expect it. You know, look at aces on the backstabs.
Yeah.
You know, moments like that. That is disrupting BDS and how they want to play.
I think you're right. I think Wild do bring a very disruptive play style going into a map like Border. It isn't going to be the easiest time here for BDS, as has already been mentioned on the desk. BDS haven't got the greatest of records here on this map. Wild, on the flip side, it's a map that suits them down to the ground.
I mean,
you can play their style of siege.
Exactly. That's it. You look at their style of siege is crazy, right? Which, I mean, it's my favorite type of siege. I'll be honest with you. And this is actually my favorite map. So I cannot wait to see this.
Well, you're in your element here then, aren't you?
My best map.
This is like, it's almost as if we're putting this on just for you.
Ban your blitzes, that's all I'm saying.
Ban your blitzes?
Ban your blitzes. Trust, honestly, there's a strat that we do where, do you know the way you kind of go for like, you know, the archives like Monty plant, right? You know, that we just walk in, plant someone in the window, Yings go in sandwich, yada, 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 right? We thought of a new way because we were struggling if Solus is open, which usually is because we ban Warden. Solus can go below, see where the diffuser is, and then kill you. What we do is we, as Blitz, I run in, I drop the diffuser where you would expect a Monty to plant, and the Solus are just shooting through nothing, and I just run in and kill everyone with Blitz.
I mean, it sounds easy, doesn't it?
It is.
I love strategies that end up with, and I just go in there and kill everybody.
Yeah.
Look at these bans. Iana, Amaru,
it's
Azami. What?
Target bans again for Shaiko.
It is. Shaiko's target ban.
I mean,
we've had a bit of a wild target ban there as well. They love bringing in Amaru.
Exactly. So I think teams, to like, especially in this series, they know each other very well, don't they?
Well, of course they do. They're both in Europe.
So,
yeah, starting out on the attack here. We're actually going to go downstairs into bathroom for the first round, Nemo.
Do you know what my biggest worry is for BDS? Just the map. Just the map. I think we can all agree yesterday, I think a lot of people agree with me in this, is yesterday, BDS had one of the worst showings in their history.
They did?
Bro. Oh my lord, I just lost some weight. That was a huge dump, bro.
I mean, a lot of that was...
That was a huge one.
All the things that went into that, right, wasn't there?
Oh, I had to go to the bathroom so bad.
Yeah. Start.
Just came out of nowhere, too.
It wasn't entirely BDS just, you know, throwing the game.
You thought I died. I thought I did, too, honestly.
Look at the lineup. I mean, they've changed things. Look at this. You got triple smokes. Nomad.
I mean, this
it was
is
bad, bro. It was bad.
This honestly looks like one of my ranky stacks.
Oh my goodness!
Straight into the window, pack full first to find the kill. Oh, we had teammates full white flashed and everything. A disaster in the first 30 seconds when Shiro's just recovered the kit. But everyone else is like, nope, I'm not going anywhere near that.
Well,
Let's just say, listen, there's certain days that I'm very happy that I have a bidet.
I mean, this is a round over.
And today was one of those days.
No way BDS come back from this. That's what BDS have tried to go for, Ollie. We've seen a few times where they've tried to go for these rush strategies. And they've just been sat down every time. BDS are not this, they're not that team. They're not that team who can play that way.
See, I was being efficient. While I was on the toilet,
they are a team
I moved my meeting time.
Shaiko's done just exactly that. He's found himself one.
I moved my meeting time while I was on the toilet. Look at that, dude. Efficiency.
All of a sudden, things aren't looking too terrible here.
How is my bidet coming along? Yeah, it seems like, well, I wanted to shoot for like June, like late June, but it's looking like probably sometime in July, unfortunately, but it's okay. We're still like roughly on track.
And Packbull knows it. Packbull going to try and get himself out of there. But still, a great presence inside of Workshop, and he's going to be holding that down.
Oh, Pack Bull, he knows he's there. He's their yellow ping. They have
KingGeorge. Although I don't know why people wear slippers to class, if they know that their feet will emit an odor, they should consider other people's feelings and not wear slippers. The air in the whole class is polluted, which not only affects people's moods, but also affects the quality of the class for others. If they didn't know before, now they do, so they shouldn't do it again next time. Thank you. Huh, okay.
Shaiko now in a pretty sticky situation. Teb gonna start.
Nah. That's tough.
3 kills on the round for Packball. Plenty of time to disable the diffuser. Wild salvage it.
They do. I mean, I think you have.
That's the most random statement, yeah. Bro, some people just need some like gold bond or something for their feet. They need something for their feet.
I think even you were expecting they might have botched that, because I think you thought Teb was gonna die.
And to be fair, you can't count Shaiko out, especially given that we saw the drone in the final kill cam actually get shot inside a bathroom, so there was full info on all of that.
Yeah, it was a great round from Wild just to recover that. Again, I think the information, the Valkyrie cameras being used was great. We've seen there's yellow pings here or there for them, and BDS. I mean, it just feels as though they gave that round to Wild because they've tried to do a playstyle that they don't play. So BDS, I worry from the get-go if that's the kind of style they're going for. I do.
There must be a level of frustration as well on BDS, knowing that they are that talented, but just can't pay off with that sort of playstyle. You know, it came down to everything there. The coordination was a little bit off.
Yeah.
Everyone was sort of body blocking each other at the window. No one was really, you know, too sure of their job. Typically,
you're unbanned after the hour. Let's go. The self ban.
Who's going to throw his utility, and then he moves out the way, and the second guy throws it over the top.
Sorry, I'm just like looking at something real quick.
Leaky Fat going to try and make something happen again.
Done with all that.
It's just going to be another attempt at a rush here. Teb finds
Done
himself
with
to Shaiko.
Yeah.
Miles away. Leaky Fat just happy to throw those Candelas in for nothing.
Okay.
Jeg shuts Renshiro down. What is going on? The roll clear is happening. No one's there to back it up.
I don't. Again, look at this. Just BDS.
Wild is like
this is not how
impressing me right now.
How you play Siege, but how BDS plays Siege. This is not it. Look at this from EFAC.
Yeah, BDS looks really sloppy right now.
What's going on?
I do know that BDS as well too. I mean, I don't know if this is what's happening right now, but they're like I don't know what they're doing. I know that they're like they get like tilted sometimes. And they just start throwing a bunch of rounds. But generally speaking, like they did it yesterday when they were playing against Eminem. They were like tilted, losing like horribly, and they like ended up turning it around and still winning. So you know.
Yesterday, that it was the worst showing from BDS. Are they trying to top that?
Are they going for the 7-0 this time, you think?
Honestly, they could. There might be. Honestly, they might go for it. Just to prove me wrong.
It does pain me a little bit when you see the roam clear happen. You know, we know how good BDS can be. Brede is incredible on the drone. It's one of the reasons why we have a hard time giving him stick about his lack of kills, because we know that often he'll spend half the round, if not more, on a drone for Shaiko.
Yeah.
Because it works. And he can be, you know, he can be given almost coordinates to where Shaiko needs to go and just get kills.
Can we also?
I don't know. This is not the BDS. Like at least like last game, BDS opened it up like pretty strong. This is just
defensive loss. This is them on attack. They have
to
illustrate defense still.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Everyone was playing for solo kills though. I mean, if I threw 2 Candelas in as well for basically nothing.
See, I don't know what they're doing. It's just like chaos everywhere, bro. Like what is that?
And then we see people start dying top floor because they're trying to solo roam clear.
Also, look who operator Shaiko's
What in the
playing.
world is happening,
I think
bro?
Shaiko's fully head lost.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Nomad.
I mean, it's because the Ana's banned.
Yeah, we'll get him on the Ash.
No, because he wants to play the IRX.
Ah.
That's why.
plot thickens.
Exactly. I mean, like, I just see it as he's fed up, I guess, with the bans, with the Iana ban.
5 seconds remaining.
It must be a little bit mentally tolling, knowing that you're constantly just going to get permed. But then on the flip side is, you've just got to adapt and put yourself into a position where you can't be permabanned.
Like, this for me shows...
Jaiko, yeah, like... They're basically like they're like target banning, and it's like working. it shouldn't really work. You shouldn't be able to target ban somebody in Siege.
Yeah.
Giving away a big weakness.
You can be as talented as you like, but if you can only play one, if you're a one trick, that's
yep.
when things start to get a little bit difficult. Early days though. We've only seen a couple of rounds here, and let's not forget, Wild went 4 rounds down on bank and still came back to win in maximum overtime.
Sweet. Siege tweeted that they fixed the bug for crossplay. That's good, because that was a disaster. Bro, that was a disaster. I don't even know how that happens. I literally just don't even know how that happens. That's like a literal Rainbow Six Siege moment, and only a moment that Rainbow Six Siege could have. Like...
You don't always think to bring the Valcon border because you don't always have time to check the cams and stuff, but Hungary's actually grabbing quite a lot of value here. Opening kill this time.
Alright, there we go, BDS.
Dokkaebi call coming out there, just providing...
Let's make it interesting.
Jegs in a tough spot. He's got the rotation behind him as well to contend with. Could potentially do with a little bit of support here. We've got aces below. Of course, does have the C4 in hand as well. Could be looking to try and use that. Is the timing going to be good? Is he waiting for the cue to call? Misses it. Unfortunately, there won't be gifted an opportunity. And I mean, it's almost worse for Jegs at this point because he's really starting to feel the pinch here. BDS taking the time. Don't really need to rush this too much. They're not doing terribly on time. Jegs going to juice himself up and see if he can...
DC could matchmake with the Xbox and stuff. That was for like 2... That was... I mean, yeah, that was really stupid. But yeah... I mean, overall, like, it was not supposed to happen.
And BDS just don't know where to go. BDS tried to go full direct on the east side. You have to take security, I think, 9 times out of 10. Nice little backstab from EFAC. Does get him inside of armory now, Ollie, and... Oh dear, don't tell me they're going to let this slip.
Well, Aces below, we've still got Teb hanging out inside of CCTV. The plant going to start going down now. The attackers have become the defenders, and all they've got to do is try and hold on. Leaky Vax had a fantastic round, but can't find it onto Teb. The plant has been confirmed. 2 versus 2. Aces takes a chunk.
There we go. 1 HP. There we go. That's a little bit better. At least we got a round from BDS, bro.
You almost feel sorry for the players because it's quite jarring to see them with these skins on demo. I'm looking at people and I'm thinking, who's that guy? Which operator is that?
Yep.
You can't immediately tell because everyone's running active camo.
EFAC, massive kill. Has to be said. Backstab galore this. Wow.
Dude.
That just opened things up. It really did. As soon as you lose that man in armory.
I don't get, like, okay, listen. I really don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm actually confused why people make such a big deal about skins and stuff like that in competitive play.
Lose one position, everything else crumbles around it.
It doesn't make that much sense to me. Like, I get it that it's annoying, but
BDS knew that Teb was inside of CCTV. They know there's a very good chance someone's...
I don't understand how, like, a skin could have that much of an effect on you.
Just totally ignore that.
It's really not that deep. Yeah, like, I don't get it. This is the same as Pro League BDS. Yeah, this is literally, like, one of the biggest tournaments of the entire year is taking place right now.
For Brede to come in or something like that, but there's an argument to say once Teb's got that kill inside of CCTV, he maybe needs to make that rotation.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's just one of those where you got too comfy, and all of a sudden some guy goes in and he puts you out of the comfort zone. But, I mean, EFAC, we highlighted him yesterday. If it wasn't for EFAC yesterday, BDS would not be best specified right now.
So,
like he was the star.
Tomorrow's games.
And we need to see more from him. We need to see him step up to the plate.
Tomorrow's games start at 6 p.m. So I'll be on at 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Teb playing inside of
I'll be at
CCTV.
6 p.m.
Leakyfak is going to risk the cross there. Did look a little bit dangerous for a time.
Okay, so 6 p.m. to...
Rapid focus on getting this top floor clear. But yes, maybe want to give themselves a little bit more time this time.
I'll be on all night that day.
Take some of that map control a little bit quicker.
Second game starts at 9.
Doing what he does best, Demo.
I'm just putting this in my calendar real
What you
quick.
expect from us. Dopey call goes in. Shaiko.
Okay.
Not actually looking to move
6 p.m. to
in
9
with the call. A
p.m.
little drone aces out now, and he has to readjust his position. Gets away. No, never mind.
Last
Shaiko.
one is...
Hunts him down, Ollie. It's one thing about Shaiko.
we are...
Great opener. Again, BDS coming in with the opening kill there.
Sunday.
And this time, Renshi, he's picking one up himself. Jegs doesn't realize just how lucky he is. Maybe going to go for a bit of a repeat on this.
I'll be on
jump out as well.
Sunday too.
I think that was potentially from below by
Alright.
Teb. Jegs is going to find one over onto Brede. So numbers-wise, things are looking pretty level, if not advantage. Say again, 2 versus 2 now, with the potential here for a bit of a revive. Teb actually going to make his way onto this top floor. He knows that there's 2 players there. If the player's been revived, he's got a chance. Then we're going to swap. Instead of taking out Leakyfak, we're going to get him back up, leave him on low HP, and remove Shaiko instead.
Okay, good.
2v2, Wild have done.
We're all set. My calendar is set. I got my meetings for Monday.